don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit.
Where my true believer?
Y'all need Jesus.
Praise the Lord, head to the extreme.
All these false fucking prophets who profit.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Drums cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like four in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your Huckleberry, I can quench that thirst.
Let me get this shared everywhere right quick.
What's next? Trump in a dress.
Well, one less place now that we're not sharing it to D-Live, I guess.
Climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers.
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Dude, I think I found one of the funniest,
You know that stage is set.
I guess, unintentional funny interviews. Like, this was not meant to be funny. Like, it's not like a comedy. Like, it's a very bad mistake.
Cause you ain't seen none yet.
I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself
How's everybody's day been going?
in his bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it."
Oh, let me start the timer. I didn't think about that. Let me start the timer. There you go.
Files. Wait, what are you doing? It's it. Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is my mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh my.
Welcome, everybody. I'm just sharing the link, get everything out there. Thank you for joining us. We're starting shortly.
It's about to get lit. Get the place in the best. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off.
Busta Griff Beer Man. Oh, I got you.
Place in the best. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
It's going so far. I kind of fucked up. I don't think I'm gonna be on Griff Busters. I kind of fucked up, but it happens.
He was doing so well. It's all over. Hands on his shoulders. They ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research.
Let me grab the YouTube link so I can start dropping it places right quick.
String and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit shit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience. It's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the griffs.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started.
You guys getting excited for the Patriot Street Fighter World Tour? It's got to be nice, huh?
You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have the nuts because you're a pussy.
Welcome, everybody.
Where an 80
it's my fault. Well, it's not really my fault. It's the
That's really pathetic.
It's the baseball league's fault, but they just moved some scheduling around after we had already set the date and stuff, so there's not a whole lot I can do about it, but
I can tell you,
it is what it is.
If this douchebag happens to see,
if Ollie wasn't playing that day and it wasn't his very first game, like if it was Liam, that's different. He can, take care of himself. He's played before. I've missed a game before for work and stuff, but it's Ollie's very first game. So they moved it. It wasn't scheduled till later on in the season. There was an issue with the scheduling, and they moved it up to Tuesday. So.
You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit.
Where my true believer?
Y'all need Jesus.
Praise the Lord, head to the extreme.
All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like Thor in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention.
Scott looks weird without his hair, without his hat. Oh, okay. I was about to say without his hair. He probably looked good 40 years ago.
Trump in a dress, Flynn on his desk, a retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit.
I did, and I saved it as a contact on my PC. I'll holler at you.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, probably tomorrow. Maybe I did get it though, and put it in the starred inbox or whatever, so I won't lose it.
Better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets.
Yeah, we're gonna watch it, but yeah, he brought his tomahawk shit. God, he's so cringy.
High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is good."
I've got it set up to where I've got it set up a little bit different tonight with the broadcast. I think Tony's gonna come on later or in a few minutes. He just finished a stream over on Twitch, said he would like to come on. He can't stream on YouTube right now at all, so.
Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so.
God, I think I got it shared everywhere. I think I'm ready to go.
Now things are getting rough.
The boys will be in a little bit to do their little not news thing, but they're not here currently, so they're on their way home. So that'll be a minute.
Second string and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit shit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set.
Not a whole lot, but I got some tonight to show from Tulsa. Because most of it violated community guidelines, and because they had trouble streaming everything, a lot of the footage got lost, except for like shaky ass cameras being held up over the crowd. I don't want to show you that because you can't hear it, you can't see it. I do have some stuff. I got some Linwood stuff because he's batshit crazy now, and
Really pathetic.
I got some Brad stuff from there. I got the Patriot Street Fighter from there. I'll show you everything I got tonight.
But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show.
There you go, Lady Q. Thanks for listening.
Freaking balls to call
Just tuning in.
on this planet by name. And
As of right now, it does not look like I'm going to be available to be on
freaking balls.
Griftbusters this week, guys. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't think I'm going to be able to. I told them to go ahead and have it, do their thing, but it's on my end. It's not their fault.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believers?
All right, here we go.
Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of
Meat Hammer.
worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like Thor in a thong. He's strapped.
What's up, everybody? I am Will Bard. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. Welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight. I was just making an announcement. I'll probably have to make it a few times because I know people come and go as they as long as my show is. They come and go, which is something we might address soon. The length of the show. Not that I want to do a shorter show, but if I can keep segments under 2 hours, it'll automatically upload to Odyssey. And no matter what happens to my YouTube channel, it'll be on Odyssey. So I'm thinking about running like an hour and 45 minutes and then doing whatever, it doesn't matter if it's a 1 second break or a 5 minute break, and then coming back. I don't know. I don't know how it would affect my views, but we might try it one time. Tonight we're going to go over some stuff from Tulsa, like I was talking about. Oh, no, never mind. I need to update you guys on the Ollie and Liam both play baseball. Liam's been playing. He's had 2 weeks worth of games, but Ollie's just starting T-ball. They haven't even had a game yet. So his first game got moved. It was supposed to be towards the end of the season. They moved some stuff around, so both seasons ended at the same time. They moved it to the front of the season, the first week of the season. So I am right now, since we already put out Grift Busters going to be Tuesday and shit, I told them to go ahead. Like, they don't have to move it for me, but I couldn't make it. It would be different if it was Liam's game. Liam has played before and can do his own thing, whether I'm there or not. Even though I'd like to see him, I know there's something that I'm going to miss. But because it's Ollie, I mean, Ollie's never played, and there'll probably be one of us having to help him on the field. So it doesn't look like I'm going to make it right now. So we'll see what happens. But it's my fault, not theirs. So I don't want to punish them because my shit got messed up. Tonight, we're going to go over some stuff from Tulsa. We've got the unintentionally funniest interview I think I've ever seen in my life. We've got Brad, we've got Scott, we've got Lynn Wood, we've got my new favorite guy in politics. He said what I've always wanted to say, but worded it better than I probably could. We're gonna watch the Dr. Shiva video. That is with David Nino Rodriguez. That'll be at the end. David Nino Rodriguez and Laura Eisenhower, the great-granddaughter of President Eisenhower. So we're going to do that. We got a bunch of different things to go through, and I'll have all that for you, and we'll get started. We're going to start with Kirsten W. But first, make sure no matter where you're at, you like and share the video, please. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Like the Facebook page. Share it on both platforms wherever you can. And we're just trying to grow. If you want to go above and beyond that, you can go to cultclub.com, KULTKLUB, or buymeacoffee.com/cold beer. And either one of those, you can leave a cash tip. And also be sure to leave a message because it will read the message automatically. Join us on Discord or Telegram. I've been favoring Telegram lately because Discord's getting ready to get bought by Microsoft, and we all know how PC that'll get. So, yeah, follow us, hang out with us, whatever you got to do. Thank you very much for any support you show us. Just a like, share, or just watching the video. We appreciate it. Friday, we're having what is going to be a marathon stream. I don't know how long it's going to go. I said I'd like to go 24 hours. I don't know if that's possible, but I'll go as long as I can. We're starting Friday at 8 p.m. Friday at 8 p.m., we're going to have some guests on. I'm still trying to solidify a guest list and make overlays and all the stuff, but we're also going to have some, probably some people who watch the show call in. We're going to give a bunch of stuff away, so make sure you're here Friday at 8 p.m. That's in, 6 days or 5 days, I guess. So join us Friday. We're going to give away some of our new merch because we've got merch. Now, we've got T-shirts now, so I'm going to be giving some of that away. And we're also going to launch the store. Even if you don't win, we can launch the store, and then you guys more than welcome to buy that. I think that's it. You guys ready to start? I meant Lennon, not Stalin. It's potato, right? Thank you for joining us tonight. This first video we're going to start with is legitimately probably the funniest, unintentionally funny interview I think I've ever seen. We all know Kirsten. We've seen her naughty bits from all the videos I found of her from back in the 90s. We all know Kirsten, not Kristen. That's Brad's wife. We all know Kirsten W. Used to do a show with Scott. Now that's over with, I guess. She did a show back on, I think it was April the 2nd. Yeah, April the 2nd. And she had a person on to interview, okay? And this person that she's interviewing is black. And as a black person, I guess Kirsten talked to her beforehand and said, hey, what we're going to discuss on the show is how the CIA is starting a color revolution between us, and it's not real, and they're trying to turn us against us. Like they're trying to say all these people are racist and all these people aren't, and these people need reparations. And that's what she tried to preface it with. That was what the topic of the show was supposed to be about. The black lady that she brought on does not believe any of that. Any of that at all. it just turns into her yelling at Kirsten. So let's start this video. Let's check it out. Oh, I got to sped way up. I forgot. Here we go. This is like the worst interview to do with a person of color I think I've ever seen.
Kathleen Cahill Beaumont, if you can talk.
I think they're both idiots, but it's still funny. It's still funny.
To Mud Rabbit, you guys have something special at C60 Evo. Kathleen Cahill Beaumont, I haven't seen you for days, but yes, you have something there, okay? And so does Mud Rabbit. Yep, I sent you the message. Okay, please help her get whatever she needs. Okay, here
if you can stay here to the end.
A new sponsor.
Hold on.
Which is,
if you can stay here to the end, that Dr. Shiva video, dude, that's the way we ought to be looking at politics. The Dr. Shiva video's got it nailed. He makes David Nino Rodriguez look like a dumbass, which isn't very hard to do. But that's the way we should be looking at politics. That's the way we should stand up. That's the way we should all be believing. It's a really good video.
This product, I'm going to actually show it to you. Here we go. We have this amazing product right there. It is a peel and stick.
She's got a new sponsor, which is a lot that she doesn't know how to work, but it's pretty funny. That's what I heard. He got screwed out of his election there in Massachusetts.
Tell you a little bit about this, okay?
What? She doesn't know how to use her new sponsor.
Stairs in your home might be more dangerous than you realize. Did you know that over 1 million people are injured on stairs? 12,000 have fatal accidents each year from falls on stairs. One of the quickest ways to solve this issue is to light up the stairs and path and make it safer for you and your family. This is why I highly recommend home motion lights. Home motion lights are durable, long-lasting motion detection.
She's just reading the script, and here in a second she's going to be like, I have a dozen in my house. Then she's going to be like, no, I don't. I only have this one. Like, they do not care. Just keep sending me money. I'm not gonna practice read. I'm not gonna learn anything about it. She doesn't even know how to turn the fucking light on.
LED lights that you can use anywhere by just peeling and sticking them on a surface. Make your stairs instantly safer, and they're great decorations. They only come on when you move, by the way. You can use them anywhere. Wires usually can't reach the cupboards.
Happy birthday.
Drawers and things. So these peel on and stick lights are must have, and it'll take seconds to install. I have a dozen in my home and I love them. I don't have a dozen, I only have one. They're 50% off, okay? 50% off. And
so the script said, I have a dozen in my home. And she said, I do not, I only have one. And she shook the one they sent her to make the money.
And it's in the link. And I wish it would go on. Let me see if I can make it go on for you. Play a little game. There we go.
She didn't know how to turn it on at all. Like, the least you could do is, if someone's paying you money to read an ad, the least you could do is read it before the show starts. Make sure you know all the words and figure out what it is and how it works. Like, wouldn't you think? I would think so.
It went on. I just put all these little LED lights. See it? Okay. All right. Go off now. Now it won't go off. Whew. Okay. All right. It's like
now she can't turn it off.
Okay, time for you to go off. I don't know how to make it go off now. It's so crazy. You know how I am. Bad at tech. Okay. All right. So
that's the only funny part at the first. We're going to hop forward towards the interview. And I think she talks about it here in a second, like what the woman's here for, like what kind of interview. So let's get to the spot where the woman comes in. Because she says, oh, she's here to talk about the CIA color revolution. And we all know how Kirsten feels. They even get into an argument over George Floyd. You just got to see it. You just got to see it. Hold on. Let me get to where it's at. I can't remember which story she came in after, but that's where we got to get to. Home motion lights. Home motion. Oh, there she is. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's back up. We found her. We're going to hop in right here. Looks like she's got one story left.
Most countries like the Philippines are very vacant on Good Friday because, of what they pushed. And so that's what's happening worldwide.
Awesome. The last set I sent out, I think, got delayed a little bit, but I'm glad you got your sticker. Someone else just ordered a couple. I'm fixing to send those out tomorrow. Thank you.
On Good Friday. Okay. Our video shows black men being unjustly arrested by white cop. Terrence Kay Williams reveals the part of the video they don't want you to see. They didn't want you to see a whole other situation. And yeah. Oh, she's here.
Oh, she's here.
Hello.
Oh, you sound way too happy. You have no idea what is in store for you. No idea whatsoever. Oh God.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good
How are you? Where'd you go?
Good morning. Nice.
She's here. She's here to talk about the color revolution. The shirts will be up by Friday to order a shirt. They'll be up by Friday. I think we're going to have the tank tops available as well, but I'm going to launch it with that show.
You so bright and early. It's it is what it is.
Yes.
Yeah, Tony will be joining us in a minute. I think he said he's going to come on.
Yes.
Okay, so we have this video that I don't really want to show because it's kind of they're struggling with this guy, this white cop that told him to show his license. He wouldn't do it, and they're trying to make it like it's a racist thing, but it's not. So they're doing the CIA color revolution just exactly the same way they do. They call us racist, misogynist, fascist, conspiracy theorists. This is another color revolution. I don't know if we should play this video because they're going to say it's violent and well, just watch this, everyone, and you'll see that basically Mr. Terrence will show you that the part of video they didn't want you to see. So they just clip those videos to play, on your feelings. Okay. All right, so there we go. Here we are. Okay, this is for all your peeps. Here she is. There she is, looking beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for having.
So did you catch that little laugh she did when she was kind of like dismissing this video as they see what you want. They clipped it together. They see what you. She's like, she's like, this woman is not having this. This is the worst interview I've seen in a while.
So they just clip those videos to play, on your feelings. Okay. All right. So there we go. Here we are. Okay. This is for all your peeps. Here she is. There she is, looking beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for having me, Kristen.
Yeah, I'm happy to have you. Okay. So let me take this off the screen. While we're here, I did a lot of the news already, which is great. People that want to watch my June decodes from #1, the Mel drops from digs from #1, please go to the flashing thing below, and I'm going to take off the thing so we can see each other better. There we go. There's her name. There we go.
Hello. Good morning, everyone on the West Coast.
Okay, we have a lot more, I'm sure, because we're on 3.
When was this? Does it? Oh, it don't say unless it's the same day. Never mind. I was gonna say what time is it because she said bright and early, and that's in Florida. And then if this woman's on the West Coast, I'd say it was pretty early.
Platforms. We've got 1,158 on one platform, I think, and then that's not including Periscope and stuff. So yeah, this channel's popular. I'm trying to get Angela to come on with me when we do our TV show, the replacement for The View. So that's basically the compass, and it will be,
So Kirsten W., not only does she have no idea how bad this is fixing to be, because it's fixing to be really bad, but she also says that she's putting together a show that's going to be the replacement for The View. And her and this woman, and I'm assuming 2 other women, are going to be the people from The View, the daytime talk show. That should be fun because we all know people love to hear Kirsten talk.
2 of them in LA, Ricky Rebel, and then Angela and I. So let's pray that we get that. A Canadian company is looking at that right now.
One more thing, I think Kirsten always says. I keep saying Kristen, but I think Kirsten always says, like, this is my good friend, blah, blah, blah. This is my friend so-and-so from this person. This is my friend this person. Because, like, you can clearly tell this woman right here has no idea, or Kirsten has no idea what this woman's beliefs are. Because she's going to come in with, we all know, she's even going to say the drug, she's going to go through the drug in George Floyd's system and all that stuff. The other woman believes that it was straight out murder and they should be publicly executed. They could not be more polar opposite, and Kirsten says they agree. They agree. Oh.
Now, so let's go. Okay, so here we have. I want to show you the top. Is there an echo or something in the background?
You hear? Oh, that's. Let me see if that might be my fan.
Oh, your phone. Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's hot out here already.
Oh my gosh, it's cold here. So okay.
Kirsten
All right.
W. The
Here
I don't know, the grifter we always
More
watch.
Color revolutions. Okay, Asian, anti-Asian attack.
So she said more color revolutions. Now, not only are they going to get in an argument over who's oppressed, who's not oppressed, and who's doing this, and who's a racist, who's not a racist, but this Asian person and this black person are going to get in an argument over Asian racism as it's been rising. And you guys have seen the stories. Everywhere's talking about how more people are racist towards Asians because of the coronavirus or some shit. I don't know. But they're going to get an argument in that as well.
Prompt call for updated hate crimes. This is what they're pushing to distract us. This guy is a total drone, and that's what they're pushing. After what happened in Georgia, which, the guy already said he was not racist. It's just he was a sex addict. So let's have the truth. We're here to expose the truth, okay? And then... Hey,
everybody. Tony's here. Let me grab his camera right quick. They should be able to hear you, but let me grab your camera. Studio mode. Add. Oh. What's up, Tony?
Hey now. What's going on?
Yeah,
how's everybody doing tonight? Thank you.
Get Tony Cam is what I'm going to call it. Give me just a second.
Right.
Let me pull your camera over.
They can't keep me off of YouTube, man.
Oh, that's not it.
Thank you.
They can. They just can't keep you off my channel, I guess.
That's right.
Actually, I think they very successfui did, didn't they? Keep you off your channel.
What happened was, it's debatable.
Right.
I don't think it's debatable.
Let me crop your camera down. I'm pulling you in right now.
Little telethon practice here.
There you go. Let's come out of studio mode.
There we go.
And then, boom. I think I can crop you in now. What's up, man? You just got off Twitch.
Chilling. Oh, yeah. I was on Twitch for a little while. Jumped on there for a little bit. It was a lot of fun, man. A lot of stuff going on. Can't wait to see some of your take on some of that Rodriguez stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And, I took a little look at man, Linwood has lost his freaking...
Yeah, I've got some of those clips too. It's bad. It's bad.
It is awful. He is. I'm not going to be a spoiler. Let's just.
Have you seen this, Carson? Go ahead.
I haven't seen this one yet.
She invited on her really good friend, and she has no idea what her political beliefs are because Kirsten believes that all the racism and stuff that's going on right now, and with the the police shootings and the riots and the looting, she thinks the CIA's doing it all and paying people to do it, and it's not real. And the other person could not be more polar opposite. Actually, she has a foundation for reparations to be given to people.
Oh,
and I really don't care what anybody's opinion is. I think they're both fucking way too far each direction. But it's funny that she says they agree, and then they're going to yell at each other.
They've both essentially lost their shit, is what you're saying.
Yes, they're both there, and they couldn't be more opposite. And I don't know why you would invite this person on and say, my good friend is going to come on and tell you all about the color revolution from the CIA. And she knows nothing about her. She can't. There's no way.
Well, from what we know about these people now, they do not do any recon, so to speak, with their guests a lot of the time.
That's right. Clearly she didn't. What's this? She already did. The other thing was at the very first of it before you came in, she did an ad read, and she had never read it before.
I
ever.
heard that. Yeah, she couldn't get the light to work.
She couldn't turn it on. Like, oh God, she's crazy. She's crazy. Let me start the video.
And
Well,
we
I
have.
think we see things very differently, Kirsten.
Right off the bat.
Let me
Things
do.
very differently.
Wow.
So
Let
go
me-
ahead and
I mean, but
let me
the news
know
is-
when I can jump in with my
Yeah, sure,
perspective.
definitely. Then I'm going to finish off all the news. The
Her
CIA,
reparationist perspective.
is in control of the news, and
The
we'll
hell
have
is
to
that?
hear what you have to say about George Floyd. And
That's her. That's her group
Let me
she
finish
started or whatever to
two
get
more-
reparations.
Oh
and then
my
we'll go on
God!
here.
This is like,
Um,
first of
here we
all,
have- this is what's
Can you not see the two trains coming together that are going to meet somewhere on the track out there? And
Oh,
there's
yeah.
going to be an explosion.
Oh, it's bad, dude. And like when I first heard her say, "Oh, well, first of all, I think we disagree on some stuff, but you finish your stuff, and then I'm going to give my point of view." I thought, "Oh, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad."
She has already got angry face.
in New York. They released all the criminals from New York, and I don't want to show this either, but here we go.
By the way, the stories that she's reading, off and her belief, like her opinion she's putting in it, couldn't be more triggering to the person. She's making her madder.
It's like
as
those damn Black Lives Matter people.
yeah. And then she's like, this person was a murderer. They should have never let him out of jail and blah, blah, blah. And starts talking about bail and parole.
Weren't those founders put in jail for child trafficking?
Let's go down. A man busted in Midtown attack on Asian woman was on parole for killing his mom. And it's a black guy.
What's up, Joseph?
He said, "F you don't belong here," to the Asian woman. And there's the
Well,
guy,
some
okay?
people
We don't
just
need to
go
show
through with
the
it then.
video of him kicking her or anything, because that is what it is. There's another, that's more than letting criminals out of the jail. And we have Trump. Wait, hold on. Let me see. 1 second. One last one, and then we can go. Okay. Okay. Trump supporting. This is my friend. You saw a video of him and I.
For about the next 10 minutes.
He's great. He's in Georgia. Trump supporting Democrat turned.
You better get real close.
For governor of Georgia, Vernon Jones. He's so funny. He spun me around, and I hope he does run.
She just this last story, all it was, she panicked and picked a black guy she's friends with, and just like, please don't attack me. This guy's my friend.
Yeah. I noticed that I haven't been having many black people on here, so I need to break up the I haven't had Prime Minister on with his crazy girlfriend.
The way I found
wasn't
this is
available
I
this
was
week.
I was scrolling her Facebook page, and I noticed that somebody posted, "I don't know where you found that Angela woman, but she seems to hate you." That's all it said. Oh, it's good. Here we go.
Against the Brian Kemp, who is very corrupt. Okay, now we can talk. Okay, now we can talk. Here we go. All right, so I'll let you go first. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm Angela Nirvana from the reparationist perspective,
No, you're not.
which is born from the reparationist movement that is currently afoot, a movement that many of my ilk started after Kamala Harris threw her hat in the ring for the presidential bid, of which
Yeah.
she could not procure.
She's almost like a Farrakhan level of like it's bad.
I could
on
just
her
hear it.
own. She was actually fourth place out here in California because using her own definition, she is or was Cali's top cop. So she was known for
She
executing
put a buddy of
on,
mine in prison for a couple
Joe
years.
Biden, who is
Yeah.
the author of the 94 crime
And
bill.
refused to let him out,
And
like
so
even when the
she
governor
called
ordered her
herself
to,
Cali's top cop.
or asked her to.
And for example, when the jails were overcrowded with a bunch of black nonviolent offenders, the
was
governor at the
Colombian,
time asked her as AG to release those nonviolent offenders. And she said no, because, and I'm paraphrasing, she basically needed the slave labor.
I do not think
in the
Nirvana
white
is her real
fields of
last
the white
name.
homes to put out the
I
white
do.
fires.
Let me add,
$4 a day.
let me add to that. I agree with you 100%. She was exposed
I think
by
it's
the
on her
other
license.
candidate that ran for president, as we know from Hawaii, the senator from.
Every time Kirsten responds, she always starts with, "I agree 100%. I agree with you. We agree," but they never agree. They never agree the whole
That
time.
might change. That might change throughout this interview.
Hawaii, and she was getting paid money to keep the blacks that were nonviolent in jail longer. And who was that? That was by Mr. Impeach himself, Tom Steyer, who owned one of those.
She just doesn't
private
like the way
prisons,
Kristen
shall we
just
say.
said blacks.
So Mr. Impeach
Look at her
paid
face.
her
She
Yeah.
said blacks.
money
She's like,
to keep them in jail
mm-mm.
longer. Okay. There you
Well,
go.
that's some new information. I would have to vet that. I don't really know.
No
But I
problem.
do know that the Democrats are not friends of my people. Neither party is. A trifecta of either party is to our peril and to our own extinction. In the country our ancestors built with their lives, uh, we've been killed and stolen from exponentially.
Mm.
And now, sadly, immigration is being weaponized against us to make us fourth class citizens in the country our ancestors built with their
Yeah,
lives.
buddy.
All the
Go on
wealth
now.
that the immigrants and whites alike eat from is because of my ancestors' heinous chattel slave labor, the worst of any kind known in the free world. Was
The shadow slave labor, the worst slavery known of any kind. That's not the road Kirsten's going to take. I can tell you that. Oh, Ollie was trying to squeeze in the camera. What do you got,
Abort.
buddy?
I just say abort. They should just abort this podcast immediately.
All right, I'm going to show
They
it to him.
should-
Then you're going to come back and do 99 News in a minute, okay?
Oh, cool.
Ollie's got a piggy toy.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, lots of piggies. Okay.
You know, one day he's
Okay.
gonna hit that baseball. You know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
You're gonna be pitching it to him, but you know where it's gonna go. I'm telling you right now, it's gonna happen. It's
Oh,
happened
yeah.
to me and my daughter. My daughter, she was, I guess, 7 or 8, and we were out there playing like wiffle ball. And we got the heavy duty wiffle ball. We didn't get the
Right.
little white wiffle ball one. We got this like yellow thing, and I throw a pitch, and she drills it straight into my nuts.
That's the way it happens, ain't it?
Yeah. So you're it's a coming, buddy. It's a coming.
He'll be back for his 99 News or whatever. They got to go eat. They just got here, but we can watch this video till then.
what my ancestors had to endure. We were 4 million upon emancipation. We fought in the wars. We won over the Confederates. We were given 40 acres and a mule to get ourselves started by Lincoln, who was then assassinated. And then Andrew Johnson took that away and gave everything to white folks. They pillaged the Freedmen's Bureau Bank. They gave away everything to white immigrants and white slave owners alike. And we were told to go and pull ourselves up by our bootless straps. And this is why we're at George Floyd, 9 minutes and 49 seconds to the neck. There is no other group in this
What?
country that
Ooh,
is enduring the
it's
kind of
bad.
anti-Black racism that has haunted my people since we were dragged here in chains. We didn't come over here voluntarily. We were dragged here in chains over wars that were fought in Africa. And those who lost, we are the descendants of those warriors who lost. And then we were sold into slavery.
Are those
So that the
treble clef
victors could
earrings
help them-
that she's wearing?
That is some
Is that what
music.
those are those treble clefs?
That's right. This is why
Wow.
when people just suddenly show up in chat, no offense to anybody, but if I've never met you before and you show up in chat and you're like, hey, I want to come on your show, bring me on right now. And I'm like, we got to talk first or something. Like I'm
Yeah,
over here
like,
talking
buy-
about
you
Lynn
gotta buy
Wood
him
and you're over
dinner.
here talking about aliens and shit. Like we gotta at least know what we're gonna talk about. Something.
Yeah. Gotta buy him dinner first, at least, man.
That's right.
themselves to the
Grease
spoils.
it up. Do a little
We
shoulder
were sold
rub.
into slavery by our own people for things like alcohol or guns or material, whatever. The bottom line is they wanted us out so they could dominate. And so, yeah, that's how we got here. And so now, what's happening, the way I see it,
The way
is
she
they're
sees it.
pivoting
Whoa.
to anti-Asian racism, so they don't have to deal with the over.
Ooh, I don't like the way you said Asian towards Kirsten W, an Asian
Right,
person.
I mean, look at that.
That was Asian racism.
Just the animal prints and the treble clef earrings. I can't even get to the necklace. I can't reach it. I can't reach it.
Oh, that's a Brazil nut right there in the center.
400
That's a-
years of
a
anti-Black
scarab.
racism. Democrats and Republicans alike do not like that the world is watching George Floyd 9/29 to the neck. They don't like it. You see, these modern day KKK with a badge, the FBI already told y'all in 2016 that this kind of KKK has infiltrated the police force all throughout the country.
Hmm.
And so what they have is a badge to execute my people with impunity. And instead of Biden coming in there day one to give us the anti-lynch law that we are long overdue, they pivot to weaponize George Floyd and what has happened to him to give protections to Asians while trying to tell Asians and convince Asians that we are the ones who are attacking you under anti-Asian racist sentiment, which is a lie. It is a
Actually, I've seen a lot of stuff towards white people against Asians. But the videos seem to be a mixture of a lot of people against Asians. But it still seems rare. I mean, I guess it's picking up. That's why they're covering it, but maybe not. She talks about a video in here in a second about an Asian guy at a nail salon body slamming a black person who was stealing from him. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen that video, Tony?
No.
This probably, I don't know, probably like 120-pound Asian man. And this probably 280, 300-pound black woman are fighting, and she keeps swinging at him, and he keeps telling her not to hit him, and she's trying to leave. I guess she stole something, and she's like, I put it back. I done put it back. And he's like, it's in your purse, and they get into a fight, and he body slams her. Well, they call it a body slam. He takes her down to the ground, but still, I didn't think he'd take her. She outweighs him by 3 times, but he got it in there.
Wow, it's like watching Hulk Hogan take Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
Remember that? It's like, this is not going to happen. What? Whoa!
What just happened?
The same overseers, the same slave patrol that is out here not just harassing you, but they're also now executing you. Now, you talked about that race soldier, the civilian who went through and shot up Asians down in Georgia.
Oh, I forgot.
I don't
Kirsten,
like the way
before
she
she got on,
or Georgia.
before she got on, Kirsten went over a news story that was the guy who shot up the massage parlors. And Kirsten said, well, he said it wasn't racist. He just went there because of his sexual frustration, and that's what he testified as. And she's going to bring the point up that he didn't go to no white ones. And I'm not trying to be racist, but I think everyone I've ever known about that was that gave happy endings was an Asian one. But maybe there's other ones, but at least where I'm from, they're all owned by Asian people, and Asian people work there.
Because he was sexually
I don't know how to say that, but that's the way all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here doing the math, and I've never gone into one. I couldn't even touch a doorknob one of these places, man. But I've gone by a bunch of them because there's a bunch of them in LA. They're all over the place. I also know that from my business, when you get permits, you have to go downtown, and there's a special line for the people who are getting the permits for massage parlors. They're very strict now on getting those permits and stuff, so it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and I've never been to one. I've never been to one either, but when I was in the Army, people talked about them all the time and where they were at, and that Asian place, and I knew where they were at. And it's actually that's actually one of the leading causes for adult sex trafficking. A lot of those women are there against their will, but they're still Asian. I mean, I can't pretend like they're not. They're Asian people, and it's usually Asian people who own them as well.
Manicured
a bad
also.
Day.
Yes.
Yeah. If he would have been looking for a white one, he might have been looking all day.
That is a lie. If you're sexually repressed, go shoot up the white,
Well, that's what he said. Yeah.
Don't shoot up the white establishments. If it's just why target?
And honestly, Asian girls give better hand jobs anyway.
Tell you why.
Yeah, especially for me because they got tinier hands.
Because Asians are ruling this country. When you look at the salaries of Asians in this country, they are double that of whites.
They are a bunch in Georgia. That's right.
Income for Asians in this country is double that of whites. We, as American descendants of chattel slavery, are on the bottom. We anchor capitalism.
Look, I know she's very angry and talking, but let me tell you a funny story. It crashed. I got to refresh it. Let me tell you a funny story. I knew this guy that was addicted to those places. Literally, he would go to one. I worked with him out of town, and every time we went out of town, he would find the closest one. And he had an app on his phone, and it was called the tug rub map or some shit like that.
And it was a tug map.
Rub and tug, yeah.
Oh my god!
And it was an app, and it told you in code words what they did. like what services they offered and how much it was. So like if it said like front side, I guess it meant like a hand job, and if it said like full on, like it meant like sex. It had the prices and everything.
There was
It was
also
like-
a guy I worked with that was really into those places, and he would always find them somehow. I don't. These guys have this crazy radar for finding these. Like they could find one in the middle of fucking Baghdad, bro. If they were looking, they'd be like, "Hey, it's right over there."
This one, this app he had on his phone, it listed like every place that had massage in the name or was a massage parlor, but only the ones that had reviews are the ones that was happy endings because people went in there and wrote a review and how much it was.
Oh, I see.
And that's how they got around it.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's the code.
Yeah, in the reviews. It was pretty crazy.
That's like hanky
That
code that Scott uses.
Race
That's
soldier,
right.
the civilian who went through and shot up Asians down in Georgia
He's a bomb.
because he was sexually repressed
Right.
and having a bad day.
Yes.
That is a lie.
Oh, your friend
If
Barbara's
you're
back.
sexually repressed, go shoot up the white, little.
Well, that's what
Let me
he
finish, let
said.
me finish.
Yeah, that's what he
Go
said.
shoot up the white establishments. If it's just why target Asian establishments? I tell you why. Because Asians are ruling this country. When you look at the salaries of Asians in
It's
this
the Khazarian
country,
mafia, actually.
The Khazarians. I like you,
Yes.
Barbara, and I think everybody should go pay you a visit on your Facebook page and tell them how much they like you as well. You seem like a good person. Talking shit about my son. I would go give you a pat on the back. Appreciate it.
they are double that of whites. The median income for Asians in this country is double that of whites.
That's
We, as American descendants of chattel slavery, are on the bottom. We anchor capitalism. So it behooves this government to
Behooves.
try to pivot away
She could anchor a
from
lot of things,
my
I think.
people's oppression,
You know what I
thinking
mean?
about anti-Asian oppression.
Yeah, I saw how big. Somebody said you see how big Kirsten's eyes got. Yeah, especially for an Asian person, that's like gigantic. That's
Huge.
like comic levels.
While trying to act
Like a
like it's
saucer.
our fault. How in the world do we help the Asians get to $387 billion in sales nationwide? Because why? This government gives Asians set-asides and tax breaks to build businesses in our communities. Okay, we're not the ones executing Asians with impunity. We already know about Latasha Harlins down here about 20 years ago when the Asian
Oh, yeah, the one that Al
grocer
Sharp. Okay.
executed her
You better
over a
back off
bottle
of
of
that one,
orange
honey.
juice.
Yeah.
That's not a good choice. There's a couple during that time that you might want to stay away from, baby girl.
I think
one of them.
I think she knows that that Kirsten's in over her head, so she can push it through there, right? Like Kirsten's not going to dispute any of these. She's just going to say we're on the same page, and then she's going to try to spin it to the CIA. But if someone would have known exactly what she was talking about, of course she could have argued a lot of these points.
She's not racist, but CIA.
Right,
That's the takeaway.
right.
Peter Liang executed Gerling in the projects in New York City in the project housing stairwell. I can't recall the guy who took out Philando Castile. And you can go to YouTube and pick up any video and watch Asians put my people in chokeholds and grossly abuse them in many of the hair stores.
Those are called
where
martial arts
they
movies.
are winning in our community.
If you see those Asian people beating up other people, that's a martial arts movie. Duh.
Yeah, isn't this Jackie Chan?
Jet Li.
With, yeah, like are these guys the ones you're talking about?
Oh.
The ones that own the hair stores, the nail salons, and the liquor stores. So wait a minute, you have to use your third eye and your critical thinking.
You have to use your third eye.
To who's really out here angry with Asians for winning in this country. My people is the least of us. We're not out here executing folks because we don't have power. It takes power to be a racist. Okay, we can't be racist.
Look how sad Kirsten looks. Like she's being scolded as a child. Like, okay, I won't do it anymore. I promise.
Wow.
We can be prejudiced, We can hate the oppression that's happening to us,
Does
but
she have
you
like those
guys
reptile
can
side
afford
clipper
to
freaking
oppress us and get away with it. Not the
reticulated
other way
eyelids?
around. So I don't know all
Look
of
at it!
what
Look
you're
at it!
sharing about how this
What?
came to
What?
be, but I
Okay.
am a descendant of how this came to
Okay.
be. And I stand in the shoes of my ancestors to tell the truth because guess what? None of this stops until we make this about stopping anti-Black racism. And Black lives will never matter without our social and economic justice. I'll take a breath.
Okay. All right. So I agree with you on
Oh my
almost
God.
all of it. So let's just go through
Every
history
time you
and
said
know
black or
that
Asian.
the CIA was selling heroin
Oh my
to
God.
Harlem to get them addicted in 1940 to make money to supposedly
Dude, you
fight
got to
the
pre-screen your
communists.
guests.
Also, we have Tulsi Gabbard who exposed Kamala Harris. And I respect
no.
you because you're really
She just went
American.
against Kamala
You're
Harris?
American, generational American. You
It's
guys
not gonna go
deserve
well.
everything because I'm not even born here. I'm a
Never
legal
does.
immigrant that doesn't want to live in a legal hellhole. So I agree with you. But I'm going to get a few facts out there and then I'm a truther. So I just always go for the truth. You have taught me a few things and I will tell you a few things that I know. So we have
Here we
Tulsi
go.
Gabbard, who was from Hawaii, that exposed Kamala Harris, who's not American. She's a dreamer, and her father, who is part Black, said that his grandmother or mother owned slaves in Jamaica. So she is not
In
American.
Jamaica.
She's half Indian and half Black. You are American, okay? So you deserve from all that your ancestors have done, everything. I don't
could just tell by the look on her face, this
how
is
much
not gonna
the
go well.
Asians are getting,
As soon as Kristen stops talking.
in salaries.
This is the
I haven't
cringiest.
checked into that, but I know
I just have this.
I do not make anything close to that
Oh
amount.
no! In the chat, somebody just entered as Kirsten's rub and tug parlor.
Hey, leave an address, leave a phone number.
That's right. I'll find you on rug maps or whatever it's called.
Rub and tug.
Yeah, Asians are really into making money. I agree with that. Also the fact that what they're doing, it's the CIA yet again. We have Obama that started the racism.
She is looking like, what the fuck
Ferguson,
is this
Ohio.
She's already muted it.
You know, the shootings and everything. He was pushing that.
I'm
trying to say,
I'd say for round 2, she's gonna start snapping her fingers. It's all over
the
then.
message that I'm trying to say is let's join together and fight the people that are making us fight each other.
I'm going to tell you that you're completely wrong because this, and this, and I agree with you, and let's join together.
That would be the CIA controlled by the Council of Foreign Relations. They control the politicians. They control the bankers. They control Hollywood.
You cannot go from 0
everything.
to
So
100 miles an hour in a vehicle with somebody like this. You need to eat in 3 seconds. You need to go like 20 for a little while. You know what I mean? Then gas it a little bit. 25.
A little bit of foreplay.
Yeah, a little 25. Then you 30. You know, but she is just flooring it. And this woman does not understand a word. She said the Council of Foreign Relations. She's like, what? She has no idea.
It's fight each other. And I see your
This
point.
is just the truth
I'm
or
not
truth.
disputing your point. I know where you're coming from, and you're really American. You deserve whatever you deserve. But again, you know, George Floyd, I don't know about that. They buried him. He's a 6'3" guy.
Yeah, I don't think we don't have to argue the points. Let's just sit back and watch them tear each other apart.
In a casket that was made for a 6-foot guy. Number one.
So that she just said that George Floyd was in a casket made for a 6-foot guy. She's claiming that George Floyd wasn't even in the casket. And that was her major point, which she said 9 minutes and 29 seconds 3 times in her opening address.
That's kind of different on the timing. Wasn't it 8:49 or something?
Yeah, it's 8 something, but I don't know where she's getting her number from. But man,
She's getting a couple extra.
Number two, he was a drug addict, and when they and he was
Oh,
also
no.
laundering money
Oh,
for the
shit.
mayor of Minnesota.
Oh no.
And Donald J. Trump has given a
Oh, she
lot
is.
of
Look at her.
black
Look at her
business
position
owners
herself like this
opportunity
motherfucker.
zones that we have Mr. Warren Buffett, who is basically owns a lot of realty companies, as you know, Berkshire Hathaway and stuff. He was the one that were providing the Acme bricks in places like Minnesota, where they were using Black Lives Matter, which is mostly Caucasian. If you look in the crowd, there's hardly any blacks there. The majority is white. And all the money from the slush fund of Black Lives Matter, which many, many people donate to, are not going to blacks. They are going to all the Democrats. There's not one single black Democrat that's getting $1. It's going to Act Blue, okay? Act Blue. Just those are just the facts that I know. So I see your point, and I pretty much agree with your point. The only stuff that I don't agree with is
you did not agree with any of it
that they're using and saying that, George Floyd is a martyr, all this stuff.
I like how they're logical, they're willing to compromise, and they always end up kind of middle of the road.
She's like, I agree with everything but the words.
I agree with every nod you made while you were talking.
George Floyd.
I agree with those earrings.
What it is. George Floyd had fentanyl. He asked to be laid down, and then the cop did what he did. So he is as Candace.
So by the way, I want you to notice, like I don't want to give the interview away, but she starts out with the casket was the wrong size, plus he was a drug addict, plus he was on drugs, plus he asked to be laid down, he was having trouble breathing, and she's going to end with all the officers. I agree, all the officers should be executed, and guys should have justice. Like, she flips Kirsten.
Candace Owens said,
Does the woman on the right, does her chair break at any point?
And then have that
Negative.
Poor little girl. What's her name? The one that got shot. The one that got shot in, was it in Kentucky?
Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor is innocent. But they never mention the fact that she was going out with a drug dealer, and she was an innocent that was killed by the police. And but she was with the drug dealer boyfriend.
Look at her. She's looking up shit on her phone. She just looked back up. She was texting or something.
Her ass is what she's
just
doing.
At the wrong place at the wrong
Somebody give me this bitch's
And I
address.
agree with you. Some cops, I don't say all, some cops are very, very racist.
About to pop a trunk.
I've had that. I was in Los Angeles, and
she's going to compare how she was racially profiled
on the 5 freeway and driving up the 5 freeway, and I've gotten stopped by Caucasian cops, some Asian too.
Well, to be fair, have you seen Asian women drive, Kirsten?
You know what they want, bro. You know what they want.
What's that?
fucky sucky.
From the rub and tug.
So I know that, we're not, it's different. Okay. We're
my daughter is
the minority.
Korean,
so, whatever.
Yeah.
But I do believe that we are on the same page. We're fighting the same battle. And I think we should just get all our notes together and realize that they're playing mind games and doing color revolutions on us. And they've been doing
color
it for
revolutions
a very long
on
time. Okay, they're taking
Just
away
twirls,
the
just
black
twirly,
fathers
twirlies.
from the family units and getting them addicted and doing whatever. They've been doing it for a very long time. That was their plan. Okay, and that is bigger than the Democratic Party.
Oh, she's texting again.
Republican rhinos that are very corrupt that are now being exposed, and they have been doing it since the 1940s. So just FYI, I'm not fighting with you. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm just getting the fine points out of what everything that's going on. So we're pretty much on the same page.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's good to know. I'd like to address some of the things you raised because, like I said,
so kind of we're like on the same page, but like in a different library.
She said, okay, well, that's good to know.
I don't really agree.
Uh-oh, you froze. What'd you say?
I'm back.
Okay.
I said The thing about the library, did you hear that?
Yeah, on the same page
Okay.
with different library, different book in the library.
Yeah.
Agree with a
That's
lot of what you shared, and I'll do my research to figure it out.
Okay.
Let's talk about opportunity zones.
Yes.
Let me go back to the
no.
incomes. This is something you guys can Google. I mean, it's not hard.
Uh-oh.
Asians are
Ooh.
18,415,198 in terms of pop.
By the way, here in a second, the black lady asked Kirsten, "Where did you get that info?" And Kirsten says, "DuckDuckGo," and you can instantly tell that the other lady's like, "I don't know about that." Like she automatically doesn't trust any info from it. She immediately
right.
doubts it.
Population.
Yeah.
And your
I've seen that.
median household income is
Oh, that's good to know.
$87,243. When it comes to whites, white folks are 245,860,228. Their median household
Kirsten
income,
prepared for this interview by watching 3 minutes of Candace Owens on Rumble. That's what it said.
777, close to
And a couple episodes of Sanford and Son.
Asian Americans, okay? And black folks, my
Lamar!
ancestors who built all the wealth that you guys eat from, we are 46,261,485 in population. Our median income, degreed and all, is 41,511. So when you talk about opportunity zones, it's a sham, it's a ruse. When the median cost,
Hold on. Oh, thank you very much. That was Rachel tipped $5 into the call. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. I don't have Tony behind the donation screen, so when it's going off, you're the only thing in front of it. You're the star.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Thanks so much,
in
Rachel,
this country,
for that donation.
is
I'll just announce it when it comes up. I'll be like,
There you
$340,000.
go.
What the hell opportunities did Donald Trump give to those of us with a median income of 41,000? Let me do mine, and then you can counter.
Okay.
But I gotta get this out.
Okay.
Get it, girl.
She's like, I knew I should have watched a couple episodes of Different Strokes.
What the hell difference does it make if he's giving opportunity zones who no one can take advantage of because we can't afford to? No one's lending to us because they want to continue to oppress us. Okay? He's giving opportunities to black white folks. Let me tell you 2 ways to access whiteness in this country. You be made white by this government,
Okay.
or you can pay to be black.
What?
So when you look at
Let me tell you how to
on a
access
second.
whiteness in this country. Either the government makes you white or you pay to be black.
Well, I'm part Moroccan, Sicilian, primarily Italian. So I'm a pinch of chocolate, right? But this woman is
Hey there, man.
Hold on.
I don't want to say racist, but
Tony, I can't. Hold on. There was just a donation with your name in it. Hold on. What in the world was that donation?
I don't even want to know.
Hold on. Let me see what it was because I didn't get a chance to read it.
I don't think I want to know. I think it has to do with my kidneys. With me keeping them. Anyway, so her...
Yeah, it's something about I can't live my life online. You have to do something. I care
Okay.
about your feelings. So I
don't even know. I don't even know.
I don't know, man. Do something. Man
I
up.
think really, here's what's happening. I think that there are a couple people who were mistaking me for another person entirely.
Okay.
Like I don't think I'm even that person. That they think that I'm someone else, somewhat from another place or time. But it is what it is.
That happens sometimes.
I mean, I'm a black belt in daddy issues. What can I say?
That's it. All right. Anyways, you're a pinch of chocolate, I think, is where you left off.
Yeah, and I was just saying, this woman is quite racist, and And I see this a lot. It's this like, and it's not reverse racism, okay? It's racism. it's racism,
Right.
and look, there are a lot of races, like Italians, make a lot of jokes about themselves,
Yeah.
and I will tell you that nobody has more Italian jokes than the brothers and the Asians.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But that's all in good spirit. That's like people hanging out, having a good time, just trying to people can joke about each other's races with each other as friends, and
Yeah.
I
Yeah. All
really
my
think
friends
people
do
need
it, no matter which way.
Yeah, exactly. And people just need to really understand that that's the only way to get through this stuff. Not this, not
Yeah.
this BLM and this, not this set up these boundaries that are they're divides.
Right.
If you don't do this, right, then you don't like black people. Well, I don't like you, and you are black. It doesn't mean I don't like black people.
Right. Right. I got you. Yeah, it's getting pretty bad, and it's getting more divided and more divided. I don't think it helped that they promised some type of fix on top of Joe Biden presidency. But like everybody knew he couldn't fix it. He didn't fix it for the 40 years he was there. He didn't fix. Now, could have Donald Trump had fixed it? Probably not. It's going to take something. Who knows? But you shouldn't have promised that Joe Biden's coming. If you vote for him, he's got the fix. And then when there was no fix, now everybody's even more upset about it.
Yeah, no doubt.
The money that's shared by the different groups. White folks share more than $100 trillion that has been stolen from my people who were the seed for that return on the investment. Black folks, which is comprised of about 90% of American descendants of chattel slavery, which I am, and Black immigrants comprise about 10%. We share, last count.
She just said she was chattel slavery.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm sorry, like, that's not funny, but it's also totally freaking unnecessary information to have. I mean, come on, man. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, a little bit. Actually, if you believe the guy that Brad showed us the other day about being born in a hospital boat, we're all chattel, which means property or goods shipped on a boat.
Exactly, and you enter in the harbor.
Right.
About $3 trillion.
You don't have to tell me maritime law, man. Who doesn't know maritime law?
Exactly. We live under it.
Shared by 10%.
You're a boat.
90% of us share less than $700 billion since COVID. So when you're talking opportunity zones, you're talking to the people that share the 2.3 trillion. If Black immigrants comprise 10% of our population, the majority of them and some of American descendants of chattel slavery benefit from the 2.3 trillion. The rest of us are on that 700 billion. And no amount of purchasing weaves or getting our nails done or buying Jordans is going to close. And
that sounds kind of racist.
Well, I mean,
if I would have said y'all took your Biden checks and
weave in her head, so let's just back that shit right the fuck up.
If I would have said that you guys are buying weaves and Jordans and shit with your Biden bucks, that would have been racist.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Have you seen the video? Have you seen the video of the lady freaking out because these two little white girls have what she calls ethnic hairstyles, and she's got straight fire engine red hair, and she's a black woman, and she's talking about how they stole black people's hairstyles. She's freaking out.
Appropriation. Yeah, it's cultural appropriation.
Mm-hmm. One way.
Where was that sister with the red hair?
I don't know. I saw it on his Twitter, I think.
Over $100 trillion egregious racial wealth gap. Opportunity zones are for rich Black folks.
Watch the water. You got it.
That can rent to rich white folks.
Hashtag weaves matter.
By the way, come into our communities only to gentrify them.
I can't say anything. Mariah's got a weave now.
I believe they will not pass an anti-lynch law because they will not dismantle qualified immunity because they need those race soldiers over there killing the likes of George Floyd in order to usher in gentrification. That is how I see
That's
it.
right, Becky.
Now,
They both got
so
more money than me.
that's off
That's
my
right.
list. You can write your
Was that her
notes
Bill
and
Cosby
we can have the
impression?
conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Kamala's lineage.
Gentrification.
Okay,
Pudding
this
pops.
is how
Yeah,
they
the pudding and
weaponize
the pills in the
blackness
pudding.
against us. This is how coming from money makes you white. Kamala is white.
Somebody put
She is
hashtag unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
Oh.
black. Let me explain how I got there. Her mother is East Indian Brahmin caste.
Tell me this isn't
And her
the
father
worst
is
interview
Jamaican.
where you're like, okay, we're going to
Now,
agree about some stuff about the
Rumor
CIA.
has it
It just
that
went
his
downhill.
father owned slaves. So his grandmother, you know, I don't know that if she was a descendant of slaves and was raised. I don't know how it got there, but he was proudly boasting
Tiger.
that he descends from
Jesus.
slave
Leopard.
owners.
I mean,
This is no different than Barack Obama, whose mother is white or was white, a descendant of slave owners, and his father is Kenyan. So what this country and the government has been complicit in is flattening blackness in order to put black white oppressors in office, like Barack Obama, like Kamala Harris. Let me explain. Biden would not be president if they had not co-opted an entire primary.
Oh,
Okay?
no.
That's the
Right,
only
you see
way
it?
they could get Kamala through the back door. Because we, as a people, were not for either of them. And then this media, the lamestream media, had the unmitigated gall to sell 87% of my electorate on the fact that Donald Trump was more of a racist in office for 4 years as an overt racist with no track record against my people.
Kirsten didn't like that.
He didn't do the stuff that Kamala, Barack too. During Barack's tenure, he created 1 million white millionaires on his watch, while over 50% of my people lost the only wealth they had, their homes. Anywho, they convinced my people that replacing a racist in office for 4 years, an overt racist in
What's up? Hey, Kirsten's just sit here making new friends.
office for 4 years with
Rekindling with old friends.
With racists in office a combined 65 years, with a record against us several New York City blocks long, was a sound decision for my people.
Oh.
They made Trump into the worst boogeyman. When now we
Remember,
really
she
got the
prefaced
boogeyman
this
in office.
with,
And what
she's
does
going to
he
come
say?
on
Thank
and
you,
we're going to
black
tell you all
people.
about the color
You have my
revolution
back,
and
I'm
how the
going to
CIA is
have your
doing it.
back. Not one
it's all color
executive
revolution.
order
They're throwing lots
in
of
the
color
close to
revolutions at
70
us.
days he's been in office to include my people socially or include them economically. So they use these black tropes who are really white. Kamala is married to a white banker. She's from East Indian Brahmin caste. When Martin Luther King Jr.
Her
went
husband's a
over
lawyer,
to
not a banker.
India, he came back to this country and told us who we were in India, the Dalits. We are under the boot of the types of Kamala Harris, which is why she can come into this country and giggle and laugh when she participates in our oppression with the white race soldiers with a badge. She never tried, not a one of them. When it came to Steve Mnuchin, who wrongfully foreclosed on our homes in the Bay Area, Kamala refused to prosecute him. He went on to become the Treasury Secretary. And so Kamala is not black. You've got to stop looking at skin tones, our people especially. They get all excited because these people know, like Barack Obama knew how to swag and do Al Green. Kamala went to Howard University and became an AKA, knows how to ski-wee. But she has never stood up for the protections of American
What is
descendants of
ski-wee?
slavery. Why? Because she's
Ski-wee
more
is,
white than she is black.
you know,
She is
it's the I don't know.
I thought it was something to do with the kiwi.
I've never heard of it. I don't know what the hell she's. It's.
She just said it like she said. She
understand
knows
how
how to
she rep-
ski wee. Is it a dance? Maybe.
Maybe it's like get out of something. I'm going to go with that. Bob. I'm gonna go with that, Bob. I'm gonna go.
Okay,
With,
I'm fixing to look it up on Urban Dictionary.
looks
in the
to
Abramic
get
cast.
out of something.
And for this country
Maybe she
to have
knows how
the
to, shake
unmitigated
you, rattle, and roll.
gall to sit up here and act as if we've got a black president. That is a lie. We've never had an American descendant of chattel slavery as
A skiwi is a Swiss person that desperately wants to be a New Zealander. I don't think that's right.
I don't think that's right either. I don't think that's what she means.
A word used by ignoramuses to say penis or schlong. I don't think that's... Well, it is Kamala. Yeah, I don't think Urban Dictionary's got it either. Maybe she misspoke. I don't know. I've never seen that before. Or I've never heard that before.
I've been around the block a couple times, and that is not one that I've heard. Skiwi.
Gotcha.
Let's just go with let's just go with like, well, since she's racist, I mean Swiss, she's like fucking Swiss motherfuckers. She hates the Swiss. So
she probably wants to be a New Zealander too.
Real racist. Yeah, she probably wants to go to New Zealand, motherfucker.
Oh, someone says skiwi is the sorority's greeting that she was in, I guess. Okay.
What?
Someone that takes a wee while they ski. Oh, that makes more sense.
That's legit.
Yep.
president. And many of the blacks that are American descendants of chattel slavery are more.
Somebody says it makes you miss the deep breathing from the froggets.
Than they are the collective. So
I'm telling you, he only does it because he's a Nephilim.
We've got the sellouts who
Chicken
will give
head.
protections
Bye,
and will
bye,
go
chicken,
and
chicken.
endorse these people and get our folks running to the polls, sleepwalking to the polls, to continue to vote blue no matter damn who to our own extinction. Next, Black Lives Matter going to
Whoa,
act
she
blue.
is being serious.
I've
She's not
seen
fucking
some
around
of
with
it.
the,
I've
with the
heard some of this.
itinerary.
That's maybe a part where you might be right.
She tells Kirsten at the end, don't get it twisted. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just yelling while we're doing this.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm just not yelling. I'm yelling at something Asian.
that it starts with a C and ends with an Erston.
Yeah, it's like, whoa. Just
I know that there's the Federation, and then there are the chapters. What I know is
The
that
Federation, that's the people that Scott gets his intel from.
By weaponizing George
Pretty
Floyd's
sure.
execution by the race soldier, what I know is that they raised $90 million and none of it went to the families of the very slain that they weaponized. I think $500 went to, I can't recall, was it Bria? One of them is suing the Federation. I can't recall which family. They
is the
sent
Federation part of the
$500 to. I can't
alliance?
recall the gentleman's name.
Galactically, yes.
The bottom line is they are weaponizing our oppression in order for the come up
Oh, this woman also believes in Nasara.
financially. While none of
black
that
one?
money trickles down
Yeah.
to those of us who are
Kirsten
on the
calls her
front
out on it in a
line.
minute. She says, you can't be
Nobody has sent
Nasara
anybody
and
to
say
Federation
this.
to dig into the executions of the people who
Really?
are on the ground leading
That's what she
those
says.
chapters and making Black Lives Matter. Those are the real workers, the grassroots. So for those who've been executed, then the race soldiers say, oh, he hung himself from a tree, dropped his pants before he did it. He committed suicide. Lies. Oh, he was in a car and he just bombed his car.
What? To be fair, I mean, you could have.
you
Your
could
pants could have
totally-
fell down.
Well, also you could be engaging in some kind of autoerotic
That's right.
asphyxiation ritual that maybe your
Yeah.
pants just happened to be down at the time, and you just hey, forgot to,
That's
to
true.
put that chair in the right place.
They got
Happened
Robin
to Michael
Williams.
Hutchins from In Excess.
Yeah,
What?
This was doing Mike Brown.
I think
A
you
lot
agreed
of
with me.
leads of Black
Yeah,
Lives
for
Matter
sure.
chapters were getting executed in this way. Did the Federation come to their rescue and give those families any money to try those cases? No. Okay, so Black Lives Matter is a front for probably the Democrats and for, like I said,
Amen.
the Black white oppressors to continue to align their pockets. If you're going to give any money, give to the grassroots if you really want to make change, because the grassroots are the ones that are ringing the alarm about what's happening to our people disproportionate in this country. Next,
Yeah.
George Floyd. I don't give
Oh.
a damn
That was
that
just a
he
pause
was
to
on
breathe.
drugs or he was a part of
Uh-oh.
some big
Uh-oh.
scheme.
Big eyes.
There is nothing that defense is raising that is justifiable to knee on that man's neck to
That is
his
true.
death as he urinates and calls for his mother for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. And
That
then
is true, but
threaten
I'm
the
not sure about the time.
bystanders, one of which was an expert in martial law, one of which was a fire.
Martial
One of the
arts?
bystanders was an expert in
second.
martial law.
I think she means martial arts. Let's back up.
Oh,
I think she means
okay. That
martial
makes more
arts.
sense.
No?
I was like, who the fuck's walking around the streets an expert in martial law?
One of which was an expert in martial law, one of which was a firefighter.
Okay.
That was pure.
Kirsten's gonna be like, I might lose you. I'm going through a tunnel.
I am, but you're.
I'm fixing to go through the tunnel. Sorry. Happens every day.
I'm losing you.
Devilment, diabolical.
Sorry, 10 days of 10 days of darkness.
my
Click.
people. And Chauvin is not just on trial with his other race soldiers that helped him to execute George Floyd.
This was such a bad interview to take.
Is
And she claims they're old friends. They talk all the time. They always agree. They're going to be on the. Kirsten said they're making a show to replace The View, and they're both going to be on it.
Well, that's a bad idea.
I guess she's Whoopi. Who's Kirsten?
on trial. This has been
Joy
going
Behar.
on with my people forever since we've been brought over here in chains. So don't offend me by calling him a druggie. When these white folks
She said
get
drug
addicted
addict.
on opioid, they come up with clinics and shit to help them heal.
Woo!
Damn thing for my people, but bring that crap to our communities, to dismantle our families, to put 1.5 million in jail, many of which are there for 9.
Somebody said it'd be a good time for the emergency broadcast to kick in.
Income is 41,000, and the median home price in this nation.
Even if it's an Amber Alert, just get something up on the screen. Jesus.
Yes,
Scratch their balls. Hello,
Yes, sir.
Rahm Emanuel in Chicago
Wanna pop
over
the balls?
black crime and murder. What do you think was happening amongst Italians and Irish before they were made white in this
Hey,
country?
whoa, why don't you
The
shut
same
the fuck up?
type of violence that is happening right now to my people who have been robbed of education, who have been redlined into environmentally racist communities and tenement housing, who are dying disproportionately from COVID because at 41,000 median income, we cannot even afford Obamacare. Okay, who are has a preschool to prison pipeline in these communities. They're closing schools. They're firing black teachers, putting in white and immigrant teachers.
Hold on. We got to pause this rant. Right there's a good spot. Looks like we got Ollie with 99 News.
Nice.
Let me turn off your filters, buddy. Hold on. Stay for a second. Mommy can hand it to you in a second if you want to show it to him, but you got to wait. All right, come on, Ollie. What have you got on your face?
It's here.
Silly boy. I see you. I see your mask. Are you a pig pirate?
No, a pig.
Oh, you're Piggy the cyborg. Cyborg Piggy. Oh.
No.
You want me to turn off the glasses?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me turn them off.
With no.
They look cool.
Look at Ollie. You're a piggy.
Yeah.
Tell him who you are.
I with 99 News.
No, you're Piggy with the 99 News.
No.
Oh, who are you?
Me.
What'd you do today? Tell him what you did today, buddy.
You gotta go buy ball stuff.
I'll show it to him. You tell him.
No. I'll go.
I'll open it up. Okay, let's open it up. How's it open, Mariah? Mariah, how's it open?
Oh, pull this off.
Oh, I keep pulling. I'm holding the bottom. All right, what's in there? What do you want to show him? Is that a poster? Okay, we got a poster.
Wait, I got
I'll open it. What else we got?
Robbie or Roby.
I did.
And that? What's that?
pig.
Look, show it. It's like a zombie piggy.
Oh, a zombie pig. What
Yeah.
else you got, buddy?
And
Got stickers.
the bowl.
Okay, in the bowl.
Yeah. Show them. You got, wait, they can see pig. Here. And Foxy figure.
Oh no. Okay. Put that back in the bowl.
Get up.
Put it back. Hey, we can't yell. Put it back in the bowl. There you go.
They're sending you piggies.
They're sending
the-
piggies in the chat, buddy. You see the piggy?
It got far away.
Okay, we got to calm down. Here, set them down. Let's put them back in the bowl. And you can tell them, hey, you know what Tuesday is?
I know.
Your first
I saw it.
ball game.
I saw it at Walmart.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
You saw it
and-
at Walmart?
Yeah, it had one dog and two dogs when you play with.
Yeah.
I want to play with it.
Oh.
You tell them that you got a new baseball bag.
You got a new baseball bat for baseball?
Those are good.
Bag.
Oh, a bag. You got a new bag?
Here, give me these so you can talk.
Wow.
Let me just take that. Thank
Ah.
you.
Calm down. You got a new baseball bag, Ollie, for your game?
Here. It says Savage, like your bat.
Ew. Oh, bud. It's not show and tell. We've got too much shit over here already. All right, talk to him, Ollie. What'd you get today? What'd you go pick up? Stuff for baseball?
Yeah.
Okay, when's your first game?
Say Tuesday.
Today?
Tuesday. Well, I hope you do good, buddy. You gonna do a good job?
Yeah, that all I go check cause you hurt me.
Okay.
Oh, howdy.
Whatever.
How are you?
So,
Well, I did
okay. All right, tell me who you are.
I read that you.
Say love you, bye.
What you buy?
See you, buddy.
No more toys for show and tell.
He was excited. Easy.
Yeah, well, you don't have to fight him.
He
Yeah, there's Piggy's bat.
was excited.
All right, Liam, you want to talk for a minute?
This is Liam with Game Train, and we're talking about Ori 2,
Where's his shades?
aka Ori and the Will of the Wisp. Now, Ori 2
There you go.
is a really beautiful game. Like, it has amazing graphics, and it's all like handmade, so you could tell that it was drawn. And it's a beautiful game. It's a Metroidvania, which is one of my favorite genres because I played Hollow Knight, and I was like, that's good. Yeah.
So it's drawn like Hollow Knight?
Yeah. No, it's Hollow Knight was like the saturation was kind of darker, if you know. Ori.
It's a dark game, but the other one's not.
Yeah, Ori is very bright. Like its character sprite is like very bright. I do have some images of the game I got from the game. Yeah, I bought it today at the Walmart with the money I saved up, and I actually got a digital download for the soundtrack, which I'm probably gonna listen to, and I got these photos. Okay, yeah. Here's some photos. The first photo is of Ori standing with the big frog, who is a very wise person. And here is a stone crow that is one of the bosses. Yeah.
Hey
And
there,
here
man.
is the giant spider boss, which he's really cool. You have to run away from him. You don't attack him. He like chases you down while you run.
Thank you, Deb. That was a donation.
Thanks, Dev. Very much thanks. And that is Ori with his brother, the owl.
So he's a
Yeah.
little white thing?
Yeah, in the last game, Ori's family got banded together. Yeah, that's his family, and they had a new kid who was the owl.
And a
Like,
panda bear? Had a
no, it's
spider?
not a panda. It's like, I think it's just a woolly person, like a woolly person. Yeah, and that is
Okay.
Ori standing
Right on.
on a bridge with his brother.
Okay.
Okay, so Dad, yeah, no, I'll play it tomorrow. Dad said Mom said if I do good, with my stuff tomorrow, I'll be able to play it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
still a
now you
Revenant
can ask
main on
some
Apex?
questions, Dad, about the game.
Do what? What'd you say?
Is he still a Revenant main on Apex?
What's your character on Apex now?
Oh, my main is Revenant and Fuse.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah,
He said Fuse is cool too.
Yeah, I love Fuse. He's an Australian guy.
I think you covered the game pretty well. You wanna read some chat?
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Love the graphics. Yeah, the graphics are very nice. All of it is hand drawn. Oh, also the story of Ori 2 is that. Oh wait. Hey Liam, what do you think about Street Fighter 5? I think that's the 3D one, right? Yeah, the 3D one. It looks very nice. I am wearing a Street Fighter shirt. If you did not notice.
Sweet.
That must be why they asked. Liam, I am a wise person. Do you have my picture too?
A very wise person.
Yes.
Just so you have her picture.
Yeah, you are the spider in the second picture.
Like a Black Widow.
And the story of this game is that your brother was just born and he is an owl, so he's trying to learn to fly, and you try to go flying with your brother, and by the way, he can probably carry you because you're like a mouse that's is glowing, like he makes a holy glow whenever he walks in the room.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's a thunderstorm, and you have to find your brother in the thunderstorm because both of you got knocked down. And the music that plays when the rain is falling and you have to save your brother, it's a masterpiece. Okay. Yeah. I would recommend the soundtrack. If you want a digital download, then just get the game. Or you can probably buy it off eBay. But the way I got it is I went to Walmart, I bought the game, and it had the photos, the digital download, and the game.
Yeah. Tell them bye. We're going to go back
Bye.
to the video here.
That was Liam with Game Train. Next we'll be covering Parappa the Rapper. Or Parappa the Rapper.
Parappa the Rapper. Thank you, Liam. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Thank you, Dad, for that tip. I appreciate it. I hope some of you guys understood that. I have no idea what he said, but I've got to turn on the noise gates. Let me play this video. Back into the racism. Out of the children, back into the racism.
Who all they want to do is don us, label us ADHD to get us set up for the preschool to prison pipeline, who suffer from unemployment, underemployment. Obama's lent 2% or less to blacks to open up businesses in our own communities. So we don't own our own communities. We don't own homes in our communities. So miss me with it about black folks on drugs.
She's so mad.
Brianna having dealt with a druggie. None of this warrants their execution. None of it.
Okay.
So, let me finish.
Well, there's extenuating circumstances sometimes. I mean, a cop's job is never to kill anybody. Like, that's not his job. It's to bring people into court. But I don't know. Sometimes,
Safely, apprehend.
I'm not a cop. I'm not a cop, and if I have to pick between me and you, I'm gonna pick me every time. That's just part of it. But yeah.
I gotta finish.
No, that was a double-handed swat. Look at this.
Candace Owens.
Finish.
Whoa.
None of it.
Okay.
So,
Like, sit
let me
back.
finish. I gotta finish.
Sit back, bitch.
She even gives it a time out.
It's not American descendant of Choctaw slavery. I have zero respect for her. She is harming us. She is literally empowering.
Person used Candace Owens as a talking point earlier, so now she's calling her
come
out.
out here and execute us with impunity.
That's not a good
She is
example.
one of those black, white oppressors, white inferiors that I've been sharing with about you on this show. So miss me with Candace Owens being a spokesperson for American descendants of Choctaw slavery.
And
She
a
does not
doxer
speak for us.
for
She
a
does not
professional
represent
organization
us.
that she
She
started.
doesn't even know who the hell we are. She doesn't
A
even
doxer
know
of conservatives.
that we are her reparations. Her ancestors didn't suffer none of what we're going through right now. And when they're looking for communities to execute the next George Floyd or Breonna Taylor. They're not in the neighborhoods where the median income is 65 to 87,000. They're in my community, executing my people with impunity and walking most of the time. So that was that.
You got to reference the notes.
I gave you that and taking away Black fathers. I'll take a breath.
Okay, so again, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just trying to tell the whole story. You can't
I feel like she's gonna
say
cry.
Nasara, and not talk
See?
about the bad one.
You can't say Nasara, and not talk about the bad one and the good one.
The Jacera? Is the Jacera the bad one?
Bush has put out, and the good
No, there was
one
two
that
different ones,
for-
I guess.
That Clinton was forced to
Global
design.
and
So when
local.
a lot of people think about Nasara, they think about the bad one. So if you're going to talk about someone, let's tell the whole story. Okay, let's start off with my response to the opportunity zones. Trump did give, and they were all on TV. I saw a lot of them. They were black in Minnesota, those opportunity zones where they own the businesses. That was their only income. They were not wealthy.
Well, not for nothing, but
Trump
old girl on
did
the
try to
right
help
probably
them
got some
out,
big old
and
titties.
what happened
If
was
I've been locked inside too
Black
long.
Lives Matter and Antifa.
Have you seen that? Jesus Christ! Have you seen that picture of Kirsten? The second one I found.
Oh
Another
my
one in the
God,
car.
It looks like a golf cart flipped over.
No. This
Like
one.
on
This one.
her.
She's standing in the background
laying
behind
back?
this dude. Oh, it's bad.
Oh yeah. The one in the movie.
Yeah.
Same thing. Antifa, Black Lives Matter.
That was the best
they're
picture of her
same,
ever.
Same organizers.
It had to be.
Basically
All of them.
destroyed those opportunity zones because the Caucasians, BlackRock Investments bought up those opportunity zones for peanuts on the dollar because the billionaires, yes, you're correct, mostly Caucasian, are using that money that they can write off from their capital gains to buy into the opportunity zones. Now, the Asian,
How many black-owned businesses do we have? How many blacks are in homes off this opportunity zone? Run me the data. I want to know how many my people benefited, not the 10%, my people.
Okay. All right. So
How about an opportunity
so
Thunderdome?
That we can
is
research.
more what I'm
Okay.
thinking.
I'm not really gonna go into that.
Fight to the death.
The data in front of me, but I've
Two
watched
men enter,
a lot
one
of
man
those
leave.
people, and they said that was their only.
I would love the data. I don't deal with speculation. I deal with data.
Okay, let me give you some data. Okay,
She don't deal with no speculation.
Kamala Harris is an attorney, a corrupt attorney. She's married to another corrupt attorney, and he works for this second most corrupt attorney's business in the United States. That would be
okay. Listen to her fall through this. How she's trying to justify that the law firm that he works for is the second most corrupt one in the U.S. Even if it is true, she makes it sound false. Let me back up and start it right here. She's talking about
through the friggin'.
Yeah, she's talking about Kamala's husband.
He works for this second most corrupt attorney's business in the United States. That would be CLA Pfeiffer, and they're extremely corrupt. The most corrupt attorney company in the United States is
Attorney
Perkins
company.
Coie. So she's not married to a banker. She's married
attorney
to
company.
a corrupt attorney,
Yeah.
and of which
They
she
make-
is.
they
By the
make them.
way,
But even if that's true, she made it sound so horrible. No one's ever going to believe that.
she's
She
also
said
on
attorney
the
company,
cover
man.
with
Right there. It's
The
done.
attorney company. You never heard that?
Bernie
Oh, yeah.
Sanders, who got
It's the attorney
I
company.
think he got $96 million from Black Lives Matter that went to Act Blue, because Black Lives Matter was basically the slush fund that pays into
And where
Black.
can I find that data?
It's you can DuckDuckGo it. I DuckDuckGo it, and it has the list. It has the list of
under
all
dark
that
money.
got funds. It is Bernie Sanders got the most, then Biden, then Elizabeth Warren, then Amy Klobuchar, all corrupt attorneys.
Klobuchar.
All the way down.
Amy
One
Klobuchar.
Asian guy got it. That Chinese guy, I think, that ran for president. That would be Martin Yang. He's also got money,
Andrew.
but not one single black person got it done. There were hundreds.
She was
of
thinking
millions of
Martin
dollars that
Lawrence.
just went out,
It's
and
Andrew
the
Yang.
Democratic Party got it. So that's how they run it. And so they've hijacked that party and they run it.
She's
And
so
yes, I
mad,
do agree.
dude. This is the worst interview.
Millennia.
Not moved a muscle.
I agree. Just a few points to
Oh,
fine
boy.
tune it. And I'm in
This
it.
is her longtime friend
Know
who
anyone
loves to talk about the CIA color revolutions they're doing to us.
I'm not disagreeing with.
Have
I'm
you ever
just
seen
saying
that
that I
TikTok
personally
challenge
do not know
where they
and
put
any-
it up and they go, bah, 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 bah.
Yeah,
Come on,
yeah.
Mufasa. Everybody dance now. I feel like they should do that right now to just break the ice.
any Asians that make that much. But I know that a lot of Asians, they work together and they're really into.
By the way, Kirsten always talks about how she's wealthy and made a life for herself and how nice her home is and how well off she's doing. And she's making a killing on this grift. She's making a killing on this grift. And she just says she doesn't know any wealthy Asians.
Know anyone, and I'm Chinese, that makes the high
What?
income that
Whoa,
you're
whoa, whoa,
saying,
whoa.
which
She's Chinese
I'm
now?
not disagreeing with. I'm just
Apparently.
saying that I
She was
personally
Filipino
do not know
the other day.
And any
I don't know what she's claiming.
Oh, no,
I
she
don't
was
know what she's
Filipino the
claiming.
other day, I believe. Now she's Chinese? What?
Well, sometimes.
any Asians
Okay.
that make that much, but I know that
I
a
wish
lot
someone
of
would straighten
Asians,
that fucking lampshade out behind her. Jesus Christ. I
That's
can't even think
It's
straight.
been bothering me too. That's the only reason we're watching it. Yes,
Every
she said
show?
she
Has
said
she-
that they're good friends and that she brought her on. And she was like, before she came on, she was like, "Oh, they're just doing this, and this is all fake, and that's not true." And we all know that George Floyd wasn't in that 6-foot casket, and like she was saying all this crazy shit. And then she was basically saying this woman was going to back her up, and they couldn't be further from believing the same thing.
It's a bad choice.
they work together and they're really into making a lot of money. And so I will take your point of what they make average and agree with you on that too. So I pretty much agree with you about 91%. So let's just put it that way. So I'm not, so you know that I'm not crazy and I'm not, I agree with you on a lot of things. And I agree with you that, you know,
the t-shirts aren't up yet.
They use the color revolutions and they've used your people. So basically, and I know that they've shorted you guys. So yes, that is what they're
Shorted you
doing.
guys.
And
What do you
they'll
mean, you
continue
people?
to do it as long as Joe Biden is in office. So we can only hope and pray that he's good soon. Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine.
A trifecta of
They
both
wasted
parties
20 minutes
is the death
doing that.
knell for my people.
Oh, this is funny. So this woman wants to say a trifecta of both parties is a death sentence for my people. Then Kirsten says something that doesn't mean anything like that. And then she has to repeat it again. Watch.
Trifecta of both parties is the death knell for my people.
Correct.
Trump just enriches his billionaire buddies with all kinds of tax breaks.
You rolled her eyes.
Trump lost $2 billion being president. So all the rest of them have made money. He's lost money. So let's just get that in there while we're talking about it.
Okay, well, the bottom line is a trifecta of either party is the death knell for my people. And of course, they're too powerful for a third party. That is an absolute
Oh, she about showed them to you, Tony.
What I am
Pan
recommending
down a
and
little bit, baby.
suggesting America does,
That's
if it really cares about Black life, is to join me in
We're about to have a black and Asian massage parlor.
well,
Have a blackout party,
it's no
girl.
different than when Dr. Charles Morris, pastor of Abyssinian Church, he and black folks
Charles
at
Morris, that's the
large
company that made
helped
the
to deliver
cigarettes, right?
Teddy Roosevelt the vote. And he, after we elected him as black folks, he turned around and dishonorably discharged 167 Buffalo soldiers who were wrongfully accused
Dreadlock
of
Rastas?
murdering a second white man after being quarantined in their barracks for being wrongfully accused of murdering the first. Dr. Charles Morris said, "You shot us when
It's
our
all
guns
jokes.
were empty."
Mhm.
And for that, we're going to return the same by delivering
I'm hoping to weed out some easily offended people out of my chat.
a blue president and VP, because at the time we were Republicans,
Uh-huh.
and a red Congress to protect the Black South. What I am imploring upon this country to do is the same thing, especially my people who deliver the Democrats all the freaking time. We need to put a red top, like a.
By the way, she keeps saying a trifecta of any. She's talking about the presidency, the House, and the Senate, and that's what they got right now. I mean, they have a tie technically, but they've got the tie-breaking vote.
Trump in that president role and deliver a blue Congress to protect the over 53% of American descendants of chattel slavery who rely on government assistance by design of institutional systemic racism. Nothing changes.
Could you imagine if they were enemies?
We do this,
or if they didn't agree on so much.
We've been delivering the Democrats.
I think she would actually grab Kristen through the app and just pull her neck straight into her
oppressing them
frame.
and making them dependent on government, which is, I completely agree with you. So they have no.
I don't think Kirsten knows this, but I have the link to join her StreamYards.
I hope that we're good. I think we're friends.
Oh, we're very good.
Yeah.
Kirsten, let me help you with something. I'm not hollering at you. I'm hollering at the stress. Do you know I cannot sleep behind this?
I'm hollering at everything you said because you're stupid.
My people cannot rest.
Because I don't understand the concept of a microphone.
Mickey walks. Do you understand?
Now
it's
it
open
amplifies your
season
voice.
on my people.
Carries
He's
it.
not going to walk.
If he walks, it is open season. We have.
This is worse than The View. Don't worry, they're replacing it.
She is not done. I thought she was winding up.
This is a wrap up for her.
Oh, okay.
That's not on the table.
I thought she's just getting started.
It is first degree murder because he knew George
this is
Floyd.
a Black Children of Slavery chattel wrap up.
And George Floyd was running from him every time he came on the scene because, according to a mutual comrade in the security world, that Chauvin pig was very hostile towards George Floyd. And if you watch the
now
video,
she's peddling a conspiracy.
This KKK with a badge dig his knee in, the more heightened the eyewitnesses became, the more angry they became.
Well, there's one there that was an expert on martial law.
This is how bad
that's right.
my people
You think Trump didn't consult him?
Well, that was Deputy Kinte.
With a badge can have cameras turned on him. And he still
according to this lady,
execute this
because that's the way she sees the world.
His mother as he urinated himself. You got cameras on you.
It looks like part of that slave ship is up on her wall behind her. Look at that shit. What is that?
I don't know. I was wondering.
That's the bow of the slave ship.
Qualified immunity. Being able to do it without deeming the
KKK
a domestic terrorist group to the same degree you deem me and the people fighting for our very lives and our economic
Remember,
justice.
chat, she's not yelling at you.
That are labeled.
She's yelling
We're
with
the ones
you.
that they can come after and execute. And so he does this before the free world, and you've got an attorney sitting up here making it about drugs.
God, she's getting so much
the man
louder.
wasn't living with all the drugs and health issues, walking around having a good goddamn day over in the grocery store before these race soldiers came on the scene. Okay, so my
motherfucker.
thing is this.
Come on now.
I am not screaming at you, Kirsten. I'm grateful to you and your viewers in this platform. But
I think she's raising her voice because she's got a widescreen monitor and she thinks she's at the movies.
Fish grease, and the stakes are really high. Not just for me and my people, but I've got a daughter that I've got to deliver a different country to before I expire. And so I'm not screaming at you. I'm grateful to be on the show. You told me to bring who I am.
I'm fine with that. I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
I just don't want you to think I'm attacking you. I know there are exceptions to all of it, but I will never come on your show without doing the data. I looked it up as you were speaking, as I took down my bullet points from your talking points, so I can make sound arguments and help your audience to understand the way I see it. I thank you so much for having me a guest on your show.
Oh, definitely. And I do hope that he gets.
I'll have you back anytime.
Some justice. So, you guys will be,
I'll have you back in February.
some kind of justice. I agree. So, yeah, I do. But yeah,
I do
that's
hope you
just a
get that
few points.
justice you're
You know,
looking for.
It's not that I'm saying that, you know.
She started out as it was a CIA conspiracy and no one even died, and now she's hoping that they go to jail or get executed.
It's going to take 2 hours for them to say goodbye.
In all the extra points, which
No,
the
they're about
lawyer
done.
did bring in, that he was
After he shot up predominantly Asian women,
right.
Down
She's
in
going
Georgia,
again.
they took away that fool up in Colorado that shot up and executed 10 people.
Look at Kirsten
It seems
smile.
to me like every time somebody white does it, they get a Happy Meal.
Yeah, but wait.
They get away alive. We, on the other hand, get executed just for being black.
I agree with you.
Most of the cases I'm angry about is because we didn't have any weapons. We're running from you so we can
you didn't
take
have
a chance
weapons.
on
Great.
dodging a bullet.
Okay.
We can't run while black. We can't jog while black. We can't be in our houses while black. We can't be on the driver's side and admit to having a weapon in the glove compartment. Honestly, we can't be honest while black.
Wow.
Well, that one I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say that is true. That one you can't do, but the other ones you can do.
As this government reaches to protect Asians over those of us who built the wealth that all of y'all eat from. And that's
Because
my
I believe
swear.
she said you
So
can't be in
whenever
the
you have me
driver's
on this
side
show,
and
just
say
know
that you have a
this
gun
is
in
how
the car
I
when you're black.
deliver.
You can't
It's
do that
not
when you're anyone.
angry at you guys.
There you
I'm
go.
angry at a government who has been
that
complicit in anchoring my people to the bottom. And yes, getting us on welfare, although that's a white
It's
issue.
just about over.
We can't be
I think this is her
46
last
million
rant, and they say
today,
goodbye.
300 million or whatever, 250 million, and then still be
To
accused.
be fair, she's got very strong lungs.
When the corporatists,
She does
they
have some
love
pipe.
to, they
Wesley
love
pipes.
To, what's the word I always use? They love to capitalize their profits and socialize their losses. You got Walmart and folks still on food stamps. Okay? But they want to deem us every diabolical thing that they are. And that's what I'm sick of. And that's why I have my show. And I'm working to change the narrative. I've even got a Dear Immigrant show because of ADOCs. You see, the likes of Candace Owens, Barack Obama, Kamala Harris couldn't be who they were without my people's blood and bones being in this soil behind chattel slavery. We were treated less than animals. We were treated like George Floyd.
Well,
every day was a Holocaust for us that nobody wants to get rid
Oh,
of.
I don't think you can go there. There's going to be some people upset about that. I don't think you can take the whole Holocaust and compare it to every day. It's going to make some people mad.
Allying with us, then help us in our fight to break the back of white supremacy that suppresses us under the boot of anti-black racism. None of this changes until we dismantle anti-black racism. And
if nothing changes, nothing changes.
Socially and economically.
Okay, what I have to say about this whole situation is I wouldn't put Candace Owens in the same breath as those other two who are not even American.
Candace Owens is not even Republican. It was a cash grab.
Barack Obama, Kamala Harris are not American. You're American, okay? There is a whole difference there.
Do you have a meat hammer cover for my frame if I need to step out for a second?
No, but you can just kill it. I'll kill it on this side.
Just remove.
Well,
just leave it up, and then I'll kill it. Hold on, just a second.
And yeah, he is the narrative
there you go.
of
You're
what
clear.
the CIA wants. He's white. He's out of it. He's probably MK Ultra'd by the CIA. But then you also have two others that are trying to keep the same narrative on. That would be the guy that was
She's been MK Ultra'd.
That did the shooting. That guy is from Syria. He's an anti-Trumper and he's not white. But
she said the Holocaust every day. That won't go over well. For a lot of people.
The guy that was sending out anthrax to different people, and he had a truck with all these beautiful stickers of Trump. You know that if it was in big city, that truck would have been trashed, but it was in pristine condition.
Her evidence is one of the Trump supporters that went crazy had a beautiful beautiful truck with lots of Trump stickers, and because they were in good shape, that can be true.
And they were trying to say he was white too, and he was not. He was Hispanic. So basically, they're pushing that narrative to make it all like it's white, which is not. You got to call it what it is. And you know, I that's the only point I'm trying to make. Yeah.
Let me explain. You've got to read. You got to read. They make these groups white because they don't want to lose power. So they'll allow these other.
So like what was just brought up was like when there's like a mass shooting or something like that, and then someone says, "Oh, it's a white suspect," and then clearly it's like a guy who immigrated from Syria. And you're like, well, you know, and she's saying, oh, they make them white to retain power. I don't see how that helps us when we make them white.
Groups who have the pigmentation to identify as white, or like I mentioned earlier, you can buy white.
Good guest on The View.
Like the likes of Barack and Kamala, you can purchase white. You can have access to whiteness if you can pay for it, or if you've got the pigment. Because what white supremacists do is they'll make you white to keep us oppressed. They'll tell you lies. When you come to this country, when you can just look at the negative tropes of my people all over the world. They got folks throughout this country and the world believing that we're lazy. How in the world did you amass $100 trillion when chattel slavery was your industry? This is what they're complicit in doing. So
Jesus, I thought it'd be over by now.
White, but they are made white when the government decides.
Oh, it's just 1 minute, 2 minutes left, one and a half, something like that.
Hispanic, white, Asian, whatever. They are giving you that kind of access to stay in power, but you will never.
The best episode of The View I've ever seen.
The power that they do. They'll keep you right here in order to keep us down here. That is by design of institutional systemic racism. And then make us the face of everything. 95% of them are gay, but now all of a sudden, that agenda is being pushed on my people who are less than 3%. And so you see a bunch of this in the media where they're just promoting all this gay. And the transgender agenda.
Yeah, but we can't talk about that because we can't talk about that on this channel because YouTubers don't like you attacking those groups. Those groups are protected groups.
I'm not attacking any group. Yeah. I'm telling you what they do to my people.
I understand that. I know what they're doing, but we
all of this.
Cut.
They are. Yeah, my brother's gay, so I'm very supportive.
Uncle's gay.
Yeah, so I'm very supportive of the LGBTQ.
I just thought it was funny. She called them. The only reason we're watching it is because she set it up like they were best friends, and she keeps saying, "We agree on everything. We agree. Except they're just yelling at each other the whole time.
I got it.
Just own it. Don't give it to us.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate your passion. I appreciate your innermost thoughts and your total truther. And
she can't even speak.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Angela. This is Angela Nirvana, and she's amazing. Thank you so much.
That wraps up the best interview ever.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, that was so bad. Let's see what else we got. we got some other stuff. Hold on. That was that. Okay, let's go into this. So, Lynn Wood is batshit crazy. Lynn Wood is crazy, and he's reinforcing a whole new level of. They are sharing his videos. From this Tulsa conference, and they are saying, look, it's no longer a conspiracy. This guy confirmed it, and he's high up, and he's talked to Trump before, and he does this, and he's just outright saying it. It's not a conspiracy. It's all true. They're using this to validate their own shit and pushing it further forward and bringing it out in the open more. And it's not good, but let's check in with Lynn Wood. Actually, I probably got some shorter clips. How long is that one? How long is that one? That was not too bad. I got one right here, though. Hold on. I think I got one that's like 11 minutes something. Give me just a second. Let me grab it. He's speaking at the Tulsa event. I've got other speakers. Actually, before we go to Linwood, let's do these because these are quick. All right, so Scott McKay was there. Scott McKay was there, and this is his role that he played in it. I think I already got it up. No, that's the wrong one. Let me pull it up. Scott McKay had a chance to speak, and this is what happened.
Next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Eventually, all roads lead to Scott McKay. Am I correct?
Uh-oh.
And now, ladies and
All
gentlemen,
roads?
it's my pleasure to introduce to you Scott McKay.
Oh, no. McKay. The grifterist. He actually makes a threat against 2 senators. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Let's hear it for him one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Come on. Let's go.
His role was to introduce Mike Smith. This is what we got out of it.
I don't even know
Linwood
who that is.
Sock Meds.
Hold the fork in line.
Hold the fork in line.
Do we have any Patriot
We saw his
Street
army.
Fighters in the house?
Oh my God.
There's your camera back.
Oh my. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. This is some of the most ridiculous shit I have ever seen, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Is
It
that
always
the
is.
tomahawk? He's holding up the tomahawk
Yep.
for pictures.
Oh, he
Ladies and
threatens with it as
Cheesy
well. Hold on.
motherfucker.
Jackson is a powerhouse. I had a conversation with him last night, and the good news for him is that Senator Paul Langford has just walked into the crosshairs of the Patriot Street Fighter.
A sitting United States senator has just walked into his crosshairs while he menacingly holds a tomahawk.
Feels like somebody should talk to him about
Which
that.
means what?
Yeah, like some federal
Langford,
agents.
it means game over.
It
There will
means
be-
game over. That sounds like a threat as well. It means you walked into my crosshairs. Now it's game over.
An army in Oklahoma that we're going to drive to those polls.
Look how bald that motherfucker is, dude. Look how bald that
way
dude
back.
is. Like, he doesn't have a patch or nothing. It's just slick.
To bring down another rhino. And by the way,
Goes
if
way
you
back
happen
like a
to
car
be the
seat.
Senate leader rhino here in the state of Oklahoma, I'm coming next week. That 10th Amendment bill
I'm
is not
coming
going to get
next
held
week.
up any longer because the people of Oklahoma who are Patriot Street Fighters are coming now.
All over you. All over my tomahawk, my Thomas Hawk.
We
Watch.
will offer them the peace pipe. And if they will not accept peace, then we have to bring our war, right?
What the fuck is wrong
So
with
listen.
him? He is crazy.
I don't know, but I would not do that on the stage this big. Like, I might say in a joke in a small YouTube video, but I wouldn't bring it on this stage. You know how many federal agents were at this motherfucker? This is like
He made
the Oklahoma
his
City
logo.
bombing convention. This is ISIS training camp for
I know,
white
right?
males.
And like my brothers Timothy McVeigh. And
Oh, got to get him with the crosshairs.
Folks, I'm going to tell you, we have tonight an incredible guest for you. I got a chance to learn a little bit about him recently with his film Out of Shadows. I've been talking to
Out of these
backstage.
shadows, you must not have learned
That's
much.
right. This is
Out of these
this is a
shadows.
guy who I couldn't feel more worthy to introduce. It's quite an honor.
he probably fucking hates all these
in-
people
in
for
our-
saying his
in
movie
our
wrong all the
world,
time.
There's every once in a while there
He's like, great. He said it wrong again. God damn it.
down in front. So every once in a while.
Someone yells out in the crowd, and he stops and goes, ha, 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 and addresses it. This dude's the worst public speaker. And he talks about how he's been on all these giant stages and shit. Watch this part.
Down in front. So every once in a while, there comes
Down in
along
front.
somebody who is willing to go against the current world orthodoxy when they see things that are not right. And they set out to make a change in that world.
He thinks he's going to save this video and it's going to
you
make him
probably
a
know
freaking
two
congressman.
distinct people who have done that. That stood
City
against
council
the
in
whole
Glendale.
world to make a wrong right. One of those
All
people.
Oh shit! I did forget they were in Oklahoma. That makes the Oklahoma City one hit harder.
Well, you know, earlier I was watching
the
one
other
of
was
the
Ronald
official
Wilson
Lynn
Ray.
Wood ones. Did you get to him yet?
Yeah.
You did?
No, not yet. I got him though.
Okay. I'll wait till there because I don't know if you see in their graphic where they're saying that they are where it is.
Broken Arrow.
It's not
Is
Tulsa.
that what it said?
No, it didn't say Tulsa, Oklahoma. It said Tulsa, Texas.
Oh no shit! No shit! I did not see that
in my video. Yep.
Oh shit!
The one that I saw. Yeah.
And I will say this: we have another one, and this is a man who, in his world,
most of his fans were mad at him because he named Ronald Reagan and didn't name Donald Trump as one person that comes out of the darkness to show what's right against all odds. He didn't name Donald Trump.
You can't do that here.
was willing to go
Not
up
when you're grifting Donald Trump.
Willing. He's like willing.
A hegemony. And that is the twisted machine of
You say
Hollywood
Kazarian Mafia
and
up on this
pedophilia
stage.
and
Go ahead.
trafficking. And
Do
he
it.
took a career from the ground up built for
I dare
He
you.
just called him the twisted machine of Hollywood and pedophilia and trafficking.
decades as an incredible stuntman.
That's what he's calling the guests he's introducing.
A director, a writer, and his entire
This is the guy that was the stunt man that came out, and did his little movie that got everybody started on the Hollywood stuff. Well, it was at the beginning.
You know, people who really are involved in the
I'm going to
anti-trafficking
take
business
on a
don't like that
war
movie at
with
all.
one of the most evil machines
Or
that
Liz
exists in the
Crokin.
world today, and that is the Hollywood machine. So I am honored to give to you a Hollywood Patriot Street Fighter.
It was probably one of the first documentaries a lot of people saw, but it was, I don't know, it was I didn't like
Oh my
it.
God,
I
they're
mean, it
giving
was
him a
kind of interesting at
standing O?
first, but it was like they stacked it to leave all these cliffhangers and never really like they would go all the way to making an overt accusation about a person, and then they would just back off of it and like just leave it hanging there. It was really weird the way it was made. Oh, he bows to him. Asian form of respect.
Mm-hmm. Chinese.
Filipino. Or something.
Laotian.
He tells him twice, "You have earned it, you have earned it." And then he picks up his tomahawk. So Mike Smith.
He's like, I'm
How's
taking
it
this.
going
This thing
tonight?
cost me $24.
You guys good?
That's yeah.
I'm not going to give
I do have to show you. I do have two more things of Scott McKay right quick. Let me grab those.
He can get his own tomahawk.
It's actually one more thing. Yeah.
Got it.
Here he is. Here he is backstage with Mike Smith, and you see like he's not a tall man. We've established that with the motorcycle, but he's at least, this guy's kind of slouched. He's at least the same height as him, maybe a little bit taller, and that all looks legit until you take a look at this dude's shoes. Man, look at these shoes he's wearing. Look at the sole.
All night.
Look at the sole on those shoes, dude.
Every day. Look at the work. He had the custom work done with the sole. Look at that. He had that thing built on. Look at that. Wow.
Is he so ashamed of how short he is? He's wearing platform shoes? Is that what that is?
Gene Simmons is like, damn, those are some platforms.
And I know what he's going to say. He's going to say, "Oh, those are my riding boots because I'm a Harley guy. I always wear my riding boots." Bullshit. Like, you couldn't fit it under the shift lever. Like, there's no fucking way. It's 8 inches of boot in thickness. Bullshit. Look at that. Shoes.
You couldn't shift.
Them shoes are to make him as tall as an average person.
Unless you have forward controls, like he probably
Right.
does.
Yeah, because he couldn't reach them anyways.
He has stilts on the forward controls.
That's that is a huge lift. Don't they make shit you can put in your shoes that you don't have to show the whole world that you're you're a tiny
all
man?
Kinds of different things. I mean, he could have had with the money he's making, he could have had his legs broken and give him a couple extra inches.
Well, I mean, he's only making like $120,000 every 2 days.
Yeah, well, he could buy a couple extra inches of height. Go to the right doctor.
Jesus. So you can compare them to normal soles here. Look, you just at some spots in his shoes, you can barely see his soles. Look at these. Look at that motherfucker.
Those are
oh
fucking
my god. It's part of the astronaut suit.
Well, yeah, because right after this, he has to trudge across the snow-covered tundra to get to his next.
They're tiny too. Look at where the pants ends to the toe, and look where the pants ends to the toe. And this is not a big man. I looked it up. This guy's 5'11", 5'10", 5'11".
He's probably got like a size 10, 10 and a half. That guy on the left.
Yeah.
That guy.
And he's probably got a 7.
Popping a 7, 7.5, maybe.
Something like that. Looking good, Scott.
Looking sharp. Wow. Can we do something?
People always ask me where I wear the hat. It's just to represent, and I don't have to fix my hair.
What hair? Yeah, I don't have to fix my
what hair. All right, so then we had we also had Brad showed up
in the box. He could fit in the box that those boots came in.
We had Brad showed up as well. So we've got I've got that. Hold on. Brad got to speak on stage, and let's just say no one knew who he was. Okay? And you guys know his crazy slogan. He screams everywhere like a madman, like he's literally lost his mind when he starts screaming, "Today, today, today, today." He did that. So here it is. I'm just going to show it to you. And then he makes it. I'll just let you hear the excuse he makes. You just hear it from the man himself.
Who recognizes this guy?
Brad
Barton,
band.
Everybody.
Look at them nips.
Who recognizes Brad?
Shut up.
Barton.
Nobody.
Say a word.
Nobody recognizes him.
Today.
He looks so comfortable. Allegedly in a video game.
Look how uncomfortable he looks with this man screaming "today" in his face.
As soon as he gave the mic, his whole attitude, his whole body language changed towards him.
I think someone told him like they need to introduce Brad or something because he's like a big deal. Because as soon as no one cheers, you could tell like his demeanor changes. I don't know that they were introducing everybody, surely not. But his whole demeanor changes when like no one answers, and then he kind of takes a shot at him at the end. Watch this.
Barton. Brad, I'll let you say a word. Today.
Look at his jaw, dude. Did you see him work his freaking jaw?
Oh yeah.
Today's the day, jaw.
Hope, future, and freedom. Thanks to Mr. Clark putting this on. Give him a hand.
That guy's like a grifter, and he still looks disgusted.
Hey, also I want to give a shout out to my buddy Darlene Chapman. It's her birthday today too.
Okay, so earlier in the day, there was a person there that people actually recognized that had a birthday, and they announced it. So when he got a chance to speak, he announced this person's birthday, the Dolly Parton impersonator that he traveled with. And we've made jokes about how they hang out and how they keep flirting with each other. But one thing I do want to point out for a video I'm going to show you in just a second, on his wife's own birthday, he said he did not wish her a happy birthday on his stream. He doesn't mention his wife here. She's not with him now. He only mentions her on the streams. Like he's like, yeah, it's her birthday. I'll tell her for you guys. And then he shouts out this random woman he's traveling with about her birthday and calls her his buddy.
And she does a lot of these shows. So happy birthday, Darlene. God bless you.
One more time, let's hear for Brad, everybody. Brad, thank you for being here.
Listen to this excuse.
He doesn't have a ball cap on. That's why you don't recognize him. He puts the hat on you. That's right. Back.
If he puts his hat on, you would know who he was. He doesn't have a ball. They said his name, and he's clearly visible on the stage. And he used his slogan that he thinks everybody knows, which no one recognizes. They just think you're a lunatic. And he says he doesn't have a hat on. If he had a hat on, you'd recognize him.
Brad,
Which
Brad,
the host even takes a jab at him. Watch.
He doesn't have a ball cap on. That's why you don't recognize him. He puts the hat on you.
No,
That's
I
right.
think
Sure. I bet they would.
right there.
Oh, no. Oh, no. He's got some big old titties.
Barton, everybody.
Anyways, so Brad went there and did that. That was Brad's moment to shine. Here is the stream. Here is the stream he did the day it was his wife's own birthday. He said that he had not spoke to her all day, but he would wish a happy birthday to her for the fans, but he didn't wish her a happy birthday. This is the stream that was on.
That says it all.
He starts off and says, "Oh gosh."
Mm-hmm.
So Brad can wear my shoes, or so Scott can wear my shoes, and Brad can fit in my bra.
Hey everybody,
Yeah,
I'm on
I
here.
would say so.
I apologize for the more than usual lateness. Trying to put all this together, it's like drinking out of a fire hose, man. I mean, it's unbelievable stuff is happening.
But don't do that.
I thought I could have it done by now. I took a break to go eat, and I didn't really, I didn't plan it good enough. I thought I had the time. So that's why I'm so late. I apologize. But, man, we got some major, major stuff happening going on today in the last 24 hours. Lots of stuff. And so I'm going to let some more people get on here before I get started. We're at about 5,000 now. Okay. Hello, Peggy Borrell. No, it's not an April Fool's joke. I shouldn't have put that on the cover, I guess. But I was trying to, get this done. Yes, this is my wife's birthday. That's right. This is Kristen's birthday. But she's not even here. Okay. So I actually went out to eat with a friend. And she is at the beach right now. Her and my youngest daughter and my son. They're all at the beach. Okay. And down in Florida. So
Haven't even spoke to her.
Tell her happy birthday. Yes, I will. It's been a busy day. I haven't even talked to her today. That's to tell you how busy I've been trying to get all this done. And
so not only are you traveling out of town with this woman that's not your wife, and all the weird flirtatious videos you guys are doing together, and all the comments y'all are leaving, and talking about how beautiful she is, and how she's Dolly Parton impersonator, and you've always been fascinated with Dolly Parton to the point you cried when she sang and said she was the most beautiful person in the world. But now you're not wishing your wife a happy birthday or speaking to her on her birthday, that you're spending it with this woman out of town and wishing when your 5 seconds of fame on the stage, you used it to wish her a happy birthday. All that shit's weird. I'm not making any accusations. It's still fucking weird. Also, Bert was there. We have some pictures of that Bert guy, the guy they're raising the cancer fund for. Apparently, he's finding good ways to spend it because not only did he travel to Tulsa and stay at this conference, but now he's going to Florida for a week. So he's finding good ways to spend his GoFundMe donations. He's on his way to Florida now. He's got pictures up of him in the airplane, waiting and complaining about coronavirus.
Wheels up. Wheels up.
Yeah. And then I guess we got, hold on, let me make sure I don't have anything else. We'll move over to the Linwood. What else did I grab from Tulsa? Well, Linwood's from Tulsa too, but I can't remember if I downloaded anything else. The Linwood crazy video. We seen Scott's fan video. Did you see the apology Scott made for us? Pretty good. Let's see what this one is. Here's a Linwood video. Damn, did I not start the video? Oh, did it download it as a still frame? Surely not. That's all right. I got another one. I just thought I downloaded this one so I could have a copy of it. I guess I just downloaded a picture for 8.5 minutes. That worked. That extension works great. Anyways, we can close that, and here we go. Linwood. The Avenger music playing.
So I got on my Frank Sinatra hat. You want me to do it? Start spreading the news.
Oh, Jesus. Good Lord.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the words.
Off with the hat.
That's not the words. He could not get past the first freaking line.
I love the people.
The first line was a mistake.
No, go back. Can you just... I'm sorry. Go back just a little bit to what he was singing.
Just says it's up. I don't know. That's all I can see. Here's a clip from this is a longer clip.
But it's not Lynn.
This is the one I tried to download.
Love. I'm a flawed person. I'm imperfect. What you love about Linwood is not Linwood. You love the message of Linwood because I tell you the truth and you love the truth. God is truth and truth is God.
Jesus, with the standing ovations.
Let Newsweek write about...
I see people, but it can't be down for everybody because some people are commenting. You still see me and hear me, don't you, Tony?
Yeah.
I don't know. They're saying, some people are saying that YouTube's down. But I'm showing it's sending fine. Let me see if I got... They might have done the copyright thing, I guess. It could be.
I see you on there. I got you.
Yeah, looks like it's working fine.
I got you. Yeah.
Okay. This is another Linwood video.
But it's not Linwood that you love. I'm a flawed person.
This dude has lost his mind.
What you love about Linwood is not Linwood. You love the message of Linwood because I tell you the truth and you love the truth. God is truth and truth is God.
Oh, God.
Oh, Lord.
He also says you can't stop Q because Q is the truth.
Let Newsweek say Linwood's making the Q. Here you go, Newsweek. Watch this one. There you go.
Oh, God. He's making cues for him.
I know. I saw this, and it's just...
I'm not afraid to talk about it. They've accused me of being a QA.
Go ahead.
Here's this problem, is that he does not understand how to control... See, when you get up on stage, and I've been up on stage in front of, like, this room is like nothing. This is like what he's in front of, right? And he's got a couple people in front of him. Like, I don't know, it's what, 15 deep, the rows at tops, and he is completely zapped out of adrenaline because he doesn't know how to balance it because he's too lost in the emotion. And you're going to hear that he's going to completely lose his breath. I thought he was going to pass out because I've seen people pass out on stage because they're just not used to regulating. Me being myself included, it's happened to me before, almost. But, you know, you have to really control that and not get so lost in the sauce of the emotion of the crowd, or else you're going to pass the fuck out.
And I think also when he showed up, he probably didn't plan on saying and going as far as he did. But the more they cheer him on, the deeper and deeper he goes. Like, he goes off the deep end.
He just eats it up.
Mm-hmm.
Non-conspiracy theorists. Why? Because they're telling you that I am a bad messenger. They're trying to attack me because they can't attack Q, because Q is the truth. This is about the children, for God's sakes.
I mean, this is...
For God's sakes, Tony, this is about the children, man. Calm down.
Send this videotape. Send it to Hollywood.
Okay.
There you go. Send it.
Hey, Clay.
Full send.
Send it to the House of Windsor.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Hey, Clay, send it to Bill Gates.
Yes.
Send it to the damn Illuminati.
Yes. And can I have 2 pumps of sugar-free hazelnut?
Let them hear the truth.
Illuminati.
What is the Illuminati's mailing address? Do we know how to get it there?
666, Illuminati Way.
Illuminati Way.
It's like writing to Santa Claus. It'll
you
get
just stick it in the mailbox. Yeah, I got
Got
you.
to put Illuminati on it, even if you have to do that.
Just draw an all-seeing eye on top it.
Send it to the damn Illuminati. Let them hear the truth. And whatever they do to me, I don't fear them at all. Send it to the Vatican. Send it to the politicians, the Clintons, the Obamas, the Bidens, the Bushes. Send it to those people because they are involved in child sex trafficking. It's time to tell the truth to America.
Look at it. Look at the way he points. The truth.
I think they had a 1,500 people limit is what it was. And they claimed that 45,000 people requested tickets.
We live in a time where it's difficult to tell what's real and what's fake. Who's dead and who's alive and who's dead, who's our enemy, who's our ally, who's using us for money or who's using us for God's work. Have discernment.
I think he just showed up, and this is his first time showing up anywhere and having groupies or cult followers. The man probably just got his first blowjob in about 35 years, and he doesn't know what to do about it. He's tore up from the floor up.
The two 80-year-old McKay twins.
Exactly. They can drop their teeth out, go to town.
They got
What I do. Ask God for it, He'll give it to you.
There you go.
Now it's too quiet. Now he's got to do something crazy.
Yeah. Send it to the Pope.
If the Pope is still alive.
So not only is he peddling all these other conspiracy theories, he's also peddling that the Pope has been seized by U.S. forces and executed.
Yeah, and they took all his gold.
Yeah, he's getting to the gold.
But when you send it to the Pope, don't ask him to pay for it, because I don't think he's got much money these days.
The gold is gone. All the gold and all the money's gone.
And that's the Vatican gold they're going to pay your universal basic income with.
I think Charlie Ward already transported it off of there. You know?
It cuts out for a minute, but I think it comes back.
Well, that's the second harvest. It was the second. God's had enough. I've said to you that this was the second harvest.
This is what somebody asked me what I thought was honestly going to happen. And I told them, like, I obviously nothing's happening with Trump. That's has nothing to do with it. It's just these people. And what's honestly going to happen is one of these guys is going to fuck around and start an armed insurrection that's going to get fucking mowed down in the fucking streets, and it's going to be bad. Then they're going to label us all the same. And could you imagine the push for gun control and the push for silencing on social media and the push for more wiretaps and labeling and watch lists? It's going to be bad for everybody, but they're going to fuck around. They don't realize the power they have. Scott McKay could mobilize 10,000 old women in a heartbeat.
Going to bring people to him. It's also been described as the
that Hopkey-dough.
Yeah, there you go, Hopkey-dough. Typically these when you grow to have this type of power, you don't do it overnight. Like, you grow and you learn lessons and you fuck up and you learn how much responsibility it is, especially like if you're in the military and get in a position of command. You've got to go through ranks, got to learn certain things. But these people just went from, that guy to, we have cult followers and they will do whatever we say.
Great awakening, because you're getting ready to learn that God is real. That's the second harvest. But you're going to be awakened to this fact that just as God is real, the devil is real. And the devil's children are going to be exposed. Every lie will be revealed. They're killing our children. Send them to jail. Put them in front of a firing squad. They are committing acts.
Oh no.
Against.
I mean, he believes that this is happening, but he probably also has a fake fireplace and believes that that's a fire. I mean, a lot of people do.
He admitted on Twitter before he was banned. he admitted on Twitter before he was banned that someone just sent him Cappy's file. That's what they claimed it was. There's a file from Cappy, you know, the star that would, you know, at the bridge and shit. So they claimed it was Cappy's file from his computer. They sent it to him, and he had literally no way to verify any of it, its validity or whatever. But he said he sat and watched it for 3 days, and that's how he got red-pilled and started sharing everything. That was just it. Somebody just sent him some videos. He's like, oh, okay, this makes sense.
Humanity. The penalty for an act against humanity is death. Take them out. For every little child that has suffered and is suffering tonight, for every little child that doesn't know how to get home, for every little child that goes to bed at night after being tortured and abused and just wants to see their mom and dad and their family, you fight for those children. Don't you ever quit fighting for those little children. Because this is America.
He is about half a dozen scotches.
This is America.
This freaking.
Oh, yeah.
America, we do
He's
not
sloppy.
crimes against humanity. And if you're torturing and terrorizing a child and having sex with a child.
This is crazy, dude. All those things are bad, yes. But at the scale that they're trying...
and actually murdering a child and eating parts of a child and using the body parts of that child.
Listen. Imagine if I was a professional basketball player, okay? And I was a professional basketball player, and I was a star of my team. And we did pretty good sometimes, and sometimes we lost. And when we did pretty good, I would say, we're doing good. You know, our teammates did really good. I was proud of them tonight. And we held on and we won the game. But every time we lost, I would be like, oh, yeah, well, our center's a pedo. And I saw the forward and the point guard, they were devouring a child. And they do it every night. They got them in tunnels underneath their house. And it flopped back and forth between getting along with them to them being pedos just over and over and over again. Would you be cheering in the fucking stands saying, yeah, I hope they win so he doesn't accuse them of being a pedo? Or, like, that's what they're doing. Everybody they liked, as soon as they disagree with them, suddenly there's some type of satanic pedo and they're in tavern or caves underneath ground and they're aliens and it's just crazy. You can't call everybody that. You can't.
Shill.
All you do is hide the people who are really doing fucked up shit.
Shill psyop.
And all these rescued kids, not a single fucking parent has came forward and said, thank you, Donald Trump, for finding my kid in that cave underneath New York City.
That is a crime against humanity, and we're not going to tolerate it. Not in America. Not in the country formed by God Almighty. And for those of you that do, watch out. Because God's judgment is coming. He's going to lift up his children. And he's going to crush those devil worshipers. So you pray for it. You go back to your homes and you pray for God to take action. You go home and you pray for those little children. Because God wants to hear you tell him that you love those little children as much as God Almighty loves them. Love the children.
I did not say in a wheelchair basketball league. That's a low blow.
Children. Pray for the children. Listen to the word of God. It's past time. But we're on God's time. Are we going to win it? Not right. We have already won it because God has already won. This is our country. This is our children. This is our God. And God has already won. Give him all the praise tonight. Let me hear you praise God as loud as you can. Send it up to heaven. Send it up to heaven and tell him how much you love him, how much you praise him. Let him know because he wants you to praise him. He loves you too. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tulsa. Thank you, Clay. Thank you, everybody that's been involved in this wonderful 2 days. So I came tonight to finish up. They said, finish hot. Is it hot enough for you?
No, you absolutely blew it. You had them.
They said to bring the heat.
Well, they're on their feet, some of them, but they were losing their minds when I would have stood up there and did frickin' cues my whole thing and didn't say a goddamn word. Then threw the mic down.
I would have brought out a plastic baby doll and demonstrated a satanic ritual, and been like, "Look at me, I'm Michael Jackson. Look at me, I'm," and I'd just start naming people and doing poor impressions of them. You ever seen the episode of The Office where Dwight cuts the face off the CPR dummy and wears it around? I would have pulled one of those.
Heat for you. Now let me know by your response. Did I bring the truth to you tonight in this auditorium? You bet I did. I brought you the truth.
Could have done better. I'm telling you something. If I was me and them, I would have had those motherfuckers would have been fucking throwing chairs and fucking eating each other's fucking
We
arms.
just kicked off the revolution tonight.
These bitches would have been punching each
God
other in the
loves
face
you.
if I was
I
in
do
there.
Thank you again.
Crowd psychology, baby.
Do one of those. Look to your left. Now look to your right. Now statistically, one of those people are satanic pedos. And just walked off.
Right? I'm pretty sure if he just kept doing cues, they could have eventually had a full-scale riot.
He was winding them up.
He sure was.
I tell you, when I talk, I ask God what to say. I say, God, put the words in my mouth. Tell me what to say and how to say it. He told me tonight, didn't he?
That's right.
Now you
got him,
go
Big
tell
Lynn.
others tomorrow. I thank you again. I love the people. By the way, when you're sharing my message, I don't think you have to bother to waste the time to share it with Donald Trump. I think he already knows.
But he may already know. Sure. Let's claim that you talked to him. But he was also supposed to show up here. And he didn't. He didn't make it. He didn't show up.
It's always part of the itinerary, isn't it? Well, it's you know, as far as they know, they believe that he's showing up.
He was showing up at the mask burning party with a flamethrower, is what I heard.
Well, he's going to bring it on home and claim victory once they get that tour on the road. I'll tell you that right now, and you better listen to him, pal. Okay? 'Cause it's coming to a town near you.
Gonna meet him up in South Dakota.
So thank you. Thank you.
Scott McKay
Thank you.
is going to be getting a lot of inappropriate
Thank you,
fights
all
over
the people. God's people. We the people. God bless each and every one of you. And God bless the little children. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Lynn Wood. Thank you.
What the hell is old chat?
Wow.
You
Let
just
me
mean
hear
with
ya.
less people?
Keep
There's
it
like
going.
160 some people in here right now. I don't know what old chat is. So that was Lynn Wood. I got clips, but they're just going to repeat a lot of it. This one, that was the one we just watched. Oh, no, that was a short one. So I got more clips of Lynn Wood, but it's just going to repeat. And this one's got some kind of music playing over the back. That might have been where the YouTube went out. It might have been a strike for copyright or violation for copyright. I don't know. The only thing we got left is the Nino thing. You want to go over it, Tony? You want to stick around for it?
Hell
I
yeah.
got you. All right. So I think this is a really good video, honestly. If anybody expresses my political beliefs, like it's probably Dr. Shiva right now. Like I think he's dead on with what he's saying.
Yeah, he really does have a scope on this motherfucker.
And then he puts David Nino Rodriguez in his place. So much so that DNR falls back on his heels and says let me have you on with 107. He's my guy, and he's super sharp. He's my intel guy. You guys need to talk about this. So let's grab it, and we'll start it.
Didn't he say who? He didn't know who that is.
Yeah, he said, who's that?
To heal and support local villagers.
So
we're very found out.
So David Nino Rodriguez and them, they took it down on their side. So we're watching it from Dr. Shiva's side, which is why we hear the show like before he comes on, but it kind of sounds like his background. We're actually watching it from his side because he was streaming to his followers on his private website.
Foundational piece.
So he combines Eastern medicine with Western, I guess.
Well, it's definitely a bridge, but I mean, like the traditional indigenous medicine and his background, and the fact that
Linwood's batshit crazy. He's gonna get somebody fucked up. He's gonna start
the ability
something that he doesn't realize he could even start.
Go beyond maybe where his colleagues or fellow classmates and people that he went to school with were willing to go. And with that kind of background, not having that sort of like cabal, sort of like grooming, or we're going to use you for this or that. I mean, the warrior aspect of what he represents is so huge. I mean, this guy's a genius, no doubt.
Yeah.
So these early experiences inspired him to pursue the study of modern systems, science, information technology, and Eastern and traditional systems of medicine to develop an integrative framework linking Eastern.
He's doing it on purpose now.
And linking the Eastern and Western, kind of stuff. So Eastern and traditional systems of medicine to develop an integrated framework linking Eastern and Western systems of medicine. So exactly what you just said. In 1978, as a 14-year-old, he was recruited by the University of Medicine and Dentistry of New Jersey as a research fellow, where he developed the first electronic emulation of the entire inter-office mail system: inbox, outbox, folders, address book, memo, etc., which he named email to invent the world's first email system, resulting in him being—
Hello, everyone. For those of you joining, I am doing a live interview with Laura Eisenhower, and we're going to talk about how do we actually win. So hope you guys enjoy this. So I'm going to be doing this with them. So hello to everyone. This is Dr. Shiva Idris. I'm going to be doing a live with David Rodriguez and Laura Eisenhower. So let me give it over to them. So I'll be coming right back. I hope you guys enjoy this.
Department of Biological Engineering, where he developed Cytosolve, a scalable computational platform for modeling the cell by dynamic integration of molecular pathways models. Today, he's the chairman
he comes on here in just a second.
and CEO of Cytosolve. Cytosolve provides a for modeling complex diseases as well as multi-combination therapeutics. He has started several successful startup companies, and Dr. Shiva continues his passion for entrepreneurialism as managing director of General Interactive, a venture fund that incubates, mentors, and funds new startups in various areas, including rural healthcare, media, biotechnology, information technology, to name
Do you
a few.
think they just took it down because they were embarrassed, Tony?
Innovation among teenagers.
Do you think they just took it down because they were embarrassed?
Her volume is so hot it is deafening. Oof. Did you say? Do I think they took it down because they were embarrassed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I feel like he went so far opposite of what they thought. I mean, you can see Dave sort of trying to even trying to manipulate this brilliant individual into what he wants to say. It goes that
For
far.
sure.
And I think that like you said, I agree with you that the doctor here is spot on. He is a systemic engineer from MIT. He is one of 8,000 people in the world who can even calculate the things that he understands.
Right.
And
right.
guess who's not on that list? You or me. So I'm gonna listen to the guy. And wait till you hear this amazing thing. And what really bums me out about this is that they basically censored this brilliant man in deleting this from their platform.
Oh yeah.
That's the scary thing, is that they are now going completely 100% in the opposite direction.
I even went to
100%.
I even went to David Nino's private site to see if he uploaded it there. I thought maybe, he just put it behind a paywall. Nope. It's gone.
No, it doesn't fit his narrative. It's going to embarrass him. It makes him look dumber than a bag of hammers. And
Juan will call and yell at him.
How are you?
Good, I'm doing good. How's everyone doing? I'm also
You're
streaming.
muted. I think your camera's
Juan
muted.
yelling.
I'm also streaming this, so
Okay.
people can also see what we're going to talk about. I think people are going to enjoy it. What I titled it on here as I was listening to you guys was "How do we win truth, freedom, and health?" So I hope that's okay as a working title.
Well, I thought I had an impressive resume. I just got put to shame.
Did you hear that?
Well,
David Rodriguez saying he thought he had an impressive.
Keeping up with him.
I mean, some places it's just like, I wanted to articulate it perfectly, but
I was a boxer.
I was able to do an interview with him not too long ago, and it just
called someone the
was
N-word,
mind-blowing.
got
I've joined
stabbed
this
up.
Warrior program and just trying to share
That's right.
the inspiration and the proactiveness of it all. I mean, talk about just saying, let's not look to these others outside of ourselves, and let's do it and train people to be empowered and be leaders. So anyway, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us.
yes, and I think that's really the key. I'm just doing some stuff here so I can share with people that I think I'm getting both our windows up here so we can see it. Good. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah. So what I wanted to really talk about today, which I thought would be valuable, is something very practical. It's we can get involved in a lot of conspiracy stuff. I was just listening to you, Dave. You're sort of I guess dumbfoundedness when people say one thing and they go do another. And I think,
100%.
and I think one of the things we want to discuss there is that what's happening is that, and I hope people listen to this really well, is that without a solid political, or let me put it, a scientific understanding, and more specifically, an engineering and a very practical hands-on understanding of how the world works, people will always be misled. And this is what's been going on for far too long. People think that that there is no physics to politics, right? They think, well, I just I go vote, or I just take a position and something happens, right? And the reality is, just like there's a physics to figuring out how to fly an airplane, or there's a physics and an engineering science that you have to master if you want to be an electrician, right? Or to be a plumber, or to be a master carpenter, for example. It's not.
They don't always take them down. That one from last week's up on the channel right now. Just not this one.
It's become a disrespect over the last probably 50, 60 years of the lack of understanding of that there is an educational knowledge that people need, and a practical knowledge, not just book reading, but you have to also go practice it in real life, right? So because of that lack of understanding, which the establishment,
I know why he doesn't go by his real name, by the way.
Over the last 50 years, with the advancement of Hollywood and celebrity stuff and politicians,
what's that?
The idea is it's
a fucking serial killer name.
Need to do doesn't matter if you really know your chops, right? It doesn't matter if you're really willing to
Wayne Ronald Willett.
It just happens because
come
it's who
on,
you know,
that is
and
three
that kind of
names.
culture,
It
right?
is the
So we've
perfect.
created this very, very
The perfect pattern.
Okay.
Yeah,
Which
this,
basically is telling people there's always a shortcut to something that you don't have to put in your effort. And that's resulted in is people, when it comes to politics, thinking that they don't have to do something. Okay. So you're going to outsource something to someone like Trump. You're going to outsource something for young kids to Bernie Sanders. All you have to do is just say provocative rhetoric. That all you have to do is focus on certain sloganeering, lock her up, right? Or build a wall, or whatever the slogan of the day is. And therefore, having said that, you've done your duty. And the reality is,
everybody in Tulsa was probably selling T-shirts, and nobody was buying any of the other person's T-shirts.
Destroy people's understanding of what I call systems thinking, or system science, the interconnections between things. And so, what I shared earlier, and it's sort of the important thing that I want to repeat, and I'll keep repeating it, is that what as Laura mentioned is, my journey was in two worlds, right? But in the world of politics, because I grew up as a low caste. India has a caste system, which is like racism on steroids. I was exposed to that as a kid. Was disturbed by it, but that led me into wanting to study every revolutionary movement in the world. So I studied as a kid. But the other thing that I was also motivated in was to understand why my grandmother, who was a healer, was able to do these magnificent things and be the healer and practicing a system of medicine that she never got formal education in. So what that journey led me through in a very interesting way is that the fight for political freedom, fighting against evil, the warrior in people, is no different than the healer. In the ancient systems of medicine, the healer and the warrior, the term was the same. Like in ancient India, the term Vaidya actually meant that he or she who goes to fight against death. Okay, against evil. So in the Christian tradition, you have the archangel Michael. If you use it as an archetype, Michael has a peacock feathers, but he's the one who chased Lucifer out of heaven. But he's also the one that you pray to for healing. So he's the healing, but he's also the warrior, right? There's no contradiction. If you look in the Indian, Hindu, South Indian tradition, in the Shaivaya tradition, you have this god called, or deity called Murugan, who's the son of Shiva, who's the god of medicine, but he's also the god of war. You see, so the dialectics has been, if you're going to fight for people, you must be an angry, aggressive person. So you must be all calm and new age and speak, in a very cool language, and then you're a cool person, right? That's sort of the new age movement. So you have
David's in the
yogis
chat.
Turbans,
Nice to
right,
have you,
talking very
bud.
slowly, be the Sadhguru type, or before that Maharishi, or the Deepak Chopras, right? And so that movement basically is a segregation movement. It says, if you behave like this, then you're a spiritual being, right?
Yeah.
Right? You have to talk a certain way, and you have to
be vegan.
Yeah, you have to be vegan, whatever that is, right? It is a form of segregation, saying you have to look like this, feel like this, talk like this, and
in order to be taken seriously.
In order to be taken seriously. And if you look at many of those movements, they're all directly connected to economic interests, okay? And every, generation, they have a different guru, right? Western guru or Eastern guru.
See, it's going well now for Dave. He's still in the pocket.
Okay?
He's still in the pocket. He's not talking out of line.
Liberating people. But most of the movements throughout history that were focused on liberation always asked a question.
Right, check your phone.
So, for example, in India in the 8th century, there's a movement called the Bhakti movement, which meant the movement of devotion to God, right? But its fundamental premise was also based on what do you do here? These teachers started asking the question, well, okay, if the ancient great teachers say there's equality in heaven and it's a blissful state, why isn't there equality on earth? If everything is a part of the spiritual environment, so why do you separate earth from that? So starting in the 8th century in India, that led to a movement called the Bhakti movement. Bhakti meant devotion, but it was very much like the Protestant Reformation movement. It had religious origins, but it fundamentally asked a much deeper question, which is, well, why can't you have equality here? So that led, starting in the 8th century, by the 15th century, to the rise of this movement where people were starting to bust up the caste system in India. Quite fascinating. So by the time the British and the Dutch and the Portuguese come to India, starting with Vasco da Gama in 1457, so on, there was already...
He's already out of his league. As soon as we start going into history, it's over with.
Spiritual leaders were saying, well, if there's equality in heaven, there should be equality on earth. And so you had the rise of merchants and artisans who were before seen as lower caste. So if you look at the history when the British, for example, and the Dutch and the East India Company came to India, they came to trade with these emerging, very vibrant, revolutionary movement of traders and artisans. Well, so that was what was going on. The caste system was breaking down. And so in India, what's fascinating is the British in 1757, after being there a couple hundred years, they had gotten rid of the Dutch and the Portuguese. They essentially occupied India. They went from initially a trading force, trading with the emerging merchant class of India. Capitalism was coming to India, and they ended up actually occupying India. Now, when they occupied India, they had a decision to make. Were we going to impose British law on these Indians, or were we going to do something else to control them? And you know what they did? There's a great book called The Rise and Fall of the East India Company, written by this guy called Ramakrishna Mukherjee. I think there's only one copy of it.
Wait, so Carlos, you say that you can't over-exaggerate how child trafficking, right? Because it's a problem. Just one fucking kid? Carlos, you're a fucking child trafficker. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them out there. It must be you. It's you. It's you. It's you. Would that be an over-exaggeration, or would that be accurate? Is it you? It sounds like it's you. You're the person. I saw you eating a baby. It's you.
Hey, man.
Dumb
Will
fuck.
says it. I believe what he's saying.
I have a platform now. Everybody's going to harass you. It's you. I can tell from here. Carlos, you sound like a dirty fucking kid diddler. Like, we got it. What the fuck? Of course you can over-exaggerate it. I didn't say let them have 6 kids a month. We'll negotiate. Of course you're going to exaggerate it. You're an idiot.
On the East Coast at the Harvard Widener School. I had a chance to read it when I was very young. And what it shows is that the British actually, instead of imposing British law, they went and found draconian Indian law pre-8th century.
Interesting.
So they called all the Brahmin priests together and they recodified and they reinstantiated the Indian caste
Dave was
system
waiting to drop that
700
in
years
there.
earlier.
Oh, yeah. Had to get his name in. Exactly.
Wano saving in one ear.
The Victorians
listening to tell him what to say.
Just agree now. I don't know what he said.
Barber, your son should be a barber. You were a coconut picker, which is what my families were. You should be a coconut picker. So it was a completely racist segregation elitist
What do you
model.
mean, you people?
So that's what the British did because it was a great way to control people. Now, by the 1920s, in India, after 300 years of oppression, the British were fighting on many fronts. They were screwing over the Americans. They were screwing here. They realized that they couldn't fight on many fronts. Their empire was crumbling because they had so many different military outposts. They let go of America, but they were focused on India. Well, the Indian masses in the 1900s also started rising up. They wanted a revolution like America had, violent or nonviolent. It didn't matter. And there was a workers' movement building in India.
That checks out.
Very much, and they were inspired by the American Revolution, but by the working class movements that were taking place in the United States. In the mid-1800s, which we talk about in our course, it's women. American women are the ones that led the world working class movement. A lot of people don't know this. It was in places like Lowell.
I do believe it's one kid. It's the one kid in your basement. Everybody check out Carlos. He's a kid. He's fucking with kids.
Labor, you didn't get, I mean, it was filthy. So women are the ones
Need to crack down on him, that one kid in his basement.
Those movements escalated by the early 1900s. You were talking about, you know, the jabs and the inoculations. Well, in the early 1900s,
I just want to keep my
the amount of
kidneys.
people who were dying of measles, for example, was about 14 out of 100,000 people. Okay, but by 1945, you know, as World War II was ending, or you know, towards that end, 48, the number of people dying of measles had dropped down to about 1 out of 2 million. We had eliminated vaccines 15 years. Eliminated measles. It had dropped by 99%, 15 years before the measles vaccine came. How? Well, what happened between 1900 and 1948? And this is what people need to understand. It happened because the American working class rose up militantly. I mean, there were protests all over this country, and all of them have been removed from history books. Blacks,
you got to build
whites,
those shoes.
There were American workers in the 1920s who went and fought, blacks and white, in the Spanish Revolution against Franco. I don't know if you know this. A great movie called Seeing Red. Okay, and what happened at that time was the American working class movement was growing, and the elites in this country got so afraid that they were going to lose it all that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was forced, and the Democrats and Republicans forced to throw concessions to the masses. Okay, we'll give you the 8-hour workday. Okay, we'll give you something called
jokes,
Medicare.
Mullet.
Okay, we'll give you, you know,
That's exactly what's going on.
Okay, we'll give you public education.
That's what's going on now. They're trying to pacify us. They're scared of anybody else having power.
Giving people something. It was because the elites were
people rose up.
If they can't pacify us, they'll make us fight each other.
In the 1880s is when 3 American workers got shot.
Okay, can we
in the
stop?
Haymarket
Hold on one
riots in
second, Will.
Chicago
Hold on, pause.
Because they were against.
Just 1 second. I just got to say, everybody, I think what we should do is everybody should get their drink of choice that they have right now.
Mm-hmm.
And every time that Dave tries to mention or ask or insert Trump into Dr.
So he's not
Shiva's
coming
story, y'all got a drink. Okay. So what about Trump, right? Like, okay, so you guys just get your shots ready, get your booze ready every time Dave tries to put Trump in Dr. Shiva's play, because that's all he tries to do. But it's hilarious. So get your shots ready.
So you mean Trump? You mean Trump's coming back, right? Oh, when do you think Trump's coming back?
That's Trump, right?
The leader, Trump.
The atrocious conditions. Those 3 workers were hanged in America. And in commemoration of those workers, those 3 workers, it was declared as May Day, International Workers' Day. It was not a communist thing. It started in commemoration to those workers. Reagan came into office in 80, changed it to Law Day. In every other part of the world, they commemorate those American workers who fought. Okay? So all of this shit has been removed from history books. And so starting between 1900 to 1930s, that movement rose, man. That's why, you know, we had highways built. I mean, you have to go study this. So what does that teach you? When did real change come? When people got their shit together, working people, the true proletariat. If you read Marx, when Marx talks about the proletariat, he's talking about people who work. When Engels died, he said the worst people are Marxists. The modern Marxist refers to the word worker to a term that Marx talked about in denigration called the lumpen proletariat, the people who do not work, who take advantage of other people, who are criminals. So when Bernie Sanders talks about working people, the guy's a complete scumbag. He's talking about people like him who wrote erotic novels and was failed, who was a couch surfer, who just hung around, was a bum, okay? He's not talking about the hardworking American who gets up, has a skill, goes to work, or the hardworking mother who's got to do 2 jobs, etc. He's talking about lumpen proletariat like himself. So what happened was, by the 1950s, the elites realized that they could never allow a workers' movement like that ever.
You're right, Carlos. You're talking to the smallest portion. You got them.
The McCarthy era starts coming. The right wing starts branding anyone who talks about working people uniting. Oh, you're a communist. You're a Marxist. That's capital C communism coming from Russia. Surely American people can't ask for their own rights. That must be, you know, from China, capital communism. So the right wing they did the Red Scare to make sure that no one would ever rise up bottoms up. And then they had the left wing say, okay, fine, you don't need to do bottoms up. Come to us. We will do the top down mafia controlled unions. So by the 1970s, all of those vibrant bottoms-up workers' movements were destroyed. What they had was they had a top-down
I like a
movement.
bottoms-up plan
Okay?
myself.
So the unions of the 1970s, very different than the trade unions of the 1930s, were all controlled by Democrat, laden people who were the union bosses, who basically struck collective bargaining agreements, and they said, we will never strike. They sold out the workers. But if you look between 1940 to 1975, around that period, hundreds of millions, 100 million, at least 100 million Americans participated in strikes. Between 1975 to 2018, maybe 1 million people. You can go look at the numbers. It's like, it's a cliff. And why is this important? Well, because between 1945 to 1971, the American wage grew for all people with GDP. I mean, you had an explosive growth of the American pie. It didn't happen because the elites wanted to help us. It happened because they were scared shitless.
People demanded it.
People demanded it, and they were independently organized. But starting in 1970, Republicans and Democrats united. They started getting theorists at places like, Laura, your great-grandfather, right, talked about the military-industrial complex, starting the mid-60s and 70s. They said, you know what, we can never let this happen again. So they created institutions like the Kennedy School of Government, like McKinsey, like Bain, like Booz Allen, all these think tanks, where those people studied system science. They started understanding the interconnections. And, if you think about engineering system science, right? I calculated this one day, how many people get their PhD from engineering at MIT? A couple hundred people, maximum. So if you take a generation, 200 people times, let's say 40 years, maybe there's 8,000 people on the planet Earth who understand system science. Well, I was one of those fortunate people to not only learn it, but then advance it to showing that there's a fundamental science of systems that not only you can apply to your body as a system. That's how I was able to decipher the nature of Indian systems of medicine. You can apply it to political theory. Truth, freedom, and health is not a slogan. It's not a slogan. It is directly related to general systems theory, transport, conversion, storage. We talk about this. Vata, Pitta, Kapha, which is related to Indian traditional medicine. So we have built a framework, an educational model that, number one, people have to understand they're out of their minds in 2021 if you think Trump is a revolutionary, if you think he's anti-establishment, if you think Bernie Sanders is. These people are part of the WWF, okay? They want
all of them. You're saying all of them.
All of them. Look, the best analogy you can do, everyone, if you want to do this, draw a bird, draw the head of the bird. That's the establishment. Now draw the shoulders of the bird. You know what that is? That is the obvious establishment. On the left wing of the bird, you have the Hillary Clintons and the Joe Bidens and the Obamas, okay? On the other shoulder, which is the obvious establishment, you have the Mitch McConnells and the Romneys and the McCains. Okay, that's a shoulder. Well, it's obvious. Okay, those are the obvious wings, the obvious shoulders of the obvious establishment. But the way the establishment works, and this is the hardest thing, and this is why people need to understand systems theory, we teach this, is that the establishment is very clever. They have the wings. The birds have a wing, right? The wings are the things. The right wing, okay, will sometimes bark at the shoulder of that. Trump will say shit against Romney or stuff against McConnell. He just said McConnell's a dumb son of a bitch, right? This is all just bullshit. This is like Junkyard Dog on WWF Wrestling saying at the back end, Trump is doing that because he's starting a super PAC. He wants to keep his target audience to, Trump. At the end of the day, he conceded. He didn't do shit against election fraud. He raised $300 million. He had Jared Kushner there for 4 years.
He didn't do shit about social media censorship.
That always raised a red flag to me was Kushner.
Yeah, nothing happened to Hillary. The entire campaign was lock her up. So anyway, so you have that
he's not wrong. He made a lot of noise. He acted like he was going to do a lot of stuff, and a lot of the stuff that he campaigned on, such as fixing the swamp and lock her up. And when he got on social media and said he was going to fix it, none of that shit happened. None of it happened.
WF on this, but it's the wings of the
That
establishment.
is super majority when he went in.
Against the shoulder, so people say, oh yeah, Trump must be anti-establishment. I gave money to him. You probably did. We all thought he was it, but at the end of the day, look at his actions.
So let me ask you this.
Shut the fuck up, Jamie.
Trump supporter. You're not anymore, or you still are?
No, so here's my analysis.
Or leave.
So my journey was I never voted in my life. Let me give you the analysis here. In 1984, I don't know how old you guys are, but you may remember that there was a guy called Jesse Jackson ran against Walter Mondale and Ronald Reagan. Okay.
Right.
And I have always been studying political theory and revolutionary theory. And I said, well, Jesse's saying enough, right? He seems like he's anti-establishment, right? So all my friends at MIT, we supported him. He was a rainbow movement, bringing together people. He would attack Reagan and Mondale, et cetera, right? So, but at the last minute, what does Jesse Jackson do? He's a wing. He's a flapping wing. He
falls in line.
Speech on the floor of the Democratic Convention. And he says, well, we can't have the lesser of two evils. He takes this vibrant bottoms-up movement and he corrals it right into the Democratic Party, if you remember. And by the way,
it's the exact same thing Bernie Sanders did. Bernie Sanders moves to shake up the party, and we're going to do this, and we're not conceding. Then they actually found out they cheated his ass and he still gave his speech to push it right in there. So Trump shook and yelled and screamed a lot more, and did some stuff while he was in office, but not the stuff that he was supposed to do. When it came to lock her up, he said she had been through too much.
Yeah, and Bernie Sanders got an awful nice house out of that, didn't he?
Yeah. He says the guy he's talking about ended up getting an airplane out of his little deal.
He got a private plane out of that. That was a gig he got. That's what I learned later. Okay. And he gives all the votes to Mondale, lesser of two evils. Well, ever since then.
Yeah, that was Jesse Jackson.
I couldn't think of
my friends and I at MIT, we started a newspaper called The Student. We were railing against Democrats and Republicans. Okay. We helped more blacks and white students.
That was the Democrat. Actually, Trump financed his campaign. I don't know why Dr. Shiva's not mentioning that, but Donald Trump financed Jesse Jackson's campaign, his political campaign as a Democrat.
Remember, the left wing has been very clever at doing this. The left wing has always had its fringe things to get the Bernies and the now the AOCs to flap the wings against the DNC establishment, but it's to sucker people like him. So when I saw Trump, the right wing has been always just the right wing establishment. Well, when Trump came, Trump was part of the Reform Party.
Everybody wants to feel good about America, though, man. You know.
What I watched was when he was on stage, he was doing sort of what Jesse was doing, but from the right. If you follow what I'm saying, he was attacking the Republicans. And I said, okay, let me give this guy a shot. All right. He was saying enough because typically when Jesse Jackson got the national TV, he was a little more, he'd quiet down his rhetoric. But Trump wasn't doing that. I said, okay, let's give this guy a shot. Okay. So I supported him, registered as an independent, voted for him, was invited to the inauguration, went there, decided to run for political office against Elizabeth Warren. Right. And our slogan was great. Only the real Indian can defeat the fake Indian. It was exposing Elizabeth Warren as a racist. Okay. We never got any support from the Trump campaign. It was sort of odd. And then when I ran in 2020, we ran as Republicans, okay, this time. And we built an amazing campaign, bottoms up. It comes on September 1st night. We found out that we had 3,000 volunteers, David. And Laura, you know this, right? We had 10,000 lawn signs, 20,000 bumper stickers. We were everywhere, man. $2 million. The Republican establishment finds a fool to run against me who had no lawn signs, nothing.
Hey, make sure if you haven't liked or shared to share this. He gets into some good shit. Honestly, it's probably my current political platform of choice. This is my belief.
He's good.
I can't say it the same way he can, but he's very good at it.
And on September 1st, which was the night of the primary, people are saying, Shiva, you won a landslide on the Republican primary. We win in the hand-counted county.
And you know what, Will? This is unbelievable that this was
county, this pasty-faced white guy.
Listen to all this great information that fortunately, you were able to capture here, right?
Yeah.
Is it all this amazing stuff from this brilliant man? I cannot get over that fact that he was censored by these people who tout freedom of speech. They didn't want him to, it didn't fit what they had to say. They deleted this guy.
Right.
We got to get him on Griftbusters.
I'm sure he was worried about 107 and what all his friends would think that he grifts with, or some of his community was seeing it and stopped supporting him.
Absolutely. And they did go live, so a lot of people did see it.
Mm-hmm.
Who was nowhere to be found.
They did go live, am I correct?
Yeah, it was up for a little bit.
60-40, 60-40, 60-40.
Afterwards,
60-40.
too.
There's no way that happened. That's when I realized, election fraud takes place here. We started doing the investigation. I was the one who found out that they destroyed ballot images, which are the images because in all those counties that I lost, they were all 90% electronic voting machines. That's when I discovered that on those electronic voting machines, they have a feature called the weighted race feature where they can multiply your vote by a fraction. Your vote is not even stored as a whole vote.
Wow.
Okay. So if Laura got 1,000 votes, you got 1,000 votes, they can multiply Laura's votes by 0.5 and yours by 0.2. Okay. Or 2.
There's only about 5 minutes of this that they could possibly edit down to that actually works for them anyway.
Right.
And it's really, neutrally sort of innocuous.
Yeah, it's like, hey, how's it going, Dr. Shiva? And then it just cuts off.
That's it. Then he just goes.
China blaming, it's red-blooded Americans doing this to other red-blooded Americans. And this is how the establishment.
Dave's like, why is he taking the ball and running it that way?
Versus looking at the reality. It is. So I went to the state of Massachusetts and I said, I want the ballot images, which are the images that are created when you scan a ballot. And that is what is the AI looks at to figure out who voted for who. Okay. Whether it's Laura or you. Okay. So I went to file the FOIA and the response I get back is, we don't save the ballot images. Now by law in 1974, the law was passed for federal elections. All records generated in connection with the federal election must be preserved for 22 months. So I wrote back to the Secretary of State. I said, you violated federal law. She writes back and doesn't answer the question. Those email exchanges I post on Twitter saying the Secretary of State of Massachusetts has deleted ballot images in violation of federal law. Bang, I'm thrown off Twitter for 3 weeks in the middle of a federal election campaign. A news story tried to do a hit job on me saying, oh, Shiva's lying, no ballots were destroyed. I didn't say ballots, you idiots. I said ballot images, okay? The idiot who wrote that news story did something very valuable for us. He called the Secretary of State and he found out that they had contacted Twitter. Let me repeat, the government of Massachusetts had contacted Twitter to throw me off Twitter because we were exposing the fact the government was violating federal law. So just let that sit in. I've been on Twitter since 2011. I spoke about election fraud on Twitter over and over and over again. But the day I shared those 4 emails conclusively showing that the Secretary of State authorized these voting machines, which have that feature and they're deleting ballot images, that's when I get thrown off. So I knew I had a big lawsuit. The lawsuit was not at that time on election integrity. It wasn't about Section 230. It was about the fact that government had contacted big tech. So I filed a lawsuit. No lawyer wanted to take it on. I had to represent myself in federal court. And we got, number one, the judge decided to hear us, which is a big victory. All of Trump's stuff was never heard. It threw it all out, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, the judge gave me all the terms of my restraining order. He reprimanded the Secretary of State. He goes, if you have a problem with Dr. Shiva, why don't you go on Twitter and argue it out? He goes, I may be 75 years old. Maybe I still believe in the First Amendment. This is a federal judge who took on Whitey Bulger.
The governor of his state called Twitter and got his shit removed. The governor of his state called Twitter and got his shit removed because he was talking about them deleting the pictures of the ballots.
There you go.
By the way, we got very lucky.
That could have been fixed by a president.
Libertarian judge. Then, more recently, he said he told us that he also wanted
at least the supermajority for the first 2 years.
Because we have, and in the hearing, he said more than likely Dr. Shiva will prevail in this lawsuit, in the big $1.2 billion lawsuit, because we will show state action was involved. This is not big tech. It's not big pharma. It is government who works with big tech. We live under fascism. To use the word socialism and communism, it's a diversion. We live under fascism. It is a very particular term that involves when the government and big corporations have become one. That is what has occurred in the United States right now. And we have the lawsuit of the century. All of Trump's lawsuits were thrown out. Rudy Giuliani was getting paid $100,000, $120,000 a week. I was the one who did the Michigan analysis, if you saw, and the Arizona. And then Trump retweeted me after 2 years. Then Eric Trump called me. Then Mark Meadows called me. Not because they wanted to support us. They were saying, shit, Shiva's actually doing the real stuff. We were running this fake thing to raise $300 million. This is called wag the dog. And this
there you go.
Okay, I understand everything you're saying. I'm just, wow.
Yeah, I know I'm hitting you with a lot, man.
This is a gut punch to me right now. So
sorry.
Hold on, I'm trying to understand this. So what's your analysis? They're all part of the same system. I understand that, but what's your final? You said you back Trump. You're behind him.
What the fuck is wrong with
What's
her?
your final analysis on Trump?
Trump is part of the not so obvious establishment, WWF wrestling. That's what he is. Okay.
He's just playing a part.
Well, let's look at it this. In fact, now we can unpack the
You
whole
don't
thing.
get it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, let's go.
So the key thing I want to, first of all, everyone listening, if you want to get serious about winning, I'm here to educate you. I'm a catalyst, right? I talk to Laura every Monday nights. It's a 3-hour class I host. It's part of the Truth Freedom Health Warrior Training Program. And people should only attend that class once. You better probably come to it over and over and over again. This has taken me 50 years to put these concepts together. But it's, you can go to vashiva.com/join, and people should join there. And it's important that I push this because if I don't push it, it's sort of a disservice I'm doing. But the critical thing here, David, is this. If you look at one of the important things for people to understand is that you cannot not follow the money, okay?
Right.
The establishment wants us to get involved in bots and transhumanism and aliens, and could be happening. I'm not opposed to that. They may be there, right? But
Laura's a mute.
The great Buddha said something interesting. I don't know if you know this, what Buddha said. Buddha was quite enlightened. He said, people would ask him, is there a God? Is life an illusion? And he said, look, I'm not going to answer those questions. He was much more practical. Let's talk about the here and now. Yeah, life may be an illusion. Well, then that matter. It doesn't matter. You see what I'm saying? If there's a God or not, yeah, it matters and may not matter. But what does matter is the following, that when you follow the money and you go back to look at 2008, what happened in 2008? A guy called Barack Obama, by the way, a lot of Trumpers voted for Obama, okay? He was a black guy that was there because the establishment and their marketers and their people who understand system science, you know what they're watching every day? They're watching the sentiment of the American working class. That's what they're tracking. And they know that the American working class starts getting smarter, but they're very, most of them are so imbued with work, they can't, they don't have time to go to a protest, right? But they watch which way the working class is moving. Shit, they're getting really upset. Okay, let's shove this black guy in front of them called Barack Obama, okay? And he'll talk about hope and blah, blah, blah. He'll give a good speech, which will write for him, right? And what did Barack Obama
Try to get that 107 backhand.
When push came to shove,
He's trying to jump in there.
Implemented quantitative easing. What was quantitative
So
easing?
bad.
He is too. Oh, here it comes. Look at him. They're
Let
just.
the big banks fail. He didn't do that.
He's like, fuck
What
this.
did Obama
I
do?
don't want them above
He
me
literally
like that.
created this new phenomenon called quantitative easing. What was
Like
quantitative
gargoyles.
easing? It basically said that when the elites go to their bank accounts, suddenly money is just going to show up in their ATM accounts. And
That's
he literally let them print money. And what that meant was that printing, it wasn't even printing. It was just like suddenly you had $2 trillion. I think they printed you had $4 trillion in your account. Just made it
You're
up.
going to write me a pink slip.
Which is on the so that was
$2
called
million.
quantitative easing. A big word meaning I just fucking gave you money. Excuse my language, right? I just freaking stole from the working people and I just gave it to you. Okay? That's what Obama did. He didn't let Goldman Sachs fail. He didn't let none of those banks failed because they were his people who he knew at Harvard, right? They were his buddies. That's what happened. So what did quantitative easing do? Quantitative easing artificially boosted up the stock market. It basically kept interest rates low because interest rates today, David and Laura, it should be around 6 to 8%. What
If
is
you're
interest rates?
president,
Interest
you
rates
hook up
are
your
measure of
friends.
the demand
I'm
for
sorry.
capital, right?
Okay.
More demand for capital. That means small businesses are doing well. They need to borrow loans. So they kept interest rates low.
If
Why?
I get to be
Because
president,
the
I'm
elites,
sending you a
the
tractor
big
trailer full of
corporations are running
cocaine,
businesses
sir.
like Jared Kushner,
That's right.
like Trump.
That's right.
Who needs
That's
low
all the
and
house,
interest rates
bud.
low.
And the pre-signed fucking we're at pardon.
Remember them little grenade launchers you wanted? We're gonna send you some of those too.
That's right.
Real estate business is not anything of genius business. Jared Kushner got into Harvard. His dad gave Harvard $2.5 million. He was running slums here because Papa gave him money. When Papa gives you money, you go buy a couple of homes with Papa's money. Then you put some renters there. Then you leverage that money with low interest loans and you go buy. It's not like you're creating anything. Okay.
Right.
So
Okay, I have a question.
idea.
Yeah.
So this is what happens with Obama in 2008, and since the same system is controlling everything, which I agree with you, like 100%, everything you said in here, I've agreed with you. So what was the purpose of Trump? So
See,
they did
that's
that with
where he.
Obama.
Here,
Here
that's where.
comes
Stop.
Trump. So what?
That's where he. That is where he fucks himself. Did you hear what he just said? Him agreeing
With everything you've said.
Go back a little. Yeah, did he say anything else before that, or he just said I'm agreeing with you everything you said?
No, he said let's just stop here. I agree with everything you said, everything in it. I agree with it all. But
okay,
that was Obama.
Okay. Right. See, he is right there, just totally going against everything he's ever said, just by agreeing with him.
Yep.
What was so we're here with Obama, and then we go
Mr. 100% in the fight.
Trump gave us the illusion that we had choice again. I've questioned this many times on my own show. Like I voted for Trump. I like Trump. I wish he would have done more. He failed me in a few ways, but I don't think I'll ever have a perfect president because no one's ever going to do everything you want, no one else. But he might have just gave us the illusion and without changing a whole lot. Because the day he left, almost everything went back to the same way.
Right. So let's follow this through. So first of all, follow the money. In 2008, the elite system was gone. It should have been blown up. Obama rescued them because they need him. He's part of the elites, right? So what did he do? He rescued them, about $4 trillion at the time, right? They printed for them. They kept the interest rates low. Now, so since 2008, the interest rates have been about 1% to 2%, right? The U.S. GDP, everyone can write this down on the back of a napkin, is $22 trillion, okay? $22 trillion. Now, what is the interest on that? What is the amount that we owe on that? About $22 trillion now. We owe $22 trillion in debt. The GDP is $22 trillion. What is GDP? The simple definition of GDP is something very simple I can tell people is take all working people in the United States and add up all their salaries. That's GDP. It's the gross domestic product, okay? So 22 trillion is the gross domestic product of the American people. 22 trillion is our debt, okay? What is the budget every year? It's about 4 to 5 trillion.
Nino's
How do
about
you
to
get
fall
that?
over in
Let's
his
assume
chair.
Every average
really.
American is paying on average 20% in tax, okay? On average, 20% of 22 trillion is what? $4 trillion, okay? But only 80% of that 4 trillion is only contributed by 20% of people. 80% of the tax is coming from 20%.
He's like, I can't believe I have to tell these stupid people.
Right? Now, so what has happened here is that when you look at those numbers, the elites cannot have the interest rate go over 1 or 2%. Why? Let's say the interest rate is 6%. That means every year you're going to be paying 6% of 22 trillion, which is the debt, which is what? $1.2 trillion. So they keep the debt at 1%, so you only have to pay 200 billion. So they basically put themselves between a rock and a hard place. They've created a fictitious economy of Jared Kushner's getting loans and building bullshit businesses, slums, for example, right?
Right.
By low interest loans. So when Obama did that in 2008, they artificially have kept the interest rate's low. So now, then this is occurring, by the way, globally. Okay.
Okay.
So now the elites are sitting there saying, shit, you know, interest, it's like a pot is boiling, because you know who's actually being productive? People like myself who's starting a business, people like you, Laura,
right.
Small business guys. We're actually creating real businesses.
That's where Trump comes in.
Well, so 2008 to 16, they still see production taking place. Small.
He tried to stick him in there, and that's where Trump comes in, right? That's our Trump guy. That's our Trumper. Trumpy.
Yes, Trump.
Businesses need loans, so the demand for money was increasing. So the interest rate should be going up. So they knew they needed to do a great reset. What is a great reset? How do you keep the interest rates low?
Well, like the Nassar and the Great Reset. Not wanting to interrupt, but I mean, there's the Great Reset, and then there's this whole Nassar and Nassara. I mean,
is that a conspiracy?
I mean, you know.
Well, what? Yeah. So the Great Reset here is you need to keep the interest. So the interest rates are going to grow, David. Okay. And Laura,
did you see her bio?
Because
bro?
Small business.
But before Trump came in, they were talking about the Great Reset. They just started talking about the Great Reset now. When Trump
no. But what I'm saying is
her
this
bio.
She's a
global alchemist.
Because if you look at in 2018,
what she's described as
2018, suddenly interest rates shot up 10%. What's called a repo rate. Okay. My point is the elites knew. My position is, and it's a longer discussion. They knew,
and she's the great granddaughter of the general.
They needed to slow down the entire world
approved
economy.
Operation Paperclip.
So take that at face value for a second. Okay, so how are you going to do that? You're basically going to have to come up with a way to basically stop demand for capital, which means
looks Khazarian to me.
Down motion of the economy. You follow me? In order to do that, wow, wouldn't a pandemic be great? Because you have to slow down the world economy. So, given that they knew that they needed to do that, if you follow this through, now look at the world, okay? When you look at the world and you're a systems guy, and that's what these guys do, they're saying, okay, we got to slow down this freaking economy. Who is going to be the most antagonistic towards us? Let's say I shut down their small...
polarizing figure.
Well, no. Who is going to stop which group of people in the world, if we wanted to do the Great Reset in 2016, okay, would be the most, who would be against us? Would it be, look at it, forget an individual, which group of people? Okay, is it going to be the Chinese working people? No, they don't have weapons. They're just slaves, most of them, right? Because of the thumb of the Chinese Communist Party. Okay, so we don't have
American worker.
There you go. The American working, it's not the Indian workers. The Indian workers don't have weapons. The Australians, they disarm them.
So that's when Trump comes in.
Well, the American working class, when they calculated
there he is. That's Trump. Drink. You see Trump? Trump comes in.
There it is.
That's when he saved us. Drink. That's right.
Only group on the face of the planet who would become a force, like in Central Mass here, we have a lot of people with guns or working class people, quote unquote conservatives, okay? If you went and told that guy, let's say Hillary was in office in 2019, okay? 2018. And you went to that guy and you said, I'm going to shut down your business and your gym and your restaurant. That guy's got weapons. Do you think if Hillary was in office, he wouldn't have allowed that?
Right.
But if Trump was in office, this is what they did. They put Trump in. Because if you believe elections are selections, follow the logic all the way through. Eliminate your cult-like support for one person or the other. Because when I looked at the data, they have the ability to flip
cult-like
support.
Cult-like
and in
support.
fact, during 2016, many people came to Hillary and they said, you know, there was voter fraud.
Why wouldn't it, if they're all
okay? So let's follow this logic. They
selected, not elected, then why wouldn't it stand to reason that through line doesn't follow into Trump? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense for it to not be, you know, like what is he, some fucking wizard, you know?
What you don't understand, a woman explained to me on the street, and she was holding a sign that said Democrats eat babies, so I know she was accurate. What you don't understand is all the elections had always been rigged, except in 2016, General Michael Flynn and General Mad Dog Mattis were in a helo above CIA headquarters. And when they were fixing to flip the switch for the vote flipping machine, they called down to CIA headquarters and said, hey, we've got you surrounded and we'll blow this place to pieces if you flip that switch. And then they decided not to. George Bush was going to have it done.
That's, you know what? That checks out. That totally checks
I could tell. I'm military, and it checked out with me.
Trump in also in 2016.
I just ran that by with the abacus while you were talking. Totally checks out.
When he got into office within 24 hours, he said, well, you know, she's been through a lot. Referring to Hillary.
1600.
Ivanka met with Chelsea.
She's been through a lot.
So nothing happened to Hillary. Nothing.
They're
the
friends.
The campaign was lock her up, lock her up, lock her up.
Not a scratch on Hillary.
Oh, go ahead.
The last point I want to make here, and then 2 weeks after that, you started seeing the Q videos. The Q videos where trust the plan. You know, this is the Messiah. And then, so what did that actually materially do? All of my friends who were the working class people in America, who were armed to the teeth, by the way, who thought Trump was their savior, He said, okay, he's going to do something. Okay, give him another year. Okay, he's, his hands are tied. He's going to do something. Trust the plan. So that went on not 1 month, not 6 months, not 1 year, not 2 years, all the way until the end. What the hell do we get?
Absolutely.
So this was very clever, okay? The working class in America, who are typically hardworking blue-collar people, those blue-collar people were used by Obama for a while.
I think this is a boom.
Let's try the white guy, okay? The guy who'll talk about make America great again, and they'll present him, oh yeah, Trump works with the working class. Right, we heard that story, right? He knows the construction workers. Yeah, my daddy and I were on the construction. Bullshit. I'm sorry, you're not part of the working class, Donald Trump. Neither are you, Ivanka. No matter what you say, Don Jr., you go kill animals out in the safari, for fun. Working class people don't do that. F off, okay? This was a cult they brought us into. The day that he didn't do anything to Hillary, that's when everyone should have left the cult. But we didn't. The cleverness of Trump. Look, I've lived in Hollywood. Most of those people in Hollywood like to use the word star fucker. You know what they refer to all those people say, can I have your autograph? I want to hang out with you. That's the way Trump thinks about working people. I had a friend of mine, Frank, who busted his buns for him. Okay? But when those people leave, they have great disdain for the working people. It's an act, David. And why should we put all of our energy into
At what point, and Dr. Shiva, I'm not.
Dave is a star fucker.
Your mind a little bit.
Yep.
And I'm not, listen, I have supported Trump. I'm behind Trump.
And
but
a ranting racist.
If I don't see certain things that are just flat wrong. And I agree with a lot you're saying. At what point did you say, basically, fuck this?
Let me tell you, I tell you the date. It was on January 3rd, okay?
This year.
I like that he admits it.
Do you think that this misinformation is a distraction from the public because of the Maxwell trial? Hell no. This has been a distraction since 2016 to get you to shut the fuck up.
Okay.
When I connected all the dots.
So you don't believe there's anything happening behind the scenes? You don't believe the White Hats, the
bullshit.
Black Hats?
All bullshit, all bullshit. Okay?
The White Hats, the Black Hats, behind the scenes, the Q, the theories, the government agents. Bullshit. It's all bullshit.
He's not a general.
Okay,
he doesn't have to.
What's going on?
He doesn't have to
go back to political theory. This is why
he doesn't have to. This is not. Yeah. He doesn't have to hold the fork in line.
G times M1 times M2 over R squared. If you go, I mean, it doesn't matter what the hell you think, right? Bernoulli's principle exists because it's natural laws. Okay. If you go back, there is a physics to this, and the physics is this: the establishment has a left and a right, obvious. It has a not so obvious controlled opposition. This is part of them. The left had it with the Obamas and the Bernies. The right needed it. Okay. So let me. I can finish the January. So what happened was, first of all, I saw that we were on.
So do you think that Trump knew he was part of this, or he was trying to save us?
That's a drink.
And here, Trump never came and supported us. We were totally. I mean, you can talk to our volunteers. Like, when's Trump going to support us? Nothing. Okay. All of the people.
That's right. Red flag laws by Trump.
Saying, well,
Trump said, "I'm in favor of taking the gun from the person before something happens." It's a red flag gun law.
He brought in John Bolton. He brought in the biggest scumbags of the GOP, and everyone said, "Oh, poor Trump. He can't find anyone." I'm sorry. Everyone around him was a swamp. Okay. If you're so-called.
And when he left, his pardons. Go read the fucking people he pardoned when he left. He left out people like Julian Assange, and go read the list of people that he fucking pardoned. Talk about him helping out the left or trying to buy his freedom away from an impeachment trial or some shit.
A revolutionary going against the establishment, you better go all out against them. You don't bring in Rex Tillerson. You don't bring in stupid Ivanka and Jared, okay? Who were just months. Dershowitz. Months before that, Jared Kushner was doing fundraisers for Cory Booker. Okay.
And his homeland.
Why didn't they keep? Let me ask you this: so why did they just keep Trump in office? Why did they bring in Biden?
Let's talk about that. Okay.
Jared Kushner was the biggest advocate for Israeli stuff that there was.
No, that was a great question. Anyway.
Right. So it's all about.
Jared Kushner is the reason that we still have to fuck with Twitter, and Gab didn't take off like a skyrocket because he talked Trump out of joining any other social media platform, said it wouldn't be worth his time over and over and over and over again. When Trump had the pull, and he could have brought millions of people along with him.
Political capital, right? So they needed Trump, right? They needed Trump to pull off this thing called the Great Reset, all right? And part of what the establishment does that's very clever, it's about demoralizing.
I'm sorry, I keep stopping it, but it almost blows my mind too to think that he's right, because we just recently started talking about the Great Reset. And if you're going to find out about it from these mastermind deep state people who are capable of doing all this stuff, like I've told you before, they're not capable of fixing this contest and doing this and hiding this and doing that and ruling the world and hiding this from you. And they're so stupid they leave evidence on a message board. So if we're finding out about the Great Reset, it makes sense that it already happened. They got us worried about it now because it happened 3 years ago.
People, there's a mind game here, okay? If you talk to most Trumpers, where are they right now? They're demoralized.
100%.
Okay? After people supported Bernie. You remember, I had a friend of mine, Lori here, 2016.
You got chat drunk.
You should support Bernie. Bernie is going to fight. I said, Bernie's full of shit. I said, Bernie's never worked. He's going to do exactly what Jesse Jackson did. And she stormed out of my house. She goes, Shiva, you're an asshole. You always are too
Depends on
critical.
how committed they
Bernie's
are.
going to change things. He will never, ever. I said, watch my words.
Are you an alpha?
Lori, and you can tape it. On the floor of the
Drink,
Democratic
you alpha
Convention,
drinker.
Bernie
He's some
will,
kind of pussy.
bend over for Hillary Clinton. Okay. And that's what she goes, no way, Bernie will never do that. And if you remember what happened, that's exactly what he did. Okay. And what happened to the Bernie movement was all these young kids were like demoralized. Oh my God, what happened? You had the Bernie movement split. Some people stayed with the establishment. Other people were just demoralized. They just like gave up. So one of the things the establishment wants to do is they want to corral people in and then blow up people who are the real fighters. Okay. So if you look at what happened on January 6th, and this is when things became absolutely clear.
Right back.
I was watching Linwood speak.
You good.
You know, and by the way, I was helping all of these guys. We did so much mathematical analysis for these guys.
A lot with him.
Huh?
Well, you mentioned in the last interview, you actually were able to actually work with Lynn pretty close. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. So what we noticed was the following. Okay. September 1st through October 30th, we were the ones who were exposing what was going on mathematically with these machines. No one supported us. We did all that analysis. Myself, Phil Evans, Doug. We didn't get paid a penny for that. Okay. We're the ones who still have two multiple victory cases in court. Well, when November 3rd occurred, we were prepared. I was the one who did that Michigan analysis, showed that beautiful line that should not be a line. And then I did the analysis for Arizona, right? So by that time, I was wondering,
That's right, Elsie's dad.
Tweeted me. It's after I did Michigan and went viral, I got a call from Mark Meadows. And this was what's fascinating.
And someone, I know it's a lot to do with the grift kings and stuff, but there's other people. Don't tell me. Like, I've seen some of our intelligence assets. I've been to places where they store like supercomputers for like the NSA and collect data and shit. Don't tell me they couldn't shut down some of these fucking QAnon people if they want to. They know every time they go take a shit. Someone's allowing that still to go on. Even though the type of person Trump is, I don't think he'll ever say I was beaten or I concede. But he's done all but. He says he's going to run next time. He says that he just wants to focus, or he might run next time. He wants to focus on getting midterms. He's never said once that he's coming back to the office. But the grifters keep pushing it, and someone's allowing it still to go on. When you know they're making fucking dangerous plans, I've been in Telegram chats where they're making plans. If this don't happen by this day, we're going to show up here. Like, bullshit. Somebody's allowing that to keep going. I think they wanted to pop off. I got you, Tony.
Early November on a weekend, I just finished teaching a class. Mark Meadows calls me from, here's the chief of staff of the United States White House, perhaps the second most powerful person in the country, calling me and telling me, Shiva, how can we help you? And I said, Mark, give me data. I can show all of the things, how fraudulent they are. So that was on a Saturday. Mark said, okay, I'll give you data. Sunday, I said, look, Mark, here's an analysis I've done. And
I'm in my 5 and my 6 deep state.
Wait nights and days. So he said, okay, I'm going to get you data. Monday comes. Nothing. Tuesday, we get a call from the RNC, Rona McDaniel's office. Oh, how can we help you, Dr. Shiva? Give me data. Nothing.
They've been sending me yours for safekeeping.
That's when I started wondering.
Something about a drug addiction, and they didn't know.
I just did this analysis.
Alleged and
PhD.
I talked about that.
They said if they just give you the couple 8 balls a day that you'll keep coming back because you don't have money to break away. But if they give you the paycheck, you'll go find your own.
That's how they're keeping me. Once I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Man, that's some good blow, though.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm keeping it in a separate bank account named Patriot Street Fighter Bus Fund. That's the name they gave me randomly. It's weird.
I'm sorry, you mean the gas fund? Dude. I thought it was 4. It's 5 buses. It's 5 buses and 500 motorcycles.
And one bus is like all equipment and bullshit, isn't it?
Okay.
Guy,
they are gonna get 3 miles a gallon with everything they put in them.
Right. So on that day, what happens is I did a tweet. I said, "Dear President Trump, dear Mr. Biden, I have data that will show that we no longer have one person, one vote. I'm willing to share it with you. And I was putting Trump on notice too. Are you serious about fighting? That was a Thursday. Then Eric Trump reaches out to me. Never heard from him. Okay. And I said, Eric, I don't believe anyone's serious about fighting.
Eric's the real hitman.
I said, no one's giving us data. So then he said, oh, talk to the Trump campaign's lawyer. So here we're dealing with the White House, Organization 1, Mark Meadows. Over here, we're dealing with Republican National Committee at the Ronna McDaniel level. And then suddenly I'm connected with the Trump campaign.
Sandy, why do you show up? Please fucking leave. How about that? I found this goddamn video. I got it when no one else can get it. You go fucking find it. Please don't talk at the same time. Fuck you. I'm trying to keep from getting a copyright violation. This is critical commentary.
Know how commentary works? Yeah. People don't understand how commentary works.
Please don't talk at the same time. I'm trying to watch someone else's program on your show.
And I said, look, no one's giving us data. I said, do you have the data? Yeah, we have it. Are you going to give it to us? Silence. That went on for 2 weeks. Nothing, David. They never gave us data. When I did Arizona, we did that on our own. Okay? Then I wasn't supposed to be the speaker. So I suddenly show up on the hearing. I think Rudy Giuliani was taken aback. Then if you saw the cross-examination, which we showed that went viral. Then Trump retweets that, where I showed this beautiful curve showing that it was so manipulated. And that's Trump retweeted me because the Trumpers were saying, wait a minute, Sheila's fighting this real fraud. What are they doing? And after that, nothing happened. Lynn Wood gave me some data, which we helped in Georgia. But if you...
This also reinforces the guy that Monkey Works had on. I don't know if you guys remember the young kid that was like an intern at the White House right after college. And he was saying that they had people with real stuff.
That was supposed to be the one flapping his gums, that one?
He was like a young guy he was an intern that worked in an office called, it was like an office to fulfill campaign promises. But his boss directly reported to Trump. He didn't, but he talked to him sometimes and his boss. But he said when all this stuff was going down and everybody was worried about what was going on with the election, blah, 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 there were people there that had real issues like, hey, the state has to keep a copy of this for 2 years. Why don't we just immediately start a hand count? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? They were kept away from Trump. They were not seen by Trump. They were just taken by a secretary. But these people that come in with shit like Italian fucking satellites overseas with vote switching software aboard, those people were given a direct pathway in and sat down in front of him.
Patrick Byrne was there.
Yeah.
Patrick Byrne was one of the guys. He has his deep capture, and he was one of the guys who was there in the White House with the president. I don't know what your opinion is of him, but he wrote a whole journal about it.
Yeah.
And he mentioned that Trump basically had a 3-foot putt and he turned it into something very difficult.
Yeah.
It didn't have to be, he just didn't pull the trigger. He didn't do his fucking job, man.
It's almost like he wanted to chase the wilder shit that knew. And they could have shut that stupid bitch up, Sidney Powell, when she was out here screaming shit about the Kraken and shit. They even kicked her off the team, and she was still running around saying all that crazy shit. Like, why not chase? Even if that's true, even if Italy has a vote switching satellite that switches votes from outer space, why not just look at the ballots? Why not just look at the ballots when they're cast? Why not just see the ballot image? Why not just immediately go to a hand count? That didn't make any sense. We were chasing crazy shit. Special forces soldiers in Germany and shit.
Read their lawsuits, David. They're all bullshit.
Well, you mentioned that Sidney Powell is like all these grammatical errors.
If you read her lawsuit, it's like the first line they spelled the United States wrong.
So let me just get the gist of it here for my audience.
That's always a good way to start off a legal document.
So basically, they're in comparing this. They're all part of this kind of like this.
United
analogy you gave is like this WWE.
What did
WWF?
Rudy type it up?
WWE now. Okay, so Trump basically you're saying is in on all this.
There was another Trump.
There you go. Drink again.
How can
That's
he go
another
off
shot, baby.
Answer this for the people because they're going to want to know this. Go off and do all these rallies, campaign, kill it for all these rallies, expend all this energy at all these rallies, getting close to the election, and then lose to Biden. And then if he's really part of this, he would have had to have known that Biden was going to win.
Another shot.
So in a sense, and then the whole Q movement, all this added in there. So if he would have been a part of this in the very beginning, then would you also say is it far to venture out to?
If you think Sidney Powell's still on your side when her legal defense is only a non-intelligent person would believe my claims as I was claiming a fact. It was only rhetoric and emotional rhetoric. That was it. Like all the shit she said She's not claiming that any of it had any factual grounds, that it was only rhetoric because she's getting her ass sued off now. That's her legal defense. That's what her lawyers filed for her, and she signed at the bottom.
Say that we could expect Trump to reemerge at some point, like they're saying that he could in 2021 to fix the election, and that would still all be part of the grand scheme of things, all part of the big WWE.
So, David, you're asking a good question. Let me just, it's
very, like it's all under the same umbrella, right? So they're all just players in the game or pawns in the game. Would you venture on to say that when Trump reemerges and ignites, he starts up with his rallies again and goes for it again, that he's basically part of the big play again, that it's all going to be controlled?
Well, let me just...
Am I making sense? I don't know if I'm making sense.
No, you are, but let me help you refine your question. How you answer the question will help you. The real question that we must ask is, this is the real important question, right? Where is our attention
Garrett,
going if
thank
we
you.
truly want change?
The young guy's name is Garrett.
And if you look at what I just shared with you with the 1920s, 30s, right? Do you think Donald Trump will bring about change?
He did an interview with MonkeyWorks, and after he did, he kind of I guess blackpilled, or at least got MonkeyWorks away from the Q thing a little bit. And then all the Q people started calling out MonkeyWorks as a shill because his mind was changed slightly. Like, he still pushes some of the shit and some of the weirders, or some of the not so weird shit, but his mind was changed slightly, and they just started calling him out.
For the American people, do you think Joe Biden will bring about change? Do you think any politician can?
I'm going to answer it like this, and here's what I think. I'm a boxer, right? I was a professional fighter my entire life. And who wins? The promoter. The promoter has both the fighters in the fight, right? We always know that. I'm just fighting for myself. But the promoter is the guy that wins all, is the big winner. He has two, it's like saying they have two horses, right? They have two fighters in the fight. Is that what we're looking at? The big boys up
I don't think you're in the minority, Cassidy. That's what my entire channel's about.
there are controlling both sides. They have Trump, they have Biden. All of this is just a play that's being acted out right now for the people that feel like they're making some kind of change. And then let's say Trump comes back in like 6 months and there's voter fraud and they figure it out and he reemerges and it proves that Q is right. Is that what's desired? Is that the plan? Is this all the fucking act?
Oh, God.
Is this all a theater?
Yes, it is a theater because look,
targeting him.
That doesn't even make sense.
This is going to be the third time he's going to tell him, stop thinking about it as Trump and Biden and just start thinking about it as they fucked everybody. It doesn't matter who was supposed to win. It doesn't matter who complained. It doesn't matter who you voted for. It doesn't matter who you liked. They fucked everybody, and they divided us. Either you're with this guy or you're with that guy, and you better be mad about it.
Right now.
I mean, I just have to insert that the targeting from the media to make people hate him. Like
this is something this is not something I wanted to.
Well, okay. Do you guys ever watch WWF wrestling?
Unraveling.
I hate to watch it, but yeah.
No, but when I was 11 years old, I'd watch it, right? No, but when you watch it, you have a guy that everyone hates, right? The guy they make look horrible, the villain. So in standard storytelling, you have the protagonist, and you have to create
In
an
the deep capture story, he let in so they could talk to Trump. Oh, okay.
Joseph Campbell storytelling. Okay, you create an antagonist.
He's in there with General Flynn. They all went in there to try and talk to him.
Why? Because he's a good protagonist for them. Okay,
it's really interesting.
Romney
shit.
and McConnell are not good enough protagonists. Okay, if it wasn't Trump, they'd have to create one.
Real quick, McConnell used to show up.
That's right, Tommy Boy. He's playing the heel.
I was like friends with him. I was like, something's not right with this person.
Really?
Yeah. And his daughter, I can't remember her name, but oh my God, yeah, I grew up. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. But look, I think the point is you're bringing up something interesting, Laura. Look, the issue is, David, stop thinking about it as a conspiracy. Think about it as an implicit set of people who have a club. Okay.
Okay, I do see it that way. So but I'm saying, what's the final result of this? What is the final desire? Is it civil unrest, a civil war, world depopulation?
It's much simpler than that. Okay. Keep it simple, stupid principle. KISS.
I don't think tonight people are getting. I don't know what you're saying. The people who follow me don't believe that there are people underground, like the entire Congress is going underground to eat babies, or 200,000 babies are under the White House, or they're cleaning out tunnels in D.C. Yeah, I mean, if they do, I guess they're hate watching, and they just like me making fun of them.
Comes razor, okay? Yeah. It's very simple, okay? A rich man wants to be king, and a king ain't satisfied till he rules everything. You have a couple of thugs. Thug who owns this area over here, another thug here. Maybe thug one dresses a little better. Maybe he says stuff that gets his people riled up. King one, king two, right? They don't want the peasants rising up against either of them. This is what they want to do. They want to expand their territories. They may have some internal disagreements from time to time, but when push comes to shove, like they need quantitative easing to keep interest rates low, they will do whatever it takes to do that, okay? Because you know what? If interest rates grow up, Trump doesn't win. Jared Kushner got a $250 million loan for Cadre from Soros. Trump Towers got a loan about a decade ago from Soros. Okay. All of these guys, look, I have a place in New York. I've lived out on the West Coast. You go to Nobu, which is a restaurant in Hollywood. Okay. In Malibu. You've been to Nobu, right? You go to Nobu over there. You have the VIP section. You see the same old freaking people there. It's the same old little cult of people, the same old set of people who control Hollywood. Okay. And they may have some minor disagreements, but when push comes to shove, they're one class of people. Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump and Chelsea Clinton, all of them are part of in the same circles. And you and I are not part of that club. So maybe one day she wears polka dot dress and they make fun of her wearing, I don't know, something else. Okay. They may have some freaking disagreements and they may appear to us as, wow, big disagreements. All right. But at the end of the day, they're one class of people. They may even not like each other viciously on some issue, David. That's not the issue. The issue
a big
is,
red flag for me has always been Jared Kushner. Always.
Yes, totally.
Always been. I mean, seeing him behind Trump has always raised red flag.
I know. Totally. Me too.
Well, also,
that Trump is not.
Oh, thanks, Penny. I'm glad I could get it before they destroyed it.
No, what I'm saying is it's more like this, okay? The emphasis we put on this one individual. Look, by the way, he hung out with Jeffrey Epstein, okay? We don't know how much.
Also tried to take down. I mean, in his administration, that's when Jeffrey Epstein got busted.
Maybe, but maybe we don't know. Maybe Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, I don't think he died.
What I'm saying is we don't know, Laura. The thing is, so it's like when you're watching WWF wrestling. If we get involved in these characters too much, we're never going to be able to solve it. And that's when they got us. That's the addiction. The issue is,
I've never voted. That's why I love talking to you because you've never voted either.
I have a clean voting record. The first time I voted for Trump. But my point is, right? There's theater. Okay. The masses, they want the masses to pay them for the popcorn, pay them for the tickets, and be in the theater.
Bread and circus.
What's that?
Bread and circus. Give them bread and circus.
Give them bread and circus. You nailed it. They do not want us doing what.
So as long as they keep us divided, Dr. Shiva, right? Just fighting against each other. It's this team against that team. This team against that.
And they're very clever. So Trump today will say something against McConnell. Oh, he's a son of a bitch. He has to say just enough to keep his positioning.
Why would they cut? So how does the Q movement and all that? How does that all intertwine with this? Why would that be created? Why would any of this?
It's a distraction.
Look, I'm not an expert.
Look how many hours some people, some really dedicated people that probably could have been doing some fucking amazing shit. Look how many hours they spent decoding breadcrumbs. Jesus Christ.
You have to decode though, bro. You have to have all your decoders. You can't just have just one. You have to have a multitude of them to give you different points of view.
Yeah. You got to leave the bread drops, the bread crumbs.
Yeah, the breadcrumbs.
Expert in psychology, right? But I can tell you,
you're a prodigy and like the greatest doctor that walks.
Look,
shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
This one.
So you don't feel like you're an expert in psychology, but keep going.
No, what I'm saying is it's not a degree or something. But what I can tell you is this: those in power are extremely clever. When Laura's great grandfather did a talk, and he had to wait until he was going to get out of office, right? His last talk, he said, we have the military-industrial complex. By the way, as I shared with Laura, Jay Stratton, who was a science advisor, was the president of MIT, originally said military-industrial academic complex. As I understand, they took away academic. The MIT guy took it away. It was Fulbright who used the term military-industrial academic complex about 10 years later. The point being that here you have someone like the president of the United States. He has to be very careful about even talking about this, right? So what he's talking about, it is not like let's say when you look at someone like Kennedy also is figuring this out. It wasn't like, in my view, it wasn't like they planned out his exact execution. It was more an implicit agreement. And that implicit agreement was more like this, right? The implicit agreement was, let me just start this again. The implicit agreement, one second. I'm sorry about this, one second. The implicit agreement here was something a little bit different. It went like this. Okay, this guy's not in the club, okay? He's not in the club. He's not behaving right, okay? You belong to some society club, right? And, that guy's, you belong to a health club. That guy's a little bit weird. Sorry. You belong to some fight club. I don't know, right? We got to get him out, right? It's an implicit arrangement where the swarm, you ever see the birds flying in a swarm, right?
But yeah, like today, I was like, whoa, so beautiful.
Yeah. Yes. So Laura, it's a swarm
Holy
effect.
Shit, she's
done.
done.
Say one thing goes out, they just push it out, right? It's the Omega wolf. You get rid of it. So my point is, you have to understand this is an implicit understanding, okay? They don't want real people. Because we wondered, why did Trump not support us in the campaign against Warren? I'm the one who got her to take the DNA test. We're the ones who exposed her. We met with Don Trump Jr. because they still contained the movement, okay? Trump brought in all the non-Trumpers in. Why? Why did he bring John Bolton in? And don't try to even rationalize it. He brought in John Bolton.
He did the blood test on her?
He brought in Rex Tillerson. Where were the Trumpers? They were all opportunists who came to that White House being led. Trump was a little, in my view, the pawn of Jared Kushner. You know who we had as president? Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner was the president.
Did Trump know that Biden was going to? I mean, why would you spend the energy doing the rally after rally after rally after rally in different cities and boosting everyone's morale, and then all of a sudden just Biden comes in. So
follow the money. Follow the money. How much? Okay, let's look at the last 8 weeks of the Trump campaign. They raised $300 million. And if you look at it, starting November 3rd, they were using the word voter fraud. Then they started using the word election fraud. They raised $300 million, David. Follow the money. It becomes easier to understand.
Well, what about the executive orders he signed against voter fraud and interference, election interference, and all that in September 2018?
Yeah, and then
what did he call this for? Is it optics?
What was the last executive order that Trump signed right before he left? He said you could have foreign lobbyists, which is what Jared wanted to do. Okay, because you could be a foreign lobbyist consultant. Go look it up. Which the thing that he was against, he signed because it was favorable for him. You have to understand. Running for office has become
that says it all. The thing that he was against, he signed it because it's favorable for him. All the crazy shit he does, like it changes day by day. Who he's cheering for, who he's against, who are doing this, and it fits a narrative that they want you to follow. They want you to be angry about.
Rick, you're funny.
Industry. They raised $1.2 billion, okay? And I
Nino
haven't had a
is
chance to
dumb as
verify
a bag of
Half that
freaking
money
hammers, bro.
Went to a media organization,
Allegedly
David, and we should
in a
all go
video
explore
game that
this,
I'm writing.
which was run by Jared and the family.
And I don't even know if it's that.
On any of this
It's
stuff,
just a
Shiva,
character.
I'm just asking questions. And so, what are your thoughts on the whole white hat, black hat conspiracy? Is that
look, it is too.
That's the third. It's the second time he's asked him about white hats and black hats. He already said bullshit. Now he's got to say, but what is your theory on the white hats, black hats?
I think this counts for a drink. I don't know. It seems
got to be
like
doubling up here.
Shot. Yeah.
Well, look, my position on this is the following, David. I want to build or be.
I don't think Nino knew exactly what interview he was getting into. When Dr. Shiva ends this video, he says, "Look, I like Laura. She's the granddaughter of blah blah blah, and she invited me on, and I did that as a favor to her, and she invited me as a favor to me or something like that. I don't think Nino had nothing to do with it.
A catalyst to build a movement that goes back to what has worked before. And I look at engineering science. What worked before was when working people organize an independent movement. This is what we need to understand. If you have roads today, if you have nutrition today, if we got any of the gains that working people had, it was because of those bottoms up movement that took place in the 1900s. Period. So if you want to talk about actual change,
Stewart.
It wasn't Trump, it wasn't Franklin Delano Roosevelt, it wasn't Jesse Jackson, it was people's movements. Okay. So now if you follow that, they want us, you just use the word bread and circus. They don't want the masses doing that ever again. They never want us doing that ever again. Ever. They don't want us election fraud. You know how you actually solve it? Hand counted paper ballots, votes counted in the local precincts. Well, we're starting our movement for Truth, Freedom, and Health is doing that. We have hundreds of our Truth, Freedom, and Health warriors across the country now going to
That's exactly what I said. It's all locally handled. You start in your state, and you keep it in your county, and that's it. And you need to be working the polls. Stay down there.
By hand.
Mm-hmm.
Individual town halls, which anyone can do, we teach them, asking for 2 pieces of data. I want to know in the 2020 election how many people voted. The actual names of people voted is called the participating voters list. Let's say that count is A. And then what were the ballots cast? Well, A, let's say that's B. A better equal B. We're finding A doesn't equal B. Okay? We're going to be filing lawsuits shortly. And I'm teaching people how to do it like I learned. That's a bottoms-up movement.
Can I ask you another question? I know we're getting pressed for time here, but I want to ask you, Dr. Shiva.
Take some go ahead. If you wouldn't mind, I know people are like chomping at the bit wanting to ask you questions.
Sure.
David.
Okay. So yeah, we'll take some questions after this. A lot of people want to ask you something, but I want to ask you, in the grand scheme of things, let's just say Arizona, New Hampshire, and all them solve it, and Trump comes back. Let's say that's what everyone wants in 2021.
There it is. Drink.
There it is again, baby.
Exactly what these elitists want.
I'm just saying we're wasting our time. Who the fuck cares about Trump? We're wasting our time. We need to build a bottoms-up movement. Wrong strategy.
But so
you're all about Trump.
This is why
No, I'm saying this has nothing to do with Trump or Biden. That's like you're buying.
his website, everybody, you need to check it out. Sorry, keep going. No, seriously, it's like you got the formula.
Fuck Trump, fuck Biden, fuck. Excuse my language. I have to make the reason I use that FUCK word is it's sort of to break people's engrams in their brain.
My favorite word. Anyway.
Yeah. The bottom line is people need to be very honest with themselves. And this is a question I ask people. First of all, do you want to change the world or not?
Even if you were on the bus all the way to the end, even if you're on the bus, let's say you were on the bus on January 6th, when Trump asked people to show up, and when they showed up angry because he had been pumping them full of anger on his Twitter account over and over and over again, and rightfully so, they should have been angry. The stuff they saw, the videos, all the stuff coming up, they should have been angry when they got there. He showed them up. He asked them to show up. He asked an army to show up in D.C., angry as fuck. And then they do something out of anger, and he says, "We love you. You're special. Go home." And you don't see him. And that was like hours after it happened, and you don't see him the rest of the night. Fuck him. Fuck him and his love.
If you accept it, great. You can go do your massage and do your yoga, sit under a tree, do your gardening. Great. You can have your little supposed oasis, right? But you can't really because the world's
Go get your
interconnected.
shine box.
Or if you want to change the world, then you have to be very serious. Do you want to be entertained? Which then go watch Tucker Carlson because he's an entertainer. Go watch Trump, talk about Trump all day, talk about white hats, black hats, all that crap. But if you're serious, then go start learning. I've created the infrastructure for you to do that. If you're serious about building a bridge, you better learn finite elements. You better learn the theory of elasticity. All your bridges are going to fall apart. If you want to build an airplane, you better understand some aeronautics and astronautics. If you want to be an electrician, you better put in your 8,000 hours of journeyman training. If you want to change the world and you're serious, you better understand how movements actually take place. And what has worked? It has always been bottoms up movements when working people who actually produce value come together. It's the only way that the slaves have ever gotten what they wanted. Outsourcing that to something called a politician is going to spin your wheels for 20 years. And you're going to wake up and say, shit, I wasted my life. Or maybe 40 years. A lot of people do that. I was a Democrat. I supported him, and now I supported Trump. Okay, well, I don't know what to do. People are all freaking confused right now.
You never voted until Trump. Sorry, keep going.
Right. Yeah, people didn't vote until Trump, right? Well, if you look... But the reason is the establishment always needs entertainment to bring people in. Mark Burnett, I had dinner with him, the guy who supported Trump, right? And I said, is Trump going to win? He goes, no way, but he had him on his reality show. Okay. The point is they know how to run a show. Trump knows.
But even you bought into it. So you were you backed Trump for a while until you snapped out.
Yeah, because I believe that you have to go into this as a scientist. So Jesse Jackson, that was on the left, right? I gave him a shot. And then you look at the actual actions. You actually have to look at the actions. Okay, Trump was saying enough things. All right. But the end action was that Trump was not behaving like Trump at the end of the day. Why did you bring in Jared Kushner? Why did you not do anything against Hillary? She smashed a hard drive. I mean, in 2015, I gave a interview to the New York Times. They said, as the inventor of email, what do you have to say about Hillary Clinton? I said, when she put that server in her home, she did it for deniability. I said, she should be in jail long before Trump. They didn't put the jail thing, but you can go look at the interview. They said, Dr. Shiva Idre,
I can't disagree with you on that. I agree with you.
So nothing happened. But think about this, David.
I can't disagree with you on that either.
I know, and it's like, oh, the hands are tied.
Right, but think about this, David. How many working...
I would die. I would prefer to die and share a message than...
That's true, chat. Anybody that says they want to be a leader or is a leader or wants to become a leader, was a leader, and then says, I'm going to walk with you, we're going down there, and then disappear, he probably knew some shit was going to happen. They were angry, and he was sending them to somewhere to take out their anger.
Like, support a facade. I mean, that's just me, and I know you guys are similar. Anyway.
No. So what I'm saying is, that day, I remember that. It was like very quietly said, oh, she's been through enough. It's like, whoa, wait, time out. No one said time out. Yeah. No one said time out. Well, wait a minute. You went to rallies, lock her up, went on for 15 minutes, lock her up. And in 5 seconds, because your daughter and Chelsea are like this, that they had a dinner and nothing's going to happen to her? Wait a minute. Now, one indictment, you smashed a freaking hard drive. You put a government server in your home. If you did that, David, or I did that, we'd be in freaking jail for 20, 30 years.
So we're dealing with like cloning and like secret space programs and all this extraterrestrial sort of...
I know a guy in the Navy I met kind of from being online. It wasn't so much my show as it was someone else's show, but he ended up going to jail, to a military prison for taking a picture, a selfie of himself while they were surfaced on a submarine and sent it to his wife.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned that. How long?
Yeah. It was just like 2 years or 2.5 years, something like that.
Just 2 years? What the fuck?
Yeah, well, I mean, like the penalty for it's like 15 years or some shit.
Wow.
So he just went for just 2 years, yeah.
So, yeah, and that's how all these people are able to give away all this classified information, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alien agenda that they're not even human, right? I mean, what are your thoughts about that?
What's that, these people?
Yeah, they're not fucking human.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, if you want to use a word human being to define everyday working people who work their butts off, right? And they try to make an honest living, they believe in actual values.
It's the whole system's been fucked ever since you had to have $10 million to even run for a political seat.
Whatever you want to call it. These people don't have those values.
$10 million you can just throw away just to run.
To be exploited, and they think they're smarter than you. Jared Kushner thinks he's brighter than you. Okay, Bernie Sanders thinks he's brighter than you. AOC thinks she's brighter. So all of these people think. No, what I'm saying is they have a fundamental.
He's a fucking bartender, man.
No.
AOC is dumb. I agree. I think she is. But she still thinks she's smarter than you. And I'm sure she didn't get beat to a pulp while trying to return to bartending. Beat some brain cells loose.
No.
No, I get it. Listen, you want to take some questions, Dr. Shiva? There's
Sure.
no way.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Sure.
She was dancing a minute
Before
ago.
we do that, I mean, I hope, we just love you so much. Thank you for being with us.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Dr. Shiva, this is.
He didn't say smart. He said she thinks she's smarter than you. I know Jared Kushner does. I can see it in his actions, the way he acts, his face, the way he talks. That motherfucker is slimy as shit.
But the way you guys can,
Everybody else other people in my life, no, you.
I think Scott would call him a Khazarian.
The most important thing that needs to happen.
It's true.
The most important thing that needs to happen right now is that everyone listening needs to understand you have to be honest with yourself. You have to look in the mirror and say, hey, I just want to be entertained. Be honest. I like Trump because he's entertaining. Okay, I'm just going to do that because I don't give a fuck. I just want to be entertained. I don't really care about change. I'm happy with my life and blah, blah, blah. But I'm saying if you have to ask yourself that question.
Trump didn't necessarily expose a shit ton of corruption. How many people went to jail on Trump showing something or finding out something? You know what I mean? Like how many people were indicted just because he comes up there and yells a bunch of shit that first of all they always have fall guys. Second of all, the shit he's yelling about has been he just reinforced rumors that have been around for 30 fucking years. And no one was indicted, no one went to jail, no massive investigations, nothing was shut down, nothing was changed. He just let you believe he was exposing some shit.
If you get over that, then you need to understand, well, how do I change the world?
He was always the weird looking one.
Let me ask you this.
Yep.
If
He could have declassified all kinds of shit. He could have put out all kinds of. He's a fucking president. He could have put out all kinds of shit. He could have changed a lot of fucking shit, especially when we had a supermajority. I don't give a fuck how much your party's fighting against you. You can use political pressure to get enough votes with a supermajority. You had all three of them.
Mm-hmm.
Trump comes back in 2021. I know you're going to dismiss this and say, yeah, it's bullshit. But let's just say,
he made a killing on his legal defense fund, I think. Or Rudy Giuliani, somebody did.
There is no 2022. There is no 2024. Will you change your mind if he comes back, or are you going to say that's all part of the grand scheme?
What I'm trying to say is the question is, how do we...
There's another Trump drink.
Get freedom?
So in other words, it's bullshit either way.
It's bullshit. Look at where we are today, David. Look what happened under Trump.
I see it.
That's right.
Look what happened under Trump. Warp speed. Masks, right? Censorship, right? The Great Reset.
Trump went from we can't have lockdowns. We can't lock down our country. We can't shut down our economy. We can't stand it. It'll put people out of work. It'll take their fucking jobs away. It'll do this. It'll do that. To I locked down faster than anybody during the debates. Yeah, I locked down quicker. Did you see how quickly we locked down? Did you see my recommendations for locking? We're still locked down.
Agree with a lot of it, but you're right.
I mean, this didn't happen.
But he did not. He was talking about therapies instead of vaccinations. He was taking off his mask. He was against all that. But I saw that. I think it was just such a
He's not talking about therapies instead of the V word now. He's not talking about therapy instead of V word now. He put out a message a couple days ago condemning the Biden administration for stopping the Johnson & Johnson one because only 6 people had blood clots. He put out a statement condemning the Biden administration for stopping them.
Look, let me.
I thought it was a global hit upon Trump.
Nations are safe, though. That's
no, but David, here's the deal, right? You are the president of the United States. You have a bully pulpit, okay?
He is the president. Sorry.
Right, but I'm saying Trump
that totally confused the shit out of both of them. Right? Did you hear that?
With that bully pulpit, right? That's what
they thought that he was making an admission. They thought this was a secret drop. Oh, you think Trump still is the president? He said it. He didn't say former.
Wait, no. Did you say I was the president? Dave was the president.
Oh no, Dave's the president.
Oh, Dave's the president.
What you have just said that you're leading a revolution against the swamp, right? That was what we all thought. Okay. The day you get it.
Yeah, I don't want to get into like a Monday morning. Like everybody could have done better. We can look at any president and say, well, he could have done more. I think personally that I live on a lot of issues that he acted like. You remember how many times something went to the White House and they asked Trump about like just look at social media censorship. I probably heard Trump and his team say they were monitoring the situation 300 times. Every time it came up in the press, oh, we're monitoring the situation. We're thinking about making some actions or taking some type of recourse. It never happened. And I'm still fighting bans today. It never happened.
To office, you do nothing against Hillary Clinton, who is like the epitome of the swamp. You say, oh, she's been through enough.
Okay, can I get you on Nino'sCorner.tv, please, so we can further
Can
this?
you do that,
so many
fam?
questions.
Sure,
and
can
I
do
would
that.
And I would love to just, can I get you on there on Nino'sCorner.tv?
Yeah. I don't know what that is.
You cannot find this on.
Because listen, you got a masterful mind. I just want to pick
You can't even find this in David's secret corner.
it, and I want to let's just go there. We can get into this deeper and deeper, please.
Yeah, we should go into it deeper because understanding what's took place will lead people to the real position that needs to be done. Look, the distance between 2 points, if you use Newton's, right? There's infinite ways you could go from here to here, infinite, right? But there's a direct way, which is like this. So the question is, if you look at human suffering over the years, do we want to go fast or do we want to do this and this and this and just freaking entertain ourselves?
Right.
And every year that goes by, people get more and more enslaved. We're at a very critical point. We are in fascism right now. It's not like, and that occurred in the last 4 years. Let me ask you a question. Do you think if Hillary Clinton won, and what quote unquote won, I'm going to put double quotes because it's a selection, I believe.
I've been calling how evil she is for so long. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Get me, Roger Stone. I'll write that down.
She had won.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Do you think that they would have been able to do everything here without the American working class rising?
I saw that a few months ago.
Hillary's in office.
A lot worse, but then they got Biden in, and it's
No.
their agendas, and it's just like
I don't know. I mean, I think they're more. I think they could rise up a lot more now. I mean, people are pissed. People are pissed.
People are pissed, right? There's two sets of people. The 70 million people voted for Trump.
I think Trump woke up a lot of people, to be honest with you. I think he ignited a lot of people. It was a great awakening. And I think now they're aware of what's happening.
They ignited patriot spirit.
I think if anything, hold on, Laura. I think if anything, right now, he's ignited a patriot movement where people are pissed off. At least that's what I see. I'm pissed. And I know with Hillary, people would have just went, oh, well, and she would have kicked the can down the road and we would have slid into communism, whatever.
No. So let's
awakening. I believe that.
But let's follow this. No, let's follow your logic through, and I'll show you where there's some flaws. Let's say Hillary got elected, okay? And the day
I don't think that's going to be very difficult.
You have Trump loses, so let's go back to.
People were still asleep with Hillary. People were still asleep. A lot of people were.
No. But
Dr. Shiva, do me a favor, buddy. I have a lot of respect for Dr. Shiva. Just put one hand behind your back and close your eyes when you do this.
Okay. I would say that working class people.
I feel bad for him, man.
Have always been awake. Okay, I'm talking about the average, most working people. The
they just disrespected him so much.
People don't need Trump or Hillary. They already know they're being screwed, man. Okay, they already know. Maybe the college student doesn't. Okay, maybe the vulnerable, educated elite doesn't. But they're always going to vote for the liberals anyway. Okay, the quote unquote liberals. But working people have always been looking for a champion, and the elites know this. They know marketing. You know, "Make America Great Again." That slogan wasn't created in 2016. Go back and look when it was trademarked.
What is it, under Reagan?
Reagan said that.
No. But Trump trademarked it, I think, in like 2012, 2010.
Been there, done that, right?
Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying is this thing is not organized overnight.
What
so
is she
the essential
broadcasting
question
from?
is
Why is
that
there audio
let's follow
like
this through.
this?
Hillary was in office. Let's say Hillary got elected. Okay, so Trump did all this stuff. Hillary gets elected. Now the first thing Hillary does is, I'm going to shut down all the businesses. So just put yourself in there. All those people who were quote unquote Trumpers.
She was making a joke that you couldn't find it on David's. You couldn't find it on David's. I sent it to her, but that's what she was making a joke about.
I'm going to shut down your.
Oh no, I was talking about
I'm going to shut down your auto mechanic store.
Yeah, I'm talking in chat.
My question to you,
They keep trying to link fair in the interview.
Do you think those people? By the way, the American working class has more weapons than all the armies of the world. Do you think those people would have said okay to Hillary? I don't think so.
That's what Biden's doing right. Biden's essentially doing that right now.
Right. But I'm saying, forget Biden now. I'm saying when Hillary was there, if they had done that, would they have do you think? Because remember, we have just gone through this.
You're saying people would have rose up faster back then than now.
Yeah, I think so. I think
See,
because people hate it.
I think no. I think more people are awake now.
No. What I'm saying,
they're waiting. Hold on. But they're waiting for Trump to come back, and that's the fucking flaw. That's the problem. People really believe, and me included. I have the hope. You know, for the people that I talk to, and this and that, and blah blah blah.
He said Trump, guys.
And
he did it again.
He's gonna come back.
Yeah, Tony's reading the chat.
We fixed 2020 or bust. There is no 2022, and there's
David,
no 2024.
They want
2021, and he doesn't even reemerge. That I'm going to be with you on this 100%. And listen, everything you're saying,
David.
If we get to 2021 and he doesn't even reemerge, I'm going to be with you on this.
Do you understand?
You're saying.
David,
Oh, you know what I forgot to tell you, bro? Did I tell you this? You know how look at how his thing is Truth, Freedom, Health. What was that Grifter Fest called? The Freedom Health?
The Freedom and Health Conference or something like that.
They capped his
Freedom
shit.
and Health Conference 2021.
They capped his shit. That's
even what Brad says when he gets up there. He's like, this is a today for hope, truth, freedom, and health. And then hands it to him. He even says it, except he puts hope in front of it.
You wait like this? How much human?
Even Shiva took a drink.
Yeah, look what happened.
I agree with that. Listen.
Let me.
Dude, you know what I forgot to tell you? There's an interview out now with Charlie Ward trying to explain the quantum system or whatever. And he says you can either...
Who's it from? FCC.
Will, great
Denise.
family, great show.
Hey, Denise,
I haven't laughed
thank you so
much in a long
much.
time. Ty,
Appreciate
can you
you.
give Tony my
Hold on.
digits 8,675,309. Ha ha. Any area code he wants. Ha ha.
It says, I had to wait for the robot to quit, but it says, Will, great family, great show. I haven't laughed so much in a long time. Thank you. Hey, can you give Tony my digits? 865-5309. Any area code you want. Haha.
All right. Perfect.
Oh, no, but Charlie Ward was saying that he was, now that he worked with the quantum system, that you could check him out. And what he said, or that you could check it out, you get more information. And they asked where to go to get more information. He said you can go to quantum.gov, which is actually a government website about quantum computing. And he said, but that's like the technical side. You guys probably won't understand that. So instead, go to quantum.org. So that was like a website from an interview from 3 weeks ago. So I looked up quantum.org, and it's been restricted by the people who sold the domain name for domain abuse, for impersonation. So they apparently bought it and were trying to act like it was a wing of the government with Charlie and Jason Q on it. Assholes.
Wow. So that would would that not trigger some sort of investigation?
It got seized by a company in Canada saying that it was domain abuse for impersonation. And that's the only thing I could think of. Who else would fucking buy quantum.org and use it for abuse? You know what I mean?
Let me tell you,
That's a hard truth to look at. You're right.
January 3rd is when I
He
saw
claimed
this
he and
kid
Jason did videos
who
for
was
it.
running Stop the Seal behind Linwood. And you can look him up. He looks like Sammy Davis Jr., this kid.
Yeah, we'll find him later.
And
I don't watch him
he was
live usually.
supporting, he was hanging out with Karl Rove. He supported John McCain against Ron Paul. This guy was the one who was running Stop the Steal. And then when I saw that, and I said, oh my God, this is a guy that's running it. And that's when we were going to take a bus down. And I said, something's completely off. I called off our bus. My intuition was something is really effed up. Because then Trump had invited this guy.
Scott had
to the
already
White House.
booked that bus.
So you're saying all this was done on purpose, Dr. Shiva? All this was manipulated and planned, the rallies, everything. To get us to where we're at, we'll just take...
In January 6th, were you there in front of the Freedom Plaza?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay, talk
Then
to
shut the
people
fuck
there.
up.
30 to 40% of people started leaving. Trump was giving a concession speech. No one tells you what actually was happening on the ground. Trump did tell people to go over there. He
Sounds
did
like
say,
he was
I
gonna
will
say that
follow,
next.
I will walk with you peacefully, right? He took off. That's not a leader. If I say I'm a revolutionary leader against, I would have locked arms, walked down with people and say, we are not leaving here until the vote is counted. Then he said, I will never concede. 4:30 a.m. Okay. It's over. Okay. Right.
Oh yeah, I knew it was 8675309. I just read it like regular digits, so it sounded like a phone number.
He took people all the way to the end, man. And then still stupid people are like, something's
I'll
going to
go back
happen
to
on
Jenny.
January 20th. Nothing happened. Something's going to happen on March 4th. Nothing happened. Now they got people feeling something's going to happen on August 4th. Nothing's going to happen.
I never pay attention to that kind of shit, though.
Yeah, that kind of bullshit.
Dr. Shiva, so, okay, listen, can we continue this conversation on Nino's Corner.tv?
He keeps telling them the truth. They won't listen.
Can I get your information and get it on Nino's Corner?
Yeah. Laura, can you give him all my information?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would love to. I would love to do this. I have a lot of questions. And listen,
But let me tell you what you got to do.
I respect you. Believe me.
You got to come. You got to take the Truth, Freedom, and Health Warrior training course because you basically have an information gap understanding, David. You do not understand the physics of this. And that is why.
No, I do. I do.
No. You don't. You don't. I'm telling.
No, I do understand. Trust me, I am big smart. No, you are not big smart, David. You are very small smart.
You are the smallest smart, and that's what's great about you, Dave. You have your little tiny little spot.
With all that tiny brain, I'm sure you got a very, very thick skull.
I'm telling you, consider me as a teacher right now. Okay. If you're
Is that a banana in front of your face?
I would say, David, you're asking very good questions.
Me.
I would say, David, you're asking good questions, but you haven't done the problem sets. Okay. You have the intuitive understanding, but you don't get it fully. And you will get it when you look at the arc of history that's taking place.
Being nice.
This is entertainment.
No, I do get it, but here's the problem I'm having.
Yeah.
Is that I have people that are good sources to me that I trust that are giving me conflicting information that you are.
Well,
no, you don't. You don't have good sources. You've never had good sources. You have a guy who only shows you his fucking boots propped up on a table. Like that's not a good legitimate source. Stop saying that. David's like the difference between, like, I'm a mechanic. Like, I work on cars. He's like the difference between David would be like my son asking me, oh, the car's broke. How do we fix it? And another mechanic asking me, hey, something's wrong with the car. How'd you fix it? Like, you just can't explain it on a level that he'll understand ever. You can say, oh, we use tools, David.
107 will actually help you get 30% off of your car insurance.
Only at Aetna.
Okay,
that's something I'm battling internally right
What
now.
happened to trust the plan?
I do understand.
He's
you.
not. He's not.
No,
Shut up.
He asked him what happened to trust the plan.
Hold on, Dr. Steve. I get everything you're saying 100%, but I get conflicting information.
Yeah.
I get information from all different sources. So what you're saying conflicts with.
The problem is you've got a legitimate fucking genius, a guy who broke ground, the man who invented fucking email, and one of only 8,000 people that can study what he studies, and you're comparing it to a talking pair of boots, and you're saying I got conflicting information. They're both about just as valuable.
What I'm getting from other people.
Yeah.
That is the dilemma I'm having right now, and I'm trying to get this computed here, and it's hard.
That's right, Jesus. David has a handler. That's very different from a source. You're right.
That's why I'm inviting you.
That's not a dilemma. That's a dummy lemma.
I want to talk to you longer because there's a lot of bases I have not covered with you that I would want to cover with you on my show.
It's a big black microphone dick lemma.
Sure, definitely. I think the bottom line is
it's a cockrophone.
When there is a physics, there is gravity, there is electricity, there is magnetism. These are phenomenon, okay? And the phenomenon here is entertainment. Okay, it's WWF wrestling. Who were Trump's guys he used to hang out with? Don King. Okay,
this is like the fourth time.
I'm being serious.
Dr. Shiva has given them an out.
Entertainers. Trump wanted to be a Hollywood producer. Okay, he couldn't do it. He didn't put in the effort.
Entertainment
okay?
already.
That's what he wanted to be.
What I think would be an amazing roundtable.
Yeah.
I would love to get you on with 107.
Who's that?
With 107. Me and 107. You maybe have not heard of him. He's one of my sources, intel sources. Great guy. I would love to get a roundtable with you and him on there.
You hear that,
I think that would do the people justice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's do that.
You want to? Just listen.
No, my point is this, man. The bottom line is this.
Trump was on WWE. You're right.
That people don't build the bottoms-up movement, and they rely on this nonsense.
Took it to the fucking.
Is another win for the establishment.
Took it to him.
Okay, if you take 7.2 billion people and work it out from an energy standpoint, and they spend 1 hour thinking that the establishment is going to help them from above, right? And multiply that by 7.2 billion times all the brain cycles. That's how much energy we just lost. Okay.
I'm halfway through a gallon of vodka over this game, Tony.
Build the bottoms up. Think about it. I'll
Thanks
leave you
a lot.
with this. Okay. There are, let's say, 5 million truckers in the United States. Okay. What percentage of them are controlled by the Teamsters? Only 15%. I don't know if you know this. The other 85% of the truckers in this country are run by small businesses. If those truckers said, you know what, I'm going to build a bottoms up.
But wait, Dr. Shiva, as part of the plan, that was going to happen. That was going to happen back in January as part of the plan, or December, or maybe November. That was going to happen. You must have missed it when it happened, when all the truckers just parked.
Movement. Oh, you know what? I don't believe in the vax passport. We're all going to strike today. That's how shit happens. You know what? We don't want GMOs. That's it. It's going to happen like that. Okay. So why the fuck are we talking about Trump? Excuse my language. Why don't we talk about how we're going to organize the 85% of the small business owners? Why don't
That's
we talk about
what I'm talking about.
The 100
because people are led to believe he's the leader of this movement. That's what everyone believes.
But you're distracting all these people, Dave.
No, I don't think so.
You're giving them a negative.
Let me ask a question right here. Okay, I got about 1,000 people here. Okay.
Okay.
How many people believe Trump is a leader of this movement? Ask your people. I don't see any things. How many people believe?
Never need a leader.
Right. The problem is, if those people do that, this is what I tell them: please go join that movement. There's not.
He ignited an awakening in the political realm.
I would say he ignited at the end of the day a confusion that is an opportunity now for people to start a real movement.
But that's going to start a real movement. That's good with me.
If people recognize,
no.
people recognize, that's what I'm saying. But
that
I'm saying,
email though.
I would also say that it is that the good thing about what's taken place is people are going to get let go of the Obama, the black guy. They're going to now let go of the white guy, Trump, because they both screwed him, both misled him.
They're going to get screwed by Biden.
One is Daddy DeVito.
Well, yeah, but they've been always getting screwed by Biden. I mean, this is a status quo. This was a way to consolidate power, which is took place.
One is Will's legs. That could be it.
Trump to execute the Great Reset, David.
Someone brought my legs back, strapped some boots on them.
And the battling, none of that. All that's conspiracy to you.
You just asked if he and his believers believe again in the Sara Gesara and the battle of underground evil. No. I don't know how many times the man can say bullshit in response to one question, but he said it 13 times. Not 17. It's not a fucking drop. It's not a clue. Not 19 like the real president. 13 times he said bullshit.
Let me ask you a different way, though. So let me ask you this. If Nasara Jasara, Trump, around the back of the thing, and White House on the drops, top tunnels, boom, boom, Biden,
white hat,
jail. White hat, black hat. What do you think of that, Dr. Shiva?
Would you change your mind then? Would you come on our side? Could you come play with me? My mom says you could come over.
He's trying to manipulate a genius. Look, she said she's got those cheesy, crispy things.
Look, yeah, my mom said if your mom says it's okay that I can come to your house. Oh, Farron in the chat just sent correspondence to one Mr. David Nino Rodriguez to ask him. It says just yikes, yikes. That interview was rough. You need to vet your sources better. We're waiting on a response. So we'll see what he says.
Well, all I'm saying is whatever's going on over here,
it's a distraction.
It's a distraction. And
what's happening
but
here.
what I can say is I can definitively tell you that when people rise up, bottoms up, that's when change takes place.
So what's your thoughts on the Q movement? A complete psyop?
Total bullshit.
You just named every. What do you think about 107 deep white hats, deep underground military bases, black hats, Trump, and pedo people? And then he's like, "That's bullshit." Well, what do you think about the Q movement as a whole? What is left?
You just said bullshit. All of it bullshit.
What would you do if I just looked at you and said 17, 19, 31, 23, 23, 31? His eyes glaze over.
Dude, have you ever talked to 107? He's like, who? The fucking 107. He's like,
how many times have you been on the boards?
He's like, what the fuck do I care about 107 with motherfucker? Just let me out of this fucking nightmare of a chat. Hey, look at his eyes.
Hey, Dr. Shiva, do you ever wear cowboy boots? I'm looking for a new role model.
Hey, bro, you ever been to Scottsdale? Have you ever been to Scottsdale, bro?
You look familiar. You ever used to be more tan?
You got any cousins or something that maybe are a little darker than you or whatever? Only like 2-3 shades. It was nice.
Entertainment. Good writing.
And what if, last question, and I'll let you go, Dr. Sheila, and then you're going to come on Nino's Corner, you promise me?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so what if Trump does reemerge in 2021?
Sorry. He is like,
drink.
You promised me, right?
Drink. What if Trump does emerge in 2021? What if Trump does emerge in
You guys
2021?
must be shit faced by now. If you're really hanging out with this game, I would be. If I was drinking, I'm doing bong hits though, so I'm gonna take another bong hit.
I've been doing shots of ranch. I feel like Dougie Fresh over here.
Who cares?
Now I'm gonna mix it with a barbecue sauce.
It's all part of the whole WWE.
Yeah, I would say like WWF.
WWF. Well, that was back then.
What WWE? It doesn't matter. Same shit.
Okay, let's say that happens. It's all part of the same chess game.
It's all part of the entertainment. They're making money, man. You just said it. They're part of the Junkyard Dog.
Only controlling both fighters.
Yeah, I mean they're making money, man. Jared Kushner and Ivanka make $610 million.
Laura got mad and left.
I'm not dismissing this. It's just a scary thing to look at. It sucks.
I know.
Laura got mad and left.
People don't want to do hard work, dude.
No, they don't.
So they don't want to build a bottoms-up movement. I mean, we'll grow out, and all people hand out leaflets. We're educating people on that's how we're going to build a movement. And people don't want to do the hard work, so they think someone else is going to freaking do it. This is called laziness, political laziness,
complacency. Yeah,
laziness. There's no shortcut.
So then, all right, I'm going to get you on Nino's Corner.tv, Dr. Shiva.
Right.
I really
my God,
man,
we know.
Great conversation, great questions. Where did Laura go?
I'll upload you right beside 107. Who?
Well, listen, I'll for both of us, I just want to say thank you for coming on.
Okay, great.
Dr. Light, it was awesome. You're a wealth of knowledge, so thank you, Dr. Shiva.
Okay, be well. Thanks, David.
Everybody, please
Bye-bye.
email Dr. Shiva and say that he should go on the
So everyone,
Veritas
that was,
Machine podcast for a serious
Laura-
interview with someone who has
Eisenhower,
more than 3
set
brain
that up
cells
for me.
that are
Laura's
fighting.
Yeah, that's it. Here's what he says about. See, I don't think David knew much about this. He says that it's all about Laura, and he even says, "Laura, give him my information."
Okay, great.
Dr. Light, it was awesome.
I don't think he really had a
Okay, be well.
concept of
Thanks,
who
David.
this is.
God bless.
Bye-bye.
And now I could charge people for you to come on to my
everyone,
thing
that was,
because I'm going to charge people.
Laura.
I'm not going to give you any of it, Doc, because you got plenty of money. Obviously.
Eisenhower set that up for me. Laura's a wonderful person. Laura's the granddaughter of President Eisenhower. But the conversation we had was to really awaken people that in order to win, we have to build a bottoms-up movement. So I encourage everyone to go to vashiva.com/join, and you can see we've updated that area. And everyone should support this movement for truth, freedom, and health. It is your movement. You can become a warrior. You can become a member. You can contribute whatever you want. But I don't want to take anything without being able to give you educational knowledge, which is to build that movement. We have to do 3 things: truth, freedom, and health. In order to do that, first, you have to get educated, which is understand system science, which we teach you. Number 2, the second most important thing to do is we have to build community, which we do through the platform. And the third thing that we need to do is to take action. So please go to vashiva.com/warrior and become part of the movement for truth, freedom, and health. And I always finish up when we play our video. Those of you who go to vashiva.com.
So not only did they leave early, not only did they delete it, but they didn't even give him his chance for his pitch at the end of the interview. Like he could have said that in the end of both interviews. You know what I mean? And gave him like the little pitch so people. But they didn't want nobody to see it. They knew they were going to hide this shit.
Oh, but it was rough on him. It was rough on him. He just plays a little video about joining his group at the end. But that was a pretty good interview. What did you think about it, Tony?
I'll tell you something, man. You know, like what I see about this is that what a lot of really fantastic information from Dr. Shiva. Really a shame that it had to go the way of being deleted because, I mean, some of the things that he said were just so dead on. He's also somebody who has a real understanding of integrated systems, these large systems, right? From a very high up, you know, that from really a 30,000 foot view.
Yeah, like it's God's eye view of everything from like ecosystems to like how humans interact to how molecules interact. That's what he studies.
Right. He just has like understandings of how this all works, and to interrupt him that much. I mean, I just found the interviewers. I found them to be as horrible as could be, but and not to mention the audio issues. And I don't know what is wrong with that girl, other than, you know, her family apparently approved.
Did you see when she started dancing, dude? Partway through, she was going like this off stage, like off this camera. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Some shit with her hands or something. I don't know what was going on with her. I feel like she was, you know, honestly, I feel like she was doing a little bit of a trail mix, if you know what I mean.
The whole trail mix.
She was washing it down with whatever was in that coffee cup.
Ain't that the truth? Well, we we await the response to Farron as well. Hopefully we get an email back. I'm not sure how it's. Does someone come and turn his computer on for him? How does he get his computer on? Yeah, they took it down off their channel.
I saw something he did the other day. There was another hand that was setting up his mic or something. I saw another hand in front of him.
I wouldn't doubt it. The other day he was talking to his chat. He kept saying, "I can't say this on here. I'm gonna put it on Nuno's Corner." And his chat is like, finally, just like, say it, dude. If they take your channel, start another one. We'll find you. And he's like, you know how hard it is to start a YouTube channel? I would have to call Scott McKay and see if he had time to help me start it and if he could figure it out. It's putting in your email and clicking go live. Like that's it. Like if you have a Gmail account, that's all you do. He's a joke. All right, guys, it's almost 1 o'clock here. I'm gonna call it a night here. I gotta grab Brad's video and we'll go over it. We'll go over it tomorrow. Tony, tell him where to find you.
All right. Well, right now I'm doing all my stuff on Twitch at the Veritas Machine, and on Twitter at Veritas Machine. I'm gonna be up and running on YouTube again very soon, and on Instagram at the Veritas Machine. So join me over there. And, I got Patreon, all kinds of fun stuff going on over there as well. So we'll see you over there. And, yeah, man, thanks so much for having me on. This was really great. And I got a nice warm up today because I think I did about 10 hours of broadcasting today, all told.
That's it.
So I got to practice for next week.
Tony, he's going to come on to the marathon stream. He's going to be, he said he's going to work a long shift. I'm going to try to have, I don't know if M's mad at me.
Standing on my fucking head, bro, basically.
I don't know if M's mad at me because I sent him the message about Griff Busters, but I haven't heard back from him. He might not come on now.
Oh, what? You got something happened for Tuesday, right?
Yeah, we moved. The ball game moved up. I mean, I told him, I was like, I don't want you guys. Well, I told him, I was like, you don't have to change your plans, but it's up to him.
I don't care about moving it. We can move it. It's it should be something that is a delicacy, not like this ain't we're not giving out Big Macs over here,
That's right.
Yes, we are.
Farron said she'd take my spot.
I love Big Macs. Oh yeah, okay.
There you go. Now we got somebody.
There it is. Oh wow. She'll jump.
All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna grab Brad's video and download it so you can get rid of it. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for the tips. We had tips from Denise, and then over on the coffee website, I had, let me refresh it so I make sure I get them all. We had Deb, someone, and I think that was it. Yeah, we had someone with the phone number, and then Deb, and the one that came through with the animation. So thank you for those. I appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow night, and we're getting ready for Friday. Don't forget. And I think that's it. You got anything else, Tony?
No, man. Thanks so much for having me. I mean, this was a good time. This is really a big old eye opener, I think, for a lot of people when we start putting this out. I'm going to put some clips together on my stuff and pop them on Instagram and get the word out there about this. I mean, people should know. This is really something people should know.
I got you. All right, guys. We'll see you on the next one. Have a good night.
Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Well, my true believer, y'all need
That's it. You're clear.
Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip, worshiping drums, cocking.
Yeah, no problem.
For a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like four in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your Huckleberry, I can quench that thirst.
Hold on just a second. Yeah, we'll see you guys. We'll see you on the next one. I'll be back tomorrow night for sure with the Brad stuff.
Climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause
all right, now you
nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped them to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. What are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is bombs and alcohol. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's the off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's the off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking. He was doing so well. It's all over. Hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's the off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is